I'd like to just take the time briefly to just maybe do a kind of a repetition of what Dr. Nestor did shortly while he was here. Actually, I have been following the serialization of the book, Civil War Child, on social media, on Facebook. And sometime after that, I received a soft copy of the book from Dr. Nestor. And I read through the soft copy of the book, and it was interesting. It was interesting. It was an interesting read for me as a person. And I also believe that it's also going to be an interesting read for anyone who comes across it. But for your benefit, I'm going to read it out loud, and you are going to hear it. And so maybe you may not have to read it for yourself, at least for today. But you would have to purchase a copy of the book at online or physical copies that are available here. And when I went through the book, I saw a resonance in the book of the life we live through the eye of a young child who grew during the Civil War, and the experiences of that young child down till the moment the war ended, and the later life of that child. It is a true life story. It is a story of Dr. Nestor himself and his trajectory, his movement from a little boy down to becoming a renowned public servant. And so I later reached out to him and told him that I would love to get to read the book as part of my reading list. And not until recently that I was arranging my reading list in order of how I'm going to read, and so I decided to say, okay, this will make a good first read, in the sense that it is going to set the tone for what's going to come. Because if you look at the retinue of books that have been selected to be read, if you are an avid reader, you would understand that these are very interesting titles. I know maybe somehow you have not come across some of them. Some of the books are not as popular as the others. Almost everyone knows about Things Fall Apart, Joys of Motherhood, Animal Farm, Purple Hibiscus, and even Eze Goes to School, A Man of the People. These are all, books that we are conversant with. A whole lot of us are conversant with, but some of them you are not so conversant with them. But I must assure you that they were carefully selected, and so I decided that this was going to be like a good beginner to, serve as a dessert, a kind of an appetizer to now open the door to what's going to come, after. And so it's my privilege to today. I understand it's also the public presentation of the book, the official presentation of the book to the public. And so I'm using the opportunity to lend my voice, my support to the presentation of the book to the public. And to also do so, having known that yesterday, the 8th of September, is usually marked worldwide as World Literacy Day, where stakeholders and interested persons collaborate and extend effort to, promote literacy. And the activity we are doing today is one of such activities towards promoting literacy. And so this book presentation is very apt at this kind of event. And therefore, without sounding like repeating what Dr. Nestor Udo did, may I now officially present this book, Civil War Child by Nestor Udo, to the public. This is it. And I urge you to purchase your copy of the book. It is available at the gallery downstairs. You can purchase a copy of the book. I don't know how much the cover price is, but when you go down, you get it. It's also online. You can purchase on Amazon online. And I think someone told me yesterday when I reached out to doctor before doing an independent research too about the international serial book number of the book, so that we operate within Aloud guidelines. I was told that before a book is listed on Amazon, that it must have had a valid ISBN, but that somehow the process of uploading an ISBN by the National Library of each country may take some time, having to do with copies of the book being sent, and I'm not aware if that has been done, but so I hope further checks are being conducted to ascertain, since I am neither a librarian nor a custodian of intellectual property. So, but I assure you, this will be a very good read for each person. If you buy, you go to read. Otherwise, even when you listen to me reading it, you would enjoy. And so, that's that. But now moving forward into the actual reason why we are here, I want to officially welcome all of us to this event, which is the official Guinness World Records attempt for the longest marathon reading aloud. And somebody may ask, what is the longest marathon reading aloud? And the answer is simple. The longest marathon reading aloud is a category of records kept by the Guinness World Record Management for an individual who reads continuously, and is not reading to himself, but is reading aloud, is reading out loud. The Guinness World Records is the world's #1 organization known for documenting, curating, and custodying information regarding extraordinary achievements by humans. And of recent, there was an addition of animals and natural phenomena to the Guinness World Records. And so before now, it was only humans that could get into the Guinness World Records. But now we have animals. Like last month, the world celebrated the world's oldest dog, which stands at 30 years old as of now. And we've also had the celebration of natural phenomena. We have a tree that never withers. It doesn't have any respect for weather. And various other such happenings. The world's tallest man, the world's shortest man, the world's fattest, slimmest, thinnest, fastest, longest, widest, and all other extraordinary manifestations that we can see. And so today we are gathered here to witness yet another extraordinary manifestation, which is the longest marathon reading aloud. This record is not new. It is a record that was set in 2008 by Deepak Bajan from Nepal, who read for 113 hours. And after that, reached by Your Day Treasures, Olawumi, attempted the record in Lagos in 2018, reading for 120 hours. At the moment, I cannot ascertain the success or otherwise of that record attempt, but I understand that Treasures read for 120 hours. And last year, September 22nd to 27, Rizbai Isakov, the current record holder, read for 124 hours in New Bursa, Turkey, to clinch the record for the longest marathon reading aloud, which he currently holds. And so this year, and not just this year, today, we are all gathered here to witness an individual effort, commitment, and determination to upturn that record. By next week, by this time, we would be all celebrating. Why will we celebrate? There are many reasons. What I am doing goes beyond just a Guinness World Record. It goes beyond having my name written on that certificate and given to me. It goes beyond the logos and all the rest. There is a reason behind what I am doing, and that reason is far bigger than even the Guinness World Records itself. With due apology to the management of the Guinness World Record if you are watching me now from London. But I must say the truth, that the aim behind what I am doing is bigger than the Guinness World Records management itself. Just that the Guinness World Record management provides the platform for me to do what I intend to do. Let me give you an example. Some of us have kitchens that the kind of meals we cook are bigger than the pot in which we cook them. For instance, you may buy a full goat and try to cook the goat. But you may cook the goat in an old pot. You may even cook it in an earthen pot. And therefore, the goat is costlier than the pot in which it is being cooked. And so that's the sense in which I am describing what I am saying, that this attempt is bigger and far more extensive than the Guinness World Records itself. Why is it so? I have observed that there is a fast declining reading culture in Nigeria, especially among the young persons. You discover that people no longer read. Even the parents who talk about their children not reading themselves are not reading. After all, you should lead by example. I grew up in a house of reading parents. My father was an avid reader, and my mother was a teacher. And so you can imagine that I was surrounded by books all through my growing up years. And so that instilled in me the love for reading and the culture of reading. But somehow in my interactions in life with others, I discovered that a whole lot of persons are no longer reading. And it is very pathetic. Some are compelled to read only when they have an exam, a pending examination, or a term paper, or a coursework of one way or the other, and therefore they are compelled to read. Otherwise, they are not reading. And so the aim of this attempt is to encourage, especially the young ones, to begin to see reading as an avenue for self-emancipation. To begin to see reading as a platform upon which you can become anything you want to be. To begin to see reading as the source, the reservoir, the resource pool of the things needed to make your life meaningful. Everything is in the books. Everything is in the books. science, literature, arts. And even if you intend to become a magician, you can learn it in the books. And my joy is that even before beginning the attempt, the aim of this record attempt has already been achieved. If you pay attention around you in the last 2 to 3 weeks, if you've paid attention to yourself and if you've paid attention to goings on in the social media and in the news, you will realize that a whole lot of persons have begun paying attention to reading. The conversation is now revolved around reading. A whole lot of persons are talking about reading. Almost everyone is talking about reading now, and it gladdens my heart. When I log into social media, I go to Facebook, I just check, people are talking about reading. I was in a public transport some weeks back, and it gladdened my heart that those seated beside me were talking about this attempt. Actually, they didn't know that they were talking about me. And I was paying attention to what they were saying. And they were talking about the benefit of reading. Though from a defeatist point, one of them was talking about, not being able to sit down to read for a very long time, but has interest in reading. And so I am happy that before even beginning the attempt, we are already reaping results. But the end of this attempt is going to be the big result, which will draw. Sure, the social media team are doing a great job. But for the purpose of introductions, you can follow us on John Obot Reads Aloud. John Obot Reads Aloud on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and on YouTube. And since this was not a speech-giving day, this was a day to begin the longest marathon reading aloud. I would say thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. See you 8 p.m., 15 September 2023. Guidelines.
Application reference number and your name. Your name, application reference number, and organization.
Yes, I will do that. That's when I want to start.
Okay, so.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please put your hands once again to for John Obot. That was the press briefing by John Obot, the man that is attempting to break the record for the longest marathon reading aloud by an individual. And in the next 145 hours, John will be breaking that record with our support. And I would like to thank the media. I would like to thank all of our partners and supporters who have seen that this event, this vision, has come to reality. Ladies and gentlemen, the independent witnesses, timekeepers, and of course everyone, the media that are here, I present to you John Obot, and I want us to encourage him. But please, to just help us once again, the channels to follow just so that the media can carry this properly, I would like to inform us that on Facebook, we have John.Obot1, and then we have again on Facebook, John Obot Reads Aloud. And on Twitter, we have Johnny Obot. John, you spell John and then add another N-I-E, Obot. So Johnny Obot. On Instagram, we have at John Obot _reads aloud. And then on YouTube, we have John Obot reads aloud. In the next 6 minutes, John will begin the marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you once again the Read Maniac, John Obot himself. Of course, my name is Ediom Singing and Dunobong. It's been a privilege being a part of this journey. And I congratulate you in advance, John Obot, for making this assignment. Of course, I wish you good luck, good success, health, strength, of course, to carry out this particular exercise. Congratulations, and thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. You have a beautiful stay, and of course, we need to encourage and support John as much as possible. Thank you once again.
No, Mama. Yeah. All right. Briefly, before we start by 3 o'clock on the dot, I'd like to do a brief introduction of the attempt like I did. I said this attempt is for the longest marathon reading aloud by an individual. And it is a category in the Guinness World Records category for reading. It's an educational record. My name is John Obot, and I am the marathoner for this record. And the record application and record reference number is 230528075225 LMRA. The application reference number again is 230528075225 LMRA. And like I said, the record being attempted is the longest marathon reading aloud, meaning I'm going to be reading continuously for the next 145 hours. The independent witnesses present here are Mfon Ekaiba and Idongesit Nna. Those are the two independent witnesses starting this record. And the two timekeepers are Clinton Udoudom and Anthony Michaels. They are the two timekeepers that are keeping time for the start of this event. We will not be introducing the independent witnesses and timekeepers anymore until on the last day of the event. This is a requirement by the Guinness World Records Management. And so please, I'm going to be beginning with the since we are a people named after God, so this is not a book per se, because the Bible cannot be regarded as a book. But I want to begin by reading the Bible from the book of Ezra. And then I'll proceed to begin actually. And so please cue me up when it's time. The book of Ezra from the King James Version of the Holy Bible. Chapter 1. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven had given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he had charged me to build him an house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. He is the God which is in Jerusalem. And whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourneth, let the men of his place help him with silver, and with gold, and with goods, and with beasts, besides the freewill offering for the house of God that is in Jerusalem. Then rose up the chief of the fathers of Judah, and Benjamin, and the priests, and the Levites, with all them whose spirit God had raised, to go up to build the house of the Lord, which is in Jerusalem. And all they that were about them strengthened their hands with vessels of silver, with gold, with goods, and with beasts, and with precious things, beside all that was willingly offered. Also Cyrus the king brought forth the vessels of the house of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had brought forth out of Jerusalem, and had put them in the house of his gods. Even those did Cyrus, king of Persia, bring forth by the hand of Mithredath, the treasurer, and numbered them into Sheshbazzar, the prince of Judah. 30 charges of gold, 1,000 chargers of silver, 29 knives, 30 basins of gold, silver basins of a second sort, 410, and other vessels 1,000. All the vessels of gold and of silver were 5,400. And all these did Sheshbazzar bring up with them of the captivity that were brought up from Babylon unto Jerusalem. Chapter 2. 2,172. The children of Shephatiah, 372. The children of Ara, 775. The children of Pahath Moab, of the children of Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. The children of Elam, 1,254. The children of Zatu, 945. The children of Zakkai, 730. The children of Bani, 642. The children of Bebai, 623. The children of Asgad, 1222. The children of Adonikam, 666. The children of Bigvai, 2056. The children of Adin, 454. The children of Atta of Ezekiah, 98. The children of Bezai, 323. The children of Jorah, 112. The children of Hashem, 223. The children of Gibeah, 95. The children of Bethlehem, 123. The men of Netophah, 56. The men of Anathoth, 128. The children of Azmaveth, 42. The children of Kirjatharim, Chephirah, and Beerut, 743. The children of Ramah and Gaba, 621. The men of Michmas, 122. The men of Bethel and Ai, 223. The children of Nebo, 52. The children of Makbish, 156. The children of the other Elam, 1254. The children of Harim, 320. The children of Lot, Hadid and Honor, 725. The children of Senahar, 3,630. The priests, the children of Jedaiah of the house of Jeshua, 973. The children of Immer, 1,052. The children of Pashur, 1,247. The children of Harim, 1,017. The Levites. The children of Jeshua and Kadmiel. Of the children of Hodaviah, 74. The singers, the children of Asaph, 128. The children of the porters, the children of Shalom, the children of Atta, the children of Talmon, the children of Akop, the children of Hatita, the children of Shobiah, in all 139. The Nethinims, the children of Zihar, the children of Hashupha, the children of Tabaut, the children of Keros, the children of Siaha, the children of Padon, the children of Lebanah, the children of Hagaba, the children of Akub, the children of Hegab, the children of Shalmai, the children of Hanan, the children of Gidel, the children of Gahar, the children of Reiah, the children of Rezin, the children of Nekoda, the children of Gazam, the children of Uzzah, the children of Pasia, the children of Besai, the children of Asna, the children of Mehunim, the children of Nephusim, the children of Bakbok, the children of Hakufa, the children of Haro, the children of Basloth, the children of Mehida, the children of Hasha, the children of Barkos, the children of Sisera, the children of Thama, the children of Neziah, the children of Hatifa, the children of Solomon's servants, the children of Sotai, the children of Sophereth, the children of Peruda, the children of Jahala, the children of Darkon, the children of Gidel, the children of Shephatiah, the children of Hatil, the children of Porkereth of Zebaim, the children of Ami, all the Nethinims and the children of Solomon's servants were 392. And these were they which went up from Tel Melah, Hassa, Cherub, Adan, and Ime, but they could not shew their father's house and their seed, whether they were of Israel. The children of Deliah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 652. And of the children of the priests, the children of Habiah, the children of Koz, the children of Barzillai, which took a wife of the daughters of Barzillai, the Gileadite, and was called after their name. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they, as polluted, put from the priesthood. And the Tishatha said unto them, that they should not eat of the most holy things, till they stood up a priest with Urim and with Thummim. The whole congregation together was 42,303, beside their servants and their mates, of whom there were 7,337. Their horses were 736, their mules 245, their camels 435, their asses 6,720. And some of the chief of the fathers, when they came to the house of the Lord, which is at Jerusalem, offered freely for the house of God to set it up in his place. They gave after their ability into the treasure of the work 61,000 drams of gold, and 4,000 pounds of silver, and 100 priests' garments. So the priests and the Levites and some of the people and the singers and the porters and the Nethinims dwelt in their cities, and all Israel in their cities. Chapter 3. And when the 7th month was come, and the children of Israel were in the cities, the people gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem. Then stood up Joshua the son of Jozadak and his brethren the priests, and Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel and his brethren, and builded the altar of the God of Israel, to offer burnt offerings thereon, as it is written in the law of Moses the man of God. And they set the altar upon his bases, for fear was upon them because of the people of those countries. And they offered burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord, even burnt offerings morning and evening. They kept also the feast of tabernacles, as it is written, and offered the daily burnt offerings by number, according to the custom, as the duty of every day required. And afterwards offered the continuous burnt offering, both of the new moons and of all the set feasts of the Lord that were consecrated, and of every one that willingly offered a free will offering unto the Lord. From the first day of the 7th month, from the first day of the 7th month began they to offer burnt offerings unto the Lord. But the foundation of the temple of the Lord was not yet laid. They gave money also unto the masons and to the carpenters, and meat and drink and oil unto them of Zidon and to them of Tyre, to bring cedar trees from Lebanon to the sea of Joppa, according to the grant that they had of Cyrus, king of Persia. Now in the 2nd year of their coming in unto the house of God at Jerusalem, in the 2nd month, began Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and the remnant of their brethren, the priests, and the Levites, and all they that were come out of the captivity unto Jerusalem, and appointed the Levites from 20 years old and upward to set forward the work of the house of the Lord. Then stood Jeshua with his sons and his brethren, Kadmiel and his son, the sons of Judah, together to set forth the workmen in the house of God. The sons of Henadad with their sons and their brethren, the Levites. And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, they set the priests in their apparel with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, to praise the Lord after the ordinance of David, king of Israel. And they sang together by chorus in praising and giving thanks unto the Lord, because he is good, for his mercy endureth forever toward Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the priests and the Levites and chief of the fathers, who were ancient men that had seen the first house, when the foundation of this house was laid before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many shouted aloud for joy, so that the people could not discern the noise of the shout of joy from the noise of the weeping of the people. For the people shouted with a loud shout, and the noise was heard afar off. Now, when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto the Lord God of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel and to the chief of the fathers, and said unto them, Let us build with you, for we seek your God, as ye do, and we do sacrifice unto him since the days of Esarhaddon, king of Ashur, which brought us up hither. But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said unto them, Ye have nothing to do with us to build an house unto our God, but we ourselves together will build unto the Lord God of Israel, as King Cyrus the king of Persia hath commanded us. Then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah, and troubled them in building, and hired counselors against them, to frustrate their purpose all the days of Cyrus king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius king of Persia. And in the reign of Ahasuerus, in the beginning of his reign, wrote they unto him an accusation against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes wrote Bishlam, Mithredite, Tabeel, and the rest of their companions unto Artaxerxes king of Persia. And the writing of the letter was written in the Syrian tongue, and interpreted in the Syrian tongue. Rehum, the chancellor, and Shimshai, the scribe, wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes the king, in this sort. Then wrote Rehum, the chancellor, and Shimshai, the scribe, and the rest of their companions, the Danaites, the Apasectites, and the Tapelites, and Aphazites, the Achavites, the Babylonians, the Shushanchites, the Dehavites, and the Elamites, and the rest of the nations whom the great and noble Asnapper brought over and set in the cities of Samaria, and the rest that are on this side, the river, and at such a time. This is the copy of the letter that they sent unto him, even unto Artaxerxes the king. Thy servants, the men on this side, the river, and at such a time, be it known unto the king that the Jews which came up from thee to us are come unto Jerusalem, building the rebellious and the bad city, and have set up the walls thereof, and joined the foundations. Be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded, and the walls set up again, then will they not pay toll, tribute, and custom, and so thou shalt indamage the revenue of the kings. Now, because we have maintenance from the king's palace, and it was not meet for us to see the king's dishonor, therefore have we sent and certified the king, that search may be made in the book of the records of thy fathers. So shalt thou found in the book of the records, and know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful unto kings and provinces, and that they have moved sedition within the same of old time. For which cause was this city destroyed? We certified the king that if this city be builded again, and the walls thereof set up, by this means thou shalt have no portion on this side the river. Then sent the king an answer unto Rehum the chancellor, and to Shimshai the scribe, and to the rest of their companions that dwell in Samaria, and unto the rest beyond the river, peace, and at such time. The letter which ye sent unto us had been plainly read before me, and I commanded, and search had been made. And it is found that this city of old time hath made insurrection against kings, and that rebellion and sedition have been made therein. There have been mighty kings also over Jerusalem, who have ruled over all countries beyond the river. And tolls, tribute, and custom was paid unto them. Give ye now commandment to cause these men to cease, and that this city be not builded, until another commandment shall be given from me. Take heed now that ye fail not to do this. Why should damage grow to the heart of the kings? Now, when the copy of King Artaxerxes' letter was read before Rehum and Shimshai the scribe and their companions, they went up in haste to Jerusalem unto the Jews, and made them to cease by force and power. Then ceased the work of the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. So it ceased unto the 2nd year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia. Then the prophets Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Iddo, prophesied unto the Jews that were in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of the God of Israel, even unto them. Then rose up Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Josadak, and began to build the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. And with them were the prophets of God helping them. At the same time, chapter 5. Then the prophets Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Iddo, prophesied unto the Jews that they were in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of the God of Israel, even unto them. Then rose up Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Josadak, and began to build the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. And with them were the prophets of God helping them. At the same time came to them Tatnai, governor on this side of the river, and Shethabosnai, and their companions, and said thus unto them, who had commanded you to build this house, and to make up this wall? Then said we unto them after this manner, what are the names of the men that make this building? But the eye of their God was upon the elders of the Jews, that they could not cause them to cease till the matter came to Darius. And then they returned answer by letter concerning this matter. The copy of the letter that Tatnai, governor on this side the river, and Shethabosnai, and his companions, the Aphasakites, which were on this side the river, sent unto Darius the king. They sent a letter unto him, wherein was written thus, unto Darius the king, all peace. Be it known unto the king, that we went into the province of Judea, to the house of the great God, which is builded with great stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and his work goes fast on, and prospereth in their hands. Then asked we those elders, and said unto them thus, who commanded you to build this house, and to make up these walls? We asked their names also, to certify thee, that we might write the names of the men that were the chief of them. And thus they returned us answer, saying, we are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and build the house that was builded these many years ago, which a great king of Israel builded and set up. But after that our fathers had provoked the God of heaven unto wrath, he gave them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the Chaldean, who destroyed this house and carried the people away into Babylon. But in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same King Cyrus made a decree to build this house of God. And the vessels also of gold and silver of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and brought them into the temple of Babylon, those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered unto one whose name was Sheshbazzar, whom he had made governor, and said unto him, take these vessels, go, carry them into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be builded in his place. Then came the same Sheshbazzar and laid the foundation of the house of God, which is in Jerusalem. And since that time, even until now, had it been in building, and yet it is not finished. Now therefore, if it seems good to the king, let there be search made in the king's treasure house, which is at Babylon, whether it be so that a decree was made of Cyrus the king to build this house of God at Jerusalem, and let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. Then Darius the king made a decree, and search was made in the house of the rolls, where the treasures were laid up in Babylon. And there was found at Achmetha, in the palace that is in the province of the Medes, a roll, and therein was a record thus written, in the first year of Cyrus the king, the same Cyrus the king made a decree concerning the house of God at Jerusalem. Let the house be builded, the place where they offered sacrifices, And let the foundations thereof be strongly laid, the height thereof 80 cubits, and the breadth thereof 80 cubits, with 3 rows of great stones, and a row of new timber. And let the expenses be given out of the king's house. And also let the golden and silver vessels of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took forth out of the temple which is at Jerusalem, and brought unto Babylon, be restored, and brought again unto the temple which is at Jerusalem, every one to his place, and place them in the house of God. Now, therefore, Tatnai, governor beyond the river, Shetharboznai, and your companions, the Arphaxakites, which are beyond the river, be ye far from thence. Let the work of this house of God alone, let the governor of the Jews and the elders of the Jews build this house of God in his place. Moreover, I make a decree, what ye shall do to the elders of these Jews for the building of this house of God, that of the king's good, even of the tribute beyond the river, forthwith expenses be given unto these men, that they be not hindered, and that which they have need of, both young bullocks and rams and lambs, for the burnt offering of the God of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, and oil, according to the appointment of the priests, which are at Jerusalem, let it be given them day by day without fail, that they may offer sacrifices of sweet savours unto the God of heaven, and pray for the life of the king and of his sons. Also, I have made decree that whosoever shall alter this word, let timber be pulled down from his house, and being set up, let him be hanged thereon, and let his house be made a dunghill for this. And the God that had caused his name to dwell there destroy all kings and people, and shall put to their hand to alter and to destroy this house of God, which is at Jerusalem. I, Darius, have made a decree. Let it be done with speed. Then Tatnai, governor on this side of the river, Shetharboznai, and their companions, according to that which Darius the king had sent, so they did speedily. And the elders of the Jews builded, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai the prophet, and Zechariah the son of Iddo. And they builded and finished it according to the commandment of the God of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus and Darius, and Artaxerxes king of Persia. And this house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of captivity, kept the dedication of this house of God with joy, and offered at the dedication of this house of God 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all people 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And they set the priests in their divisions, and the Levites in their courses, for the service of God which is at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. And the children of the captivity kept the Passover upon the 14th day of the first month. For the priests and the Levites were purified together. All of them were pure, and killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity, and for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity, and all such as had separated themselves unto them from the filthiness of the heathen of the land, to seek the Lord God of Israel, did it, and kept the feast of the unleavened bread 7 days with joy. For the Lord had made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria unto them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of God, the God of Israel. The completion of this work would take place at the end. Civil War Child. A true blood-chilling story of how an African child survived the Nigerian Civil War. Nestor Udo. Published by Paresia Publishers Limited. Copyright 2023. Nestor Udo. For war. As it was getting to sundown, 5 heavily armed soldiers drove carelessly in an army jeep into the church premises. Their driver applied the brakes with such a screech that the tires removed large portions of grass from their roots in the field, leaving 2 straight marks. Smartly, they jumped out of the back of the vehicle. They shouted at the captives to stand up. 4 of them stood up, but one of them had become too weak to do so. One of the soldiers kicked him with his jackboots, but he did not respond. He was still too weak to stand up. Then he made a feeble effort to stand up, but slumped back on the ground like a half-full sack of garri. The soldier grabbed him by the feet, while another caught him by the shoulders. They swung him into the vehicle like a log of wood. He screamed as he fell with a heavy thud on the floor. As the others also could not climb into the back of the vehicle, they were thrown likewise. And they fell inside on top of each other, screaming in turns as they did so. The soldiers jumped inside the back of the vehicle and drove across the road toward our house. The little crowd that had gathered to watch what was going on began to disperse. Quickly, I crossed the road and walked towards our house. As I entered the junction, I heard a rain of angry shots emanating from that direction. Within a short time, the army jeep drove with breakneck speed past me, spewing a thick cloud of dust behind it. It entered the main road in the direction where my father said the big town of Uyo was located, and soon disappeared. By the time I reached the short path leading to our house, another small crowd had gathered, and people were peeping inside the pits from where the villagers had obtained mud for use in building at the Betua Hotel, a small goat meat pepper soup and palm wine spot in front of our house. Many who had looked inside stood by with folded arms. Some of the women were sobbing under their breath, while some were crying openly. Some men were shrugging their shoulders, while others shook their heads in disbelief. The atmosphere was generally very tense and frightful. When I looked inside the pit, I cringed at what I saw. All the 5 men the soldiers had taken away from the church premises had been shot and killed. Their lifeless bodies were left there in the pits, in a large pool of blood. The head of one of them had been completely shattered, and a whitish substance that looked like an over-softened fufu splashed on the wall of the pit and on the clothes of the others lying with him in various grotesque postures. Blood was still trickling from wounds made on their bodies and from under their clothes. And the left arm of one of them was jerking rhythmically. I closed my eyes quickly. I left the scene and ran back to the house to tell my mother. In that fear, I did not see her. She had crossed the road to see the ugly spectacle when she heard the gunshots. As I approached the road again from the house, she emerged from the scene, grabbed my little hand, and we hurriedly returned to the house. I was so scared I lost my appetite and could not eat. Throughout that night, it was the images of those men that flashed repeatedly in my mind, while sleep had flown away. In the evening, my father brought the church catechist, who came with a few other Catholic faithfuls. After praying for the dead, they used spades to cover the corpses with sand, which they dug from the ground adjoining the pit. No one could tell the identities of those unfortunate people. Some said they were captured Biafran soldiers, while others said they were saboteurs. Prologue: A man and his ancestry. Upon the green setting of our local African environment, we lived in a thatched house that was similar to all the huts found in that typical Anang village. The huts had mud walls, wooden doors, and tiny wooden windows placed high up on the walls. These were barely large enough to let in fresh air in the sweltering heat of our tropical afternoons, or the harmattan cold air in the dry seasons. In our compound, our house stood at the center of a big piece of land which was about 3 mpekisong. 1 mpekisong was about 500 square meters. In the village, this was measured with a count of the foot span. My father told me that the land was an inheritance from his own father. The fencing comprised carefully planted local fence trees called akoro. Akoro was a very soft wood and unsuitable for furniture. It hardly died totally on its own, its offspring dying and living, on and on like a phoenix. At the corner of the compound was the goat shed. At all times, this housed a minimum of 6 to 10 perpetually bleating goats. Like the main house, it had a roof thatched with dexterously sewn palm front mats. This was supported by 6 pillars made of local living wood. At another corner of the compound was the hen house. This was similarly constructed, except that it had mud walls and a wooden door. This was just strong enough to prevent the entry of night marauding pythons and other snakes, but not human intruders. In those days, however, these were few and far between. At all times, too, this housed a minimum of 20 to 40 hens, cocks, and chicks reproduced by their mating. They all came home in complete numbers every evening to roost at the end of their perpetual wandering in search of food. It is instructive that Despite these domestic animals sleeping in unlocked structures, no one stole them in those days. A little walk across the fence to the right led to another smaller thatched house. My father's mother, that is, my grandmother, Nwaido, had occupied this since their marriage and up until the death of her husband and my grandfather, Udo Kpanabasi. Tall, huge, and muscular, Udo Kpanabasi had married 7 wives. He died at a time my father was a toddler. Nwaido recalled that my father was so small that he was beaten on his coffin as if it was a play toy or drum when it was displayed in state in my grandfather's compound. A short distance away lived her co-wife and another in 6 places. All lived in similar thatched huts and had their children, goats, hens, and farms. I was old enough to see when a few of the surviving co-wives exchanged words, sometimes for hours during a disagreement. These were mostly over why a goat was let loose to destroy crops on a co-wife's farm, or when another beat someone's grandchild. But in all this, I never witnessed any exchange of fisticuffs. In the Anang language, co-wives were referred to as Iban Ufop. Roughly translated, this would read women of jealousy or jealous women. There is no story that either my grandfather or any of his wives fought, stabbed, or cut either him or each other with a machete. This meant he kept his wives and their children under strict control. I was not opportune to see my grandfather, but what I saw growing up gave me a clear picture of his personality. Upon his death, he left not only his wives and children, but enough land to be shared among most of his male children, as was the custom in those days. Where we lived was one of such inheritance, and I could count at least 10 prominent sons among his numerous children, all living with their wives and children and farming on their share of the patrimony. My grandfather's house was centrally stationed in the compound, surrounded by the houses of his 7 wives. These harbored all his children when they were young. After he died, the house became dilapidated and collapsed, and all we saw was a mound of laterite where it used to stand. Upon this, we used to play as children. His remains were buried not in his compound, but in the forest adjoining the village square, which we called Awa Tai Esien. The adjoining land was a community cemetery where important family heads in the village were buried. His tombstone was nestled between the crooked roots of an ancient Enwanga tree in the dense bush. It was molded with cement and shaped like a cross with a tapered apex. The inscription upon his tombstone, which I saw, written in Anang language except for the figures, read that he died in 1928. He was buried like an akuku, though with some slight modifications. When I was a child, I witnessed how his brother, Owa Kpanabasi, also an akuku, was buried. The burial of Anakuku was a very interesting and solemn occasion, Anakuku was an elderly, influential person in the community, like the village or family head. Perhaps because of the belief that there was life after death, the system of burying Anakuku was extremely elaborate and expensive in our community. It was conducted by the Abiewo, a special group of initiate men of integrity who were usually the village warriors. Dressed in their traditional war regalia, which consisted of short black loin clothes and palm fronds tied to their heads, they carried spears, machetes, and sticks. Some painted their faces and bodies black with charcoal, making them look very fearful. Usually, a favorite son was named Ubogudum by Anakuku, meaning right hand in Anang. Ubogudum Uwa, who later became a soldier and whom we nicknamed Sied, was the Ubogudum for my grandfather's brother when he died. And as a child, I witnessed his father's burial. During his father's burial ceremony, he played a vital role. The right hand of the dead man was tied with a long, slender white cloth, and the cloth was passed through the rafters of the roof of the house to reach outside the rooftop. The Ubogudum of the Akuku was dressed in white, and while holding a white cock, was made to perch on top of the roof of the house with the Aquarok, the local trumpeter. He held the white cloth tied to the right hand of the dead Akuku. The Aquarok called out the name of the Akuku and other important men in the community, dead or alive, with his local trumpet, made with the horn of an animal. Those of them who were there answered very loudly, "Hey," as the trumpeter called their names and extolled their virtues. Those whose names were called out gave the Aquarok gifts in appreciation of his professional performance. The Akuku was said to was laid in state by the warriors. The relatives filed past his body in a last respect to see his isompa, the face of a dead man. After their esoteric and lengthy ceremonies, different types of traditional dances like Ekpo, Ekong, Abon, Ese, Uta were played. The body of the Akuku, wrapped in a mat made of fresh yellowish palm fronds called Adung, was taken around the village. The Ubogudum was carried on a man's shoulders, and during this time, his legs were not allowed to touch the ground because it was forbidden by tradition to do so. He also came down after the Akuku had been buried. Starting from the village square, he was taken to the houses of his prominent children and some other relatives who gave the Akuku's bearers money and local gin called Kai Kai. After this lengthy and colorful outing, he was finally taken to the local cemetery or buried in a part of his affair, a small shade in his compound where he usually sat to hold meetings with a 7-gun salute. He was buried with his face up, with his legs pointing towards the road or the nearest footpath. All manners of animals were slaughtered: cows, goats, sheep, cocks, and their blood was sprinkled on the Akuku's adong. The modification here was that Owa and Udo Akpanabasi, his brother, were buried in coffins instead of Adong. My father slaughtered a goat during the burial of Akoko Owa Akpanabasi. In our tradition, those who could not afford a goat or any animal of their choice at that time could bring an animal to the lying in state venue, cut the animal's ear to spill some blood, and then redeem themselves on a later date by slaughtering another animal. After the burial, his wives entered a period of mourning called Akpe, during which they did not cut their hair or bath in the afternoon. It was a variable period lasting between 1 and 7 years, depending on their husband's status. They were finally out of Akpe in another ceremony involving the ceremonial cutting of the hair and bathing with a special type of water called Mong Utuongo, which was collected from an opening in the trunk of trees. This water was believed not to be contaminated by humans and therefore possessed special powers. Like it was done for burials, there was a syndicated method of providing recreation and entertainment, and some of these had their reasons. These were done mostly in the village square, which was an integral part of every village. The village square was usually a large clearing where the village elders met to make policies, and where the whole village was sometimes summoned to gather and discuss important issues affecting the community. Ekpo ntogoyen, ekong, unwa ekpo, abon, abang, asiana kanawan, utuekpe, ese, and uta were some of these recreational plays. We enjoyed ourselves in the village day after day, week after week, and sometimes we watched bare-bodied and barefooted on the clean bush paths and in the forest. We went from compound to compound to play with our friends, sometimes eating freely in their houses. We fetched firewood from the bushes and water from the stream for our parents, and enjoyed the superfluity of wild fruits in the virgin forests. We chased wild birds with our catapults and fetched fodder in the form of green grass for the numerous goats in our goat sheds. Our mothers cooked for their families, weeded in their farms, weeded and swept the footpaths in the village, and raised their children to the strictest moral standards. At the same time, our fathers acquired properties and organized their large and extended families. There was no hunger because every family lived on a farmstead, and our parents planted crops and reared domestic animals, which we ate, and tapped palm wine, which we drank. And they gave land to and arranged marriages for those grown enough to continue their family lineages and the future generation. Such, then, was the undiluted African environment we were born to see, and upon which we grew up as well. As children, well organized, clean, green, calm, rich, peaceful, and natural. That was before the bell of war tolled. The stories of the ancient culture of this undiluted African environment where I grew up, and that of the Nigerian Civil War that shattered it, as I witnessed as a child, are what you are about to read in this book. Chapter 1. A maiden in a village school. Just one short walk from our compound along Usung Bakara, the major road that bisected our village and was constructed by the white man, led to my mother's family compound at Ibam Ikbe. It was opposite the thatched hut by Ikbenang Junction, which housed the members of the white man's religion who used to meet there once a week. My maternal grandfather, Udo Hayara, had died not long ago, but my maternal grandmother, Nwasat, a soft-spoken dark woman of average height, was still alive. She lived in another typical thatched hut in the middle of her farm and goat shed. She used to tell me great tales. In those days, marriages were usually arranged between families. Reputable families had all their daughters married out quickly, while girls from families with poor reputations remained for long without husbands. And if at all they were married, their husbands usually came from long distances. These marriages were sometimes arranged before a child was born. My mother's marriage was a typical case, and my grandmother told me the story. When Nwasat was pregnant, my paternal grandmother, Nwaido, approached Udoyala, her husband, and signified her intention to marry the child when it was born. If a female, for one of her male child, who was then 10 years old and was fast growing. She placed one manila, according to tradition, on the abdomen of the pregnant woman as part of the bride price. If the child eventually born was a male, he would become friends with the son. It was a special kind of friendship. Sometimes the friendship between the boys grew into what our people called amaubongbo. This friendship was so close that if a friend killed a cow at the burial of his father in a ceremony, he would give one of the parts of the cow to his amaubongbo. The part given was usually a limb. In return, the friend visited him on an agreed date with gifts, usually wrappers, palm wine, and cooked stocked fish seasoned with a special liquid extracted from burnt residues of processed palm fruits. Nkomayop. When palm oil was added to the liquid, it changed the color of the palm oil from red to a yellowish orange colored liquid with an exquisite flavor. This the villagers called atong nkomayop. Ground fresh pepper of a special breed with a delicious flavor and a very nice scent into an akpu was added. Sometimes a particular type of leaf with an aroma called ntooko was added. Or you could add ground leaves from a creeping plant called utasi, which had a tinge of bitter taste. Water from the well-cooked and softened stockfish was then added and mixed. This gave it a special mouth-watering taste. The delicacy was made on special occasions, especially for special guests like the visit of Amaubongpo. After 9 months, a strong female child forced herself from Nwasat's womb. Even from the loud, shrill cry at birth, she could notice the natural strength in the girl, whom the father named Dima. After 8 days, in a ceremony that involved much merriment among his friends and relations. Rapidly, the child grew, soon helping the parents fetch firewood, water from the nearest stream, Iremibum or Iremeside, or the popular shallow well called Udo. Iremeside was found in our village, Mbiabong. A tiny bush path from the village square and a few minutes' trek led to the stream. It was a kind of small lake. Water percolated into it in the rainy season and dried up in the dry season. When it dried up on the surface in the dry season, the villagers dug pits around it to reach the water table. This brought out relatively clean water, except that as the season got drier, the water changed color, looking turbid as if it was mixed with clay. At the center of the stream was a small hole where water never dried up completely, no matter the length of the dry season. The hole was called Adwobum, that is, the principal hole. It was thought to run underground across Mbiabong to Iremibum in Ibam, adjoining Ediene in Ikono. It was the lowest point of the stream, a kind of sinkhole that had swallowed many persons in the past. If you fell in by mistake, you would never come out alive. The soil was clayey. The bushes around the stream bred many frogs, which croaked in the night like an irregular mass orchestra, which could be heard a long distance away. Frogs often fell into these pits and were harvested by the owners of the pits at intervals. The longer the pit stayed, the more frogs were likely to fall in. This gave rise to the local idiom that it was not the day the pit was dug that the frog usually entered, meaning that everything has a gestation period. After harvesting, small sharp bamboo sticks were used to pierce through their legs, one after the other, arrayed in groups of 12. This arrangement was called Opamfort. They were then dried over smoke and hung on tiny ropes over the kitchen fireplace. They were served as a delicacy, given as gifts to friends, or sold for manillas at Ofiongetuk market. Frogs could also be caught by cutting the green fleshy grass left by the receding stream water when they jumped out and were chased and killed. Apart from frogs, the stream harbored plenty of toads, and these added their voices to the irregular orchestra. No one went to fetch water by village decree in the stream on the third weekday called Urabum. The villagers believed the stream would die if anyone did so, and they could lose their water source. A myth surrounding the stream said it harbored a god named Eside Ikpe. It was said to be the god of war, hence the name Eside Ikpe Nnemekong. Eside Ikpe Nnemekong also lived at the portion of Mbiabet adjoining Mbiabong on the main road to the neighboring clan of Ukana. It was ensconced in a small, low-lying thatched structure in a small forest along the road. It was said to empower our people to be strong and invincible during intertribal wars. In our childhood, those people who belonged to the Abiewo fraternity used to sing. Ntekong a song eko rikbe. Ntekong a song, ntekong a song. That is where the war is difficult, call Ikpe people. This was when an Abiewo or any great man, family or village head, an Akuku, was being buried. I have not been able to confirm this, but the stream was said to have harbored crocodiles in the ancient days. To this day, some villagers still maintain that crocodiles do come out sometimes to bask in the sun. It was the only water source for the village and remained so for a long time. Then, it was nearly abandoned when the colonial administration dug wells with walls supported by concrete rings in almost all the 14 villages that comprised the Ikpenan clan. Inexplicably, no running stream was found in the whole clan. Iremibum at Ibam was massive but marshy. At Ikoreside, there was Udo, which was much smaller and similar to Iremibum. Udo was an inescapable accompaniment of all thatched houses. When a thatched house was being constructed in the village, a large pit was usually dug to obtain latrite. This was mixed with water and turned into solid paste by stepping on it repeatedly by young men inside the pit. This paste was then used to make the walls of local houses. For a young man to be invited to mix the latrite was an honor. Usually, only hefty young men with muscular legs were selected to do the job. This engendered a local saying, "Ese se won debukot, edokon tanu fok." This means you look at a person's legs before inviting him to mix latrite for building a house. It was a local way of saying always put a square peg in a square hole. Rainwater percolated into this udo in the rainy season and was fetched for household chores such as washing clothes, cooking food, or palm fruit for processing. Sometimes the water was left in a pot for dirt to sediment, and the supernatants became clean water, which was decanted for drinking. Soon, Dima came of age, and it was time to prepare her for marriage. As was the custom in those days, she had to be put through the learning process of Mbopo. A particular room was prepared for her to occupy in her mother's hut. A special experienced female tutor had to be selected from among the women folk in the community to see her through the process, which took about 2 to 3 months. Nwasat settled on Adiaudo, a chubby, fair-complexioned woman in Ibam, who doubled as a spiritualist, local herbalist, and traditional birth attendant. Adiaudo did her job with utmost diligence. In the morning, she would go to the pupils' room to ensure that she had performed all the duties she was taught the previous day. The men folk were not allowed to see her during this period, nor was she allowed to leave her room for any reason. It was a hush-hush period, and only female initiates knew what transpired inside the fattening room. With time, and as the tradition died out, my mother told me the story, maybe because then it no longer mattered. One morning, Adiaudo came to the house, and she went straight to the fattening room. By tradition, she was not required to talk to or greet anyone first except the new initiate. Again, by tradition, the girl was required to observe absolute rest, sleeping early in the evening with the return of the hens and waking up late in the morning, long after the hens had left for their endless search for food. In those days, time was kept by simple natural phenomena such as the return of hens in the village in the evening and cockcrow at dawn. They also kept time by watching for the unfolding of the leaves of a typical small, low-lying plant called ntiantia, with bluish flowers at midday. You could also tell that it was midday by observing your shadow. If your shadow stood between your legs, you knew the sun was shining directly over your head, and it was midday. Why did you wake up so early? At the Aloud Road one day when she found Dima awake as she entered the fattening room unannounced early that morning. I went out to urinate, Dima replied. Did you tell your mother? No. Why didn't you tell her? She was still sleeping. Did you see me? No. Unknown to Dima, Aloud had come to the house at cockcrow, while she had sneaked out to play Nsa with her friend that early morning out of boredom. Nsa was a game played by throwing pebbles into the air and catching them mid-air in turns by 2 or 3 people. Without talking to or greeting anyone, she reached out for a local basin called Nkereng, in which all the things required to prepare ekpankukwo were assembled the previous day in preparation for the following day's lesson. Nkereng was made from a type of rope obtained by peeling the core of palm fronds, and this was meticulously woven together into baskets of various sizes. It was a laborious process that took many hours and a great deal of expertise and dexterity. In the basket, Nwasad had assembled cocoyam, knives, pumpkin, vegetable leaves, palm oil in a bottle, crayfish, salt wrapped in plantain leaves, pepper, a small grating board, and all other ingredients required to prepare the meal. She had kept this in a corner of the kitchen, where she had shown at the Aloud the previous day. After that, she had assembled her wares, which included farm products like pumpkins, water leaves, a bunch of plantains, and a cock, which legs had been tied to prevent escape, into a basket called apan. She then rolled dry leaves obtained from plantain into a circular pad called ikara. This she put on her head. Then she called one of the men to help her lift it onto her head. Off she left for the big Ofionetok market, situated a short distance away. This was a big market whose origin no one knows. It was open after every 7 days for trade, and people from far and wide, including Igbo, who came from Aba, brought various ways of trade to sell in the market. They also bought farm products from the villagers for sale or consumption in their various places. It is an old market with a large tradition. There is a local injunction against the sale of fufu or ntororo, a paste made from fermenting, grating, sifting, cooking, and pounding cassava in the market. The story was that the local deity responsible for the growth of the market would die, and the person who contravened this injunction would die with it, and the market would scatter if this injunction was disobeyed. To this day, cassava and its byproducts are not sold in the market. Those who sell such wares operate at the periphery without entering the market to sell them. Dima did not know that her mother had left for Fiongetuk market early that morning, nor did she know that Adiaudo had arranged with her mother to assemble the objects of the day's lesson the previous day. I saw you coming from your uncle's compound, Adiaudo snapped, looking at her with a stern face of reprimand. Dima did not say anything. She bit on her left index finger between her teeth and looked at the ground, focusing on nothing in particular. Don't you know you are not supposed to leave this room? Adiaudo asked angrily. Dima just moped and tears welled in her eyes. Enter that house and bring the basket containing those items. Let's start cooking. Adiaudo snapped, again with an air of authority. Dima emerged from the kitchen with the basket containing the items for preparation of ekpang kokwo, which her mother had assembled the previous day. This was a special type of meal which only Ibibio people called ekpang kokwo, but which in Anang was called epang kokwo or utotoro. Without prompting, she removed the small knife from the basket, emptied the cocoyam on the ground, sat on a low stool, and started peeling them. There is no firewood in this house. Let me go and fetch them, Adiaudo said, as she held the butt of the sharp knife in her left palm, the back of the knife falling on her left elbow. By the time she returned, Dima was grating the cocoyams she had peeled. They both sat down to pick small bits of the pasty cocoyam, put them in small bits of tender cocoyam leaves, and rolled them into shapes like classroom chalk. This they laid in circular patterns, one atop the other, in an earthenware pot, after the bottom had been painted with red palm oil. They then laid the firewood in a local stand, a kind of tripod made of clay called idiop. Then they lit the fire. Another earthenware pot was placed on the fire. Into this was poured about 4 measures of water, using a local cup called akup. This gourd naturally shaped itself into a turret-like handle, which was converted into a local cup used to fetch and drink water. The water was taken from a giant earthenware pot, abangitie. This pot was usually placed in a corner of the kitchen. The name roughly translates to a pot that sits. As its name implied, it just sat in the corner of the kitchen or a room in the house, only for water storage. Only when it required to be washed did it leave the corner. Drinking water from this pot usually imparts a pleasant taste from the clay with which the pot was molded, much the same way a wooden cask imparts a taste into whiskey. It is said that the mineral iron seeps into this water, preventing blood shortage, which modern doctors call anemia. With time, the pot sitting all day became an imagery in the local lexicon. If a local called you abangitie, it meant you just sat there, lazy, sluggish, unproductive, and hardly moved around or did anything. The water was allowed to boil. Boiled water was emptied into the pot containing the grated and rolled cocoyam and lifted onto the fire. Start pounding the pepper and crayfish, Adiaudo ordered. Dima went to the basket, brought out the wraps of pepper and crayfish, and emptied them into the wooden mortar. Then she reached for the wooden pestle. Wham! 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 She started pounding. Adiaudo looked in her direction. Then she shouted, "What are you doing?" Are you pounding the pepper and crayfish together? Dima just stopped pounding and moped at her in bewilderment. I'm sure you have not been watching what your mother has been doing. Remove them and pound them separately, she said, sighing slightly with indignation. Meanwhile, she washed the dry fish, broke it into small pieces, and threw them into the steaming pot, which had started to spew out the telltale aroma of cooked utotoro. As the food boiled, Adiawudo added fresh pumpkin vegetables that had been plucked fresh from the farm in front of the house, washed and chopped into small bits. Then, with a local wooden spoon called akoma, she added a large scoop of fresh red palm oil that had been cooled into a semi-solid from a local drum-like vessel called ikpo. This completed the amalgam that was a delicious meal, which even to this day remains an exquisite delicacy for the locals. When Nwasa returned from the market in the evening, she was welcomed by Adiawudo and her pupil with a pot of the delicious meal. This was cooked by your daughter, she announced gleefully, grinning from ear to ear. All of them relished the delicious meal together. She is doing well. It is very delicious, Nwasat observed. She is learning fast, she observed with pride. As they sat down to eat, Dima was casting furtive glances at Adiawudo, hoping she would not report her early morning misdemeanor to her mother. And then, yes, but she did something that is against the rule of Mbopo custom. She went out of her sacred room to play Nsa with her relatives early this morning, Adiawudo said sternly. Nwasa put the large scoop of the delicious meal in a wooden spoon back into the earthenware plate. She sat up, her face contorted in shock. Dima, why did you do this? She asked when she recovered from the shock. The villagers believed that local deities controlled the beauty and weight gain concomitant with a virgin's commitment to the fattening room. They would be angry and refuse to do their work if the virgin went out of her room to carry out extraneous activities, except those prescribed by the savvy expert women entrusted to handle the custom. They believed those responsible deities would not allow the virgins to grow fat and be healthy if those customs were flouted. For Dima, it was an innocent childhood behavior to sneak out and have fun out of sheer boredom. But for these women, it was a very grievous offense. Dima just sat up and her wooden spoon dropped from her hand onto the food in the clay plate. The tears dropped freely. Continue to cry, but you must finish that food. And remember, I brought fufu and afang soup, which you must also eat, Adiawudo said. As she swallowed the last scoop of the meal, Adiawudo went to a local basket she had brought from her veranda and kept in a corner on the veranda. She removed 2 portions of fufu, wrapped in plantain leaves. She also brought out a small clay pot of afang soup. This she placed before Dima. Eat quickly. It is getting dark and you must sleep before the hens return to roost, she said. She then went inside the kitchen to fetch water from the pot with the local cup. And you must finish drinking this after eating, she said. It was decided at the women's meeting that for her to make amends for her misdemeanor, Dima must stay for an additional 1 week in the fattening room. The 3-month period in the fattening room for Dima had crawled like a snail. But for her mother and the other women, it flashed like lightning. Chapter 2. Sharp knife for a village maiden. At the end of the period came the final initiation of the virgin into womanhood. It was a special hush-hush ceremony carried out secretly by a group of women who were adepts at this solemn event. The mother of the virgin was not even among those who performed the rites, but she provided all that was required. Not much was required. She was to provide a sharp, small metal object called udyong, much like a knife. This object was flat, but unlike a knife, the handle was like a small rod, short and oblong. Udyong had a very broad blade. It was extremely sharp on one side and was actually designed for cutting off the hair by local barbers. It was also used to pare nails, or was used for local surgeries like incising a boil. Udyong was the local equivalent of a razor blade. It was so sharp that it entered the local lexicon as a simile. So if an object was very sharp, they could say afurentudyong. That is, it was sharp as udyong. Afurentudyong. That is, it was as sharp as udyong. A man's mouth could also be as sharp as udyong if he were a talkative, a betrayer, or a liar. She was also required to provide a local trait called ndam, obtained from peeling the bark of a frond of the raffia palm. A bottle of local gin, kai kai, was also on the list. The palm tree grew naturally and constituted the main cash crop for the people. From it, they derived palm oil for consumption, and palm kernel, which the rich merchants among the villagers sold to the government palm produce board, which in turn sold them to Liver Brothers, a subsidiary of the Royal Niger Group. This company was founded by Lord Lugard, who eventually amalgamated the northern and southern British protectorate of Nigeria into one country and called it Nigeria. In many other places in Africa, wine obtained from the palm tree was used to make kai kai. In our community, kai kai was made by distillation of wine obtained from the raffia palm tree. Ikpenam was famous for its raffia palm. From this was derived the palm wine. It was so abundant that many villagers made a handsome living and raised their children from selling the product. Other clans referred to our people as Ikpe Aboro Yenukorukot, meaning Ikpe that raises its children with only palm wine. Raffia or ndam was derived from its fronds and was also used in making bags, belts, shoes, and other decorative products. The villagers used to travel to Ikorikpene on foot, carrying these products on their heads to sell them at Uruato and Uruambakara, leaving at cockcrow and returning at sunset. In itself, palm wine was a very tasty local beverage. When fermented for about 2 to 3 weeks, it decomposed to water and alcohol. It was then distilled under fire in a local distillery made from carved logs of wood and pipes made from slender bamboo trees. It had a higher percentage of alcohol than the modern vodka, and this was because it was usually passed many times through the refinery to remove more water. Kai Kai was used for incantations during ceremonies and to pour libations at local functions. Also required was a piece of white cloth. All these were put in a local tray made with a wooden board, which edge was ornamentally woven with Aloud, strong ropes derived from the body of the raffia palm. The initiation ceremony, like the whole process of producing an mbupo, was an all-women affair, shrouded in secrecy. Adiawudo was the first person to arrive that evening. Within an interval of 10 minutes, 2 other women arrived. One was short, slender, but good-looking. One was a short, slender, but good-looking woman they knew in the neighborhood as Mbakwo. The other one was tall, muscular, and formidable with manly features. She was brought from a neighboring village, Ibongotoro. She walked with an authoritative air and seemed to be the leader of the pack. She was well known and rich and was called Nwaidiong Usongibong by the villagers. As the numbers seemed to complete, the atmosphere became sullen. No one talked to the other, no conversations, as all of them seemed to know what they were there to do and were adepts at the ceremony in their own rights. Nwaidiong entered the back of the house with a sharp knife. She soon emerged with a large fresh plantain leaf and a few tiny leaves from a local plant called edemedong. It was a common plant with hairy leaves, and its flowers were yellowish, looking much like the sunflower. The juice from this plant was usually squeezed out by the locals and used as a remedy to rub on fresh wounds to stop bleeding and promote healing. When all the materials had been assembled, all 3 women entered the fattening room. Nwaidiong led the pack, with the local tray clutched with her right hand. Nwasad entered last. Then the door was shut. Nwaidiong laid the large plantain leaf on the bare floor and ordered an apprehensive Dima to untie her wrapper. With glazed eyes, she obeyed. In anticipated agony, she was waving her head and 2 hands simultaneously, breathing rapidly and heavily in fear. Lie down on the plantain leaf, Nwaidiong ordered. Dima began to sob at this point, her whole body shaking with fear. Nwasad began to sob with her child, and Nwaidiong ordered her out of the room. Dima's sobs turned into a loud moan, then a shrill cry, as 2 hands grabbed her on the shoulders and pinned her to the plantain leaf on the floor. She made to struggle, but the women overpowered her and shouted at her to stay still. Nwaidiong was particularly aggressive, shouting at the top of her voice. Don't you want to become a woman? Don't you want to get pregnant? Don't you want to bear children? Stop struggling. Keep quiet and pat your legs, she shouted. Without any prompting, Dima closed her eyes as she obeyed. 2 large fingers grabbed something in between her pubic area. Then she felt a small squeeze, as if a rope was being tied to something and pulled. The searing sharp pain of a cut made her yell very loudly, her two hands involuntarily pushing away every other hand and object from her thigh, and crimson blood spotted. "Is it out?" Mbakwa asked. Nwaidiong just glanced at her and nodded in the affirmative. She deposited the tiny, dark, pointed, fleshy object still tied to the raffia in the wooden tray. She cleaned the remnants of crimson blood that had squirted out of the fresh wound using the white cloth. She reached for the leaves of edemedon, rubbed them together in between her large palms, squeezed out the dark greenish liquid, and rubbed it into the fresh wound. Dima screamed again as the liquid was being rubbed. Then she held Dima's hands. "Congratulations, you are now a full woman," she said with a wide grin. She poured a generous tot of kai kai into a cup, offered some prayers to the spirits that controlled fertility, gulped a sizable quantity, and handed what was left to Mbakwa, who sipped a little and handed the cup to Dima. Still tense and sobbing profusely, she got up feeling dizzy, intense pain still gnawing at her private parts. She took the remains of the tot, emptied the content into her mouth, and gulped it down. Nwasar, who had been waiting apprehensively outside, listening to all the screams and shouts, entered as they opened the door. "Is it done?" she asked anxiously. "Yes," Nwaidiong and Mbakwa answered in unison. Then all of them laughed, burst into a song, and danced in a circle with an esoteric dance step. Dima staggered onto the bamboo bed and just moped at them in confusion. Chapter 3. 3 maidens enter a market. That night, she could not sleep. Dima kept turning and tossing on the mat on the creaky bamboo bed. Before they left, Nwaidiong had advised her mother to sleep with Dima, having been served a heavy mound of pounded yam and fresh palm wine. Because they were adept in the local surgery, they knew the prognosis. The pain would intensify at night, and the patient might need help. Soon, she felt like urinating and called her mother. She helped her to get up, but she could not walk. The pain had become excruciating. With the help of a local lantern called Tonyo, Nwasad went outside and returned with asana. This was a local receptacle made from a gourd and used for receiving urine and sometimes feces when nursing sick people by villagers. This was placed in between Dima's legs after asking her to sit on the edge of the bed. She screamed with pain as the warm urine squirted out into the receptacle. When she looked at the content, she noticed the urine was stained with blood. She was scared. The following day, her mother complained to Adiaudo, who only smiled and assured them that the problem would settle with time. With the passage of weeks, the wound gradually healed. By now, Dima had turned from a skinny ramrod figure into a local beauty with pointed breasts, smooth curves, bouncing buttocks, and straight, heavy, rounded legs that could turn heads and make the male folks salivate. Discharging a virgin who had completed the tutelage of the local experts from the fattening room was usually a joyous occasion in every village. This involved a large assemblage of local men, women, and children to watch the ceremony. And because it was usually done on a market day, it was watched by people from the neighboring villages as well. On the appointed Afiongetok market day that Dima was to become a Wombopo, there was a flurry of activities in Nwasat's hut. A Wombopo was the name given to a recent graduate from 3 months of grooming and fattening in the fattening room. The ceremony was usually done for a cohort of girls from different families and sometimes from different villages in groups of 3 or 4. Sometimes, however, there could be a lone Mbopo who went to the market if other girls who underwent the training at the same time could not be found. This occasion had 3 girls. Nwasat had assembled a large team to work for the success of the ceremony. The male folk dug out large tubers of yams from the farm in front of the house. Some of them fetched water with clay pots on their heads from the nearby Idem into the many large clay pots, some of which she borrowed from women in nearby compounds. The girls fetched firewood from nearby bushes, and some men brought logs of wood from the forest. These were split into tiny bits with axes and made suitable for firewood. Women contributed cassava roots that were used to make cassava flour called gari from their farms. Some were used to make fufu or ntororo. Other women contributed palm oil, fish, crayfish, okra, afang, vegetables, and a special type of bean fruit which was black in color called ibaba. This was used to thicken a soup, especially white soup, used to eat pounded yam. White soup was so called because it was plain without vegetables. Some women brought cocks, and some men even brought goats. It was indeed a communal event. The women spent all night peeling yams, washing and cutting vegetables, pounding ibaba, and peeling and pounding melon seeds used in preparing white soup. The boys pounded the yam and fufu for the event. Preparation for the soup was left to just before the opening of Ntiantia, in the mid-morning when the guests and the maidens would have returned from the event in the market. This was so the soup did not get sour before consumption by the guests in the evening. That morning, the women who were to prepare their wombupo rose before the first crow of the cock. Nwaidi Ibong had a maiden from her village joining in the ceremony, and she therefore could not join Nwasat to prepare Dima for the occasion. But Adiawudo was handy and equal to the task. Adiawudo, as the lead tutor, had assembled a formidable group of skilled women who decorated their wombopo while the younger girls watched. Adiawudo made Dima sit on a stone-hewn stool in a cubicle that had been constructed with sticks and mats made from raffia palms. Villagers typically constructed their bathrooms this way in the village. "Bring that hot water," she called out to one of the girls in the backyard. A pot straight from the fire with steaming clean water was brought. In every household, one clay pot was usually reserved for boiling water meant for bathing. If you used just any pot, especially a cooking pot, the water lapped lapped up reserves of pepper from previous cooking, and you could receive a burning sensation on your skin soon after the bath. The sensation was worse in the private parts. Again, she called for local black soap. This was made of dust from burnt shafts of palm fruit mixed with a greenish liquid obtained by crushing and squeezing the fleshy green leaves of akoro. When this local mixture was used for bathing, it produced foam, much like modern soap, and left the body clean and smooth when it was well prepared. Adiawodo mixed the hot water with cold water in another pot, intermittently putting her hand to test if the water had reached the right temperature to bath an mbopo. Once this was obtained, she nodded with satisfaction. She first of all dipped a clean cloth into the mixture of local black soap. She then used this to scrub Dima's body, starting from the head, neck, armpits, trunk, buttocks, thighs, and feet. Then she rinsed the rack, dipped it into the warm water, and rinsed the body with it. From the heat of the water, Dima wriggled her body. Adiawodo just ignored her. She knew the water temperature that she used to obtain optimal result for the skin of an mbopo. It had to be very warm. The same temperature was used for a woman who had just delivered. She repeated this 3 times. By the 4th time, Dima's skin was sparkling clean and shiny. After drying the whole body with a clean rag, she called for fresh palm oil. This she mixed with a reddish pigment called idwood, which Nwasat had bought the previous Afiongitok market day. She took the resulting liquid with her fingers and rubbed them together in her palms. She applied this onto the skin starting from the face, rubbing it in thoroughly from head to toe. She stood back to admire the results. A plump, tall maiden with extremely shiny reddish skin stood majestically before her and the other young girls. She just smiled and nodded in admiration. Anang people admire Mbopo with this shiny treated skin. So much so that they say, Mbopo akabama ufat insiden jiangidemeran. If you embrace an Mbopo, the mixture stains your skin or makes your clothes reddish. But if a beauty even agrees to embrace you, what is the stain on your body or clothes compared to such a favor? The previous day, the young girls had spent hours plaiting her hair in a style called mkpop. Here, the hairs were first combed using a wooden comb. Then they were parted using the wooden comb into different segments in lines. Slender pieces of ndam were used to tie the bases one after the other. They were then combed again and trimmed into rounded shapes like mushrooms. This made the hair and the head very shapely, taking the shape of a group of lone mango trees on top of a roundish hill, viewed from a distance. Adiawodo then asked her to sit on a wooden stool. A tiny clay pot containing akun was brought. This was a kind of black paint made with the liquid extracted from crushing the seeds from the brownish pod of the fruit of a shrub that grew in the environment. After crushing, the shaft, along with the oozing liquid, turned black on their own. She made a local brush by chewing one end of a slender chewing stick. With this, she drew beautiful patterns on her body with the local black paint, starting from the forehead, the root of the nose, and the cheeks. The lips were painted also with the black substance. The beautiful patterns were also made on the chest, the back, and the flat abdomen. A circular pattern was made around the two fleshy pointed nipples. She was adorned with red neck beads and two other beads that hung across each shoulder. A brightly colored wrapper with red and yellow patterns was tied around her waist to reach midway above the knees, exposing parts of her shapely laps and all of her straight legs. "Bring those awok," Adiaudo said, looking at one of the young girls who stood nearby and pointing in the direction of the open door into the room. The girl entered the house and emerged with two metal objects. These were made in the form of springs, much like those used in the shock absorbers of a Peugeot vehicle. The springs here were slenderer, though, and not as heavy. They were made of brass, polished with a special liquid that made them glitter like gold and shaped in a conical form. A local metal worker, whom the villagers called a tinker at Mbiabong, had been commissioned to produce it to the specification of Dima's legs weeks before the ceremony. Adiaudo slipped these through Dima's feet to encircle the legs and drop on her ankles, reaching on its upper end a little below the knees. They looked as though they were springs fitted to the shock absorbers of a vehicle. "Walk a little, let us see you," she said. Dima moved graciously about 10 steps in the manner she had been taught to walk by the women during her tutelage in the fattening room. The awok on her legs bounced on themselves, producing a beautiful clanging sound. The women and girls jumped, clapped, and shrieked excitedly at their good product as they admired those gracious steps. The picture of her appearance produced by the whole decor made her look like a goddess from the sea, a kind of mythical apparition the villagers called Mami Wata. She looked so beautiful that any young suitors would turn their heads and begin to salivate at their appearance. This, indeed, was the essence of the whole laborious process to prepare the village maidens for their future husbands. That morning, 3 maidens were to enter the market. One was from Ibongo Toro, Nwaidiong's village. The other was from Koi Igbe, a nearby village, and Dima from Ibam. Of all 3, Dima stood out both in natural beauty and decor. All the maidens had now arrived, along with their drummers, singers, and dancers. At noon, the market was full, as Ntiantia had opened. It was time for the procession to enter the market. It was a long procession. In the front were the 3 maidens, all similarly decorated and dressed. Then followed a group of younger girls, singers and dancers, adorned in the attires of their various dance age grades. Some were already candidates for the next round of training in the fattening room. They were followed at the rear by their proud parents and local women mentors. Nwaidiong was the overall group leader. "Obaikpama," she shouted in local salutation. "Iya," the girls chorused in answer. "Ibanma," "Iya," chorused the women. "Mkparawama," "Iya," answered the men. "Afrirong mimao," "Iya," "Iyai," everyone chorused excitedly in unison. By now, the number of spectators in the compound had grown almost unmanageable. Nwaidiong called on the most elderly man in the crowd to pour libation and offer prayers to the gods of the land to protect them, hold the reins, and make the ceremony a success. This was the prerogative of Udoyara, the owner of the compound, but he had passed on. The eldest son, Akpan Udoyara, who would have stood in his stead, had joined the white man's religion. Nwaidion then intoned a song for a procession to commence. Anyong mumedim kaman no njadan bopong kerokanwa. Anyong mumedim kaman no njadan bopong kerokanwa. The song was a kind of prayer for the skies to hold the rain so they could take the maidens into the market. The local abodum, a hollow instrument carved out of a log of wood, picked up the intoned song. All the drummers and singers joined, and the whole atmosphere was charged. The maidens in front started to move, and the procession followed. Everyone was either dancing or singing, and the whole atmosphere became electric. As the procession entered the Ofiongetok market, the whole market broke into a disorderly commotion. Women and even men became so excited that some abandoned their wares to have a glimpse of the ethereal spectacle. At the end of the day, not a few had lost some of their perishable wares to the feet of the stampeding crowd, and some to thieves. The maidens did not disappoint the villagers. Slow dance steps were followed by rapid wiggling of the waist, then violent wreathing and gyrations of the body, according to the dictates of the drums led by Obodum. In the frenzy, the maidens were showered with gifts: yam tubers, plantains, cocoyam, and a few manilas from some rich traders in the market. The procession moved from one market street to another. This continued down to the close of the market in the evening, and at the end, everyone retired home, satisfied that the outing was worth the commotion, all the preparation, and even the thievery. In the village tradition, it was not only the Mbupo that entered the market to dance. Sometimes it had some unusual dancers. Discipline was strictly enforced in our community. If anyone was caught stealing, he was seriously disgraced as punishment. His body was painted black with charcoal, leaving only the face so that people would recognize who he was. Drummers were recruited to accompany him to play and sing derogatory songs for him to dance, amid jeers by little children and women. He was taken to the same market to dance to jeers instead of cheers, and forced to dance around the streets where he was spat upon, jeered, and pelted with non-injurious objects such as eggs, palm fruits, sand, and decayed foodstuff. It was a pitiable sight. At the close of the market, he was returned to his family compound, exhausted. The shame and stain on the family name were so gargantuan that no one dared to steal. Sometimes, the culprit becomes very depressed, gets sick, becomes mentally ill, and may die. As Unwas had served the food to the guests in the house that evening, 3 young men approached her in turns to ask for Dima's hands in marriage. One of them was a court clerk in the native court at Ibam. He was a handsome, dark-complexioned, soft-spoken young man called Ete. He was said to come from a village in Edemiyang. As the villagers referred to the area across Inyang Uronwankwo, a tributary of the Kwaibo River at Ikorosurwa in Ikorekbene, that emptied into the Atlantic Ocean. Nwasar was always mindful that someone had placed a manila on her abdomen when she was pregnant with Dima. She told them that she had already been taken, and ruefully, they all left. Chapter 4. The wooden shaft consults the sky. On the morning of the following day, Nwa Edo left her house quite early. She had just pushed out a large python from the front door of her house and dragged it into the bush. She did not want any further delays. Recently, these animals were becoming a menace. Large, black and white colored pythons bred and crawled everywhere in the village because our people neither killed nor ate them. You could just wake up in the morning to find a large python in the bamboo rafters of your roof. All you did was take a stick, gently push it out, and drag it into the bush. You had to be careful not to wound them or kill them. The people believed the soul of a grandson or some other relative could inhabit these pythons and held it as their totem. If you killed them, you could be killing a grandchild or a relative. Some old women even used their hands to lift them into the bush. Interestingly, these docile animals, she wanted to see Nwasat early before she left for the market or her farm. She was there in the market the previous day to watch the Trimbopo. She had seen Dima dance, especially when the lead singer called them out to dance in turns. She had enacted the best dance steps, and among the three virgins, she had received the highest ovation. Of the 5 manillas given to the virgins by some wealthy spectators, she had received 3, while the rest split the remaining 2 between them. When the ceremony ended in the evening, she went to Nwasat's house. The crowd there was mammoth, and even while the visitors were being served, she saw Nwasat discussing with some men whose parents she knew were looking for brides for their male children. Even though she had placed a manila on Nwasat's abdomen when she was pregnant for Dima, in the traditional way of entering a covenant of marriage for their children, she did not want to take chances. People had been known to backpedal on such covenants, especially if there was a delay on the part of the man's parents. She was particularly worried by the presence of the court clerk, and for good reason. Apart from being very handsome, he was working with the colonial government in the Queen's native court at Ibam. People said he was earning plenty of money, which was quite evident. Everyone in the community admired his large lifestyle and courage. They admired his rally-made white horse bicycle, which he rode to church and around the community, or to visit people in neighboring villages. He was the only person in the community with a rally white horse bicycle, which the villagers call Udadigen Angukwak. Interpreted, this will read something like Rallic metal horse. Besides, he was the only one in the community to own a gramophone. The gramophone was the only reigning musical instrument that produced music at that time. It looked like a rectangular box with a cover fastened at the shorter edge with hinges. Its color was usually black. On the inside of the cover was the color painting of a dog squatting in front of a brass trumpet, its mouth pointing at the turret as if it was singing. The word EMY was printed under the feet of the dog, along with another inscription, his master's voice. It had a circular, flat silver plate on the top when opened. This a tape called turntable. On this, he would place another round, flat, black plate with fine, tiny grooves and a hole in the middle. This he called a record. The hole fitted snugly into a short, protruding, silvery metal object on the turntable atop the open box. He then inserted a short metal object bent into the form of a Z with a straight middle arm into a hole on the right lower end of the box, just below the hinge of the cover and a little distance from the back end. He wound this in a clockwise direction until it could no longer turn. Then he unrolled a silvery white stout metal object attached to the back end of the box. It looked like the neck of a fowl and could twist on itself. It also had as its head a circular black metal object on which he fixed a small sharp pin he called a stylus. While this neck was being removed from its clip behind the box, the circular table and the record began to rotate on their own in a clockwise direction. He gently placed the stylus at the edge of the record as it turned. The villagers observed the object in wonderment as it produced music. Sometimes in their local language, men, women, and children congregated at his compound in the court premises on Saturdays, sometimes from far-flung villages, to listen and dance to the music. Some men brought fresh palm wine, which they sat down to enjoy with the court clerk. Nwaido was feeling unwell, shivering with a fever, but she had to be there to see Nwasat because it was important. "You are not looking like yourself," Nwasat observed, waving at a bamboo bench for her to sit down. "Yes, I took ill yesterday with a fever, but I had to come," Nwaido replied. "I hope what is making you sick is not what I'm thinking," she said, laughing. "Well, maybe. I don't know," and they both laughed. When they had finished the breakfast of warmed remnants of afang soup with gari, prepared for the previous day's ceremony, Nwaido introduced the subject of discussion. "Our people say that Akaniko iside wusem," she said, clearing her throat. Nwasat was looking at her and nodding her head repeatedly in agreement. An old discussion is not a foreign language, and she understood. "You mean the marriage between Dima and Okon, your son?" Nwasat asked. "Yes," she replied. For a time, the two women were quiet. While Nwasat was searching her head for a suitable time for the marriage ceremony, Nwaido's heart was pounding away violently, probably in anticipation of a negative response from her. "The rains are already here, and it is Egbo period, so we have to shift it to the dry season, towards the beginning of the planting season. That will give us sufficient time to prepare," Nwasat said. Nwaido smiled broadly and sighed in relief. Egbo periods usually come towards the end of the year. In this festival season, which lasted for one calendar month, young men in the villages wore masks carved from wood. Some masks were painted black and looked very fearful, while others were shiny, ebony black and beautiful. These were covered with slender tendrils of a local plant called mpatat. The tendrils had extremely tiny fleshy leaves that made them look almost fluffy. Each ekbo held a bow and an arrow, which they did not hesitate to throw at women seen outside when the masquerades were out, or at men who were non-initiates. The masqueraders wore only a cloth covering their scrotum, which was then tied to their waists. On their waists, they also wore a specially made decor made by tying together pieces of cloth with different colors on a rope made of cloth. This the villagers called nyo. Another thick decor was worn on their chests, similarly made, but with finely trimmed raffia tied together. This was called unang and looked very formidable in appearance. Their legs and hands were painted with charcoal powder mixed with palm oil, and this gave the limbs a black shiny appearance. During the period, the activities of this masquerade severely limited both movements and economic activities in the community, because women never went out of their houses and non-initiates were not to be seen outside. The two women rose on their feet. "By the way, where is my daughter-in-law?" Nwaido asked. "She is tired from yesterday's stress, so she is still sleeping," Nwasa replied. "Greet her for me when she is awake. She did well yesterday." "Thank you. Greet my son-in-law." They both smiled, shook hands warmly, and Nwaido left. These arrangements had been made by Nwaido all alone. Since her husband, Urok Banabasi, had died when her son Uko was 2 years old, she had struggled to train them. She sent him to primary school using the little savings she made from selling farm products like plantains, cocoyam, corn, and pumpkins at the local market. In school, the teachers said he was very brilliant. After his standard 2, the school authorities increased the fees to 2 manillas. She could not afford this and asked him to stay back and learn a trade. It is natural to wonder how 2 manillas could send someone out of school. But 2 manillas in those days were a lot of money. We were born to see a well-developed and sophisticated commercial culture. Every day was a market day with a name, and the people conglomerated at a market square somewhere on these days to barter their farm products. If you had yams, you could exchange for an agreed number of cassava or cocoyams, or you could exchange it for any farm products or domestic animals you needed. When the white man came, he introduced the manila. This was a small horseshoe-shaped object with expanded ends. It was made of copper, or sometimes of a molten material that could break if it was hit on the ground with sufficient force. Just 2 of these could buy you 1 mbekikot, and to raise them could take you a whole year of hard labor. As there was no bank in the villages in those days, the rich people among them buried the manila in the ground at spots they could easily identify for safekeeping. Once, I employed some young men to prepare the ground on a piece of land my father gave me upon his death for the planting of palm trees. This land was a share of his own father's property. As they dug the ground, they came upon 4 pieces of original manila, which someone had buried inside a tiny earthenware pot at the root of an mpafere tree. Another large cache of manillas was unearthed by a boy named Monde Usobong at Ekoi Ikpe while digging the ground for planting at the foot of the same tree near their village square. I still possess all the manila he sold to me for a princely sum of money. Later, the pound, shilling, and penny were also introduced by the British. Nwaido's Okon learned how to weave raffia bags, a kind of village occupation learned by many young men who could not attend school. As he grew, he discovered that a sedentary occupation did not suit him. From the proceeds of his trade, he bought a bicycle. Together with a friend, they started a trade on yams and other seafood products like fish, which they bought from Uruan Harbor, loaded on their bicycles and sold in the local market. The journey on a bicycle took 2 days. Soon, he saved enough money and started trading on what used to be called articles in those days. These consisted of daily use products: knives, spoons, pots, drinks, soaps, creams, camphor, and candles, among other things. He traveled to Aba or Onitsha to purchase these items for sale in the local markets, especially of Yongetuk and Abonang, carrying the goods on bicycles. Now, her first son, whom she fondly called Uko or Ponoyen, had come of age. Uko means valor, and because he had big eyes, she called him Ponoyen. Now, Nwaido had arranged a bride for him, but she had reached a point she could not go it alone. Marriage was a family affair, and she had to involve the family elders, beginning with the first stage, Udiongufok. In our tradition, this was the first stage in the marriage process. It was a familiarization process where 1 or 2 elders from the groom's family with his parents visited the bride's parents in their compound to get to know them. Nwaido and Uko arrived early in the morning at the house of Aboro Ikwo Panabasi, who was the eldest son of her husband, on whom the mantle fell to lead the visit. If Atme does not consult the gods in the sky, it does not dig the ground. I came to consult you. This your son is taking a wife, and I want you as the father to lead us to the bride's parents. Nwaido said, handing him a bottle of kai kai, after she and Uko had sat down on the bamboo bench. Atme was a wooden shaft with a sharp pointed edge used by the villagers to dig the ground, to put yam stakes on which they nurtured yam tendrils. The imagery is that Atme must go up as if consulting the sky before hitting the ground. You must consult the elders before embarking on an important endeavor like marriage. Aborikwo nodded, took the bottle, kept it at the corner of the veranda, and sat down. My son, you have done well. Edo, that is as it should be. When is the Udiongufok? Next week, Aderobo Market Day, Nwaido answered. Where is the bride from? Ibam. Ibam people are good and peaceful, even though we are not their Iman. We are kindred with Ikontuen, Ekoi, and Ikorobiat. Of these, Mbiabong is like the first son, or Akman to Ikbenang. Ekoi is like the second son, or Udo. If the father kills a cow, the head goes to Mbiabong, while the neck goes to Ekoi, explained Aborikwo gleefully. Nwaido smiled and looked at him admiringly. I didn't know this. Who are the kindreds with Ibam? She asked. I didn't expect you to know either. Even though you are our wife now, my father married you to this place from Ibong Toro. Ibam people are Iman with Mbiabet and Nongiyang, replied Aboro. Well, I don't think it matters much, since you have said they are good and peaceful people, Nwaido observed. As well as I don't think it does, but there are people who think it matters. Only 2 people were present that evening when Nwaido and Aborikwa arrived at Ibam, a walking distance away. Nwasar had consulted Akpan Udoyara, a tall, fair, handsome, and rich man who was the eldest son of her late husband, Udoyara, to stand in his stead. The event took place in his compound. They all shook hands and sat on 2 bamboo benches facing each other. They had all known themselves very well, some from youth. The 2 men had been meeting each other severally, either in the marketplace or at Anwafyong. Each village had a designated recreational spot, usually a clean, swept clearing called Anwafyong, where young men and women met to sing, dance, and socialize under the moonlight on designated days. The young men and women stood in separate lines facing each other. In turn, they were required to dance and move towards any person of the opposite sex they liked. They then held his or her hand, moved in between the 2 lines, and danced together to the admiration of all. Sometimes a pair of winners would be selected and given a prize, a cock, yam, or plantain. At times, the event called Afyong entered a competition between villages. The winning village was celebrated in a ceremony. It was also an avenue for matchmaking. If a young man who had come of age saw a young woman he loved at the event, he informed his parents. Arrangement would be made between both families for her to be given out in marriage. Akpan Udoyara then stood up. I am told you came to know our compound. You are welcome. I cannot ask you to state why you are here, and I cannot ask for introductions since we already know ourselves. Then he sat down. Thank you, my brother. Please allow me to sit down and talk. I have this waist pain and cough. People say that rainwater that gyrates into Udo is not missing its road. Yes, we are not missing our road because we are all brothers. And it is good for brothers to visit each other once in a while. But there is a reason why we came, Aborikwa said. Then he breathed heavily and coughed slightly, pausing a little to allow the words to sink. Sensing that he might let the cat out of the bag prematurely, Nwaedo turned to look at him, shaking her head gently in disapproval. Aborikwa just looked back and nodded his head slightly. Then he continued. I would love the 2 of us to put our heads together out of earshot of the women, he said, standing up as he beckoned on Akpan Udoyara to follow him. By the time they returned, a day had been fixed for the next Abo market day, for the next phase of the marriage, Nkongudok. 2 young maidens brought pounded yam and fresh palm wine in a cake. As they ate and drank, they chattered away. Then they departed to their various houses as darkness was approaching. Chapter 5. An evening of a million ants. The appointed Abo market day fixed for Nkongudok. The second stage of the marriage process came around like a flash of lightning. This time, the assembly was larger and included some extended family members on both sides. Constant, like the village square, were the 4 that had attended the Udiongu for the previous week. And the event took place in the same venue at Akpan Udo Yara's house. In all, there were 7 people on each side. The previous night, Nwaido, with the help of Aborikwo, assembled the required items. 1 manila was required for the knocking of the door. Also required were a full pot of kola nuts, 7 bitter kola fruits, a bottle of kai kai, and 1 jar of palm wine. The evening was brief. Akpan Udo Yara inspected the required items that were displayed on a wooden table in front of the guests. Then he nodded with satisfaction and signaled Aborikwo to begin the ceremony. Aborikwo stood up from the left side of the wrapper tied to his waist. He untied 1 manila. We came here today as a family and as strangers to knock on your door. Even though we are all brothers, tradition demands that we don't come empty-handed, he said, placing the manila on the table. Then he continued. Our son here reported to us that he saw an Awo Mbopo from your family, whom he is interested in taking as a wife, he said, pointing at Okonudo, who had now stood up from his sitting position at a corner. We thank you because we know you will not deny us. This is a good family, as all of us know. We know the bride will be good because the offspring of a lion does not resemble a goat. Our people say that if one tooth falls, another one must come out of its place, in its place. Already, our father joined our ancestors long ago when this our son was a toddler. We need to prepare the stock that will replace us when we are no more. That is why we are knocking on your door. Then he sat down. Akpan Udo Yara stood up. You have spoken well. We thank you for the money. We appreciate your coming. It is our tradition not to harm strangers, in-laws, and grandchildren. So you are quite safe here. But there are many maidens here. So we want to know the particular one you are talking about, he said. Without prompting, Nwaido stood up. The Mbopo that entered the market 3 weeks ago, she said, and you wouldn't even allow the rains to wash away her footstep? Akpan Udo Yara interjected. No, she is just too beautiful. No one waits too long to bargain for something good, because others also have eyes to see good things, said Nwaido, smiling and showing the beautiful gap in her set of white front teeth. What if we say no? Akpan Udo Yara said, laughing. I know you won't, Nwaido answered, shaking her head gently. Everyone roared with laughter. Well, you are right. We wouldn't say no. Call Dima from that backyard for us, Akpan Udo Yara said to one of the family members seated near the back door. She stood beside her mother, her shy, beautiful face looking at nothing in particular on the ground. Everyone was mesmerized by her beauty. She dressed in a yellow necklace blouse, which brought out the shape of her breasts, the pointed nipples threatening to pierce through the clothes. She wore a brightly colored flowery green and yellow wrapper that reached just below her knees from her waist, revealing part of her shapely black legs and ankles. As the guests started to murmur and the atmosphere became restive, She glanced at the young man standing at the corner, and their eyes met. Maybe that was the one her mother had talked so much about. He was very handsome, she thought. As their eyes met and he looked at her, Okonuro felt something like millions of ants crawling down rapidly from his head through his body to his feet. As they passed through his waist, he felt a strange surge of hot blood gushing through his manhood. Then it stiffened up, threatening to tear through the wrapper that he wore. His throat felt dry, and he looked blank. He had never felt this way in his entire life. Then, simultaneously, they looked away from each other. Is that the one you are talking about? Apanodo Yara asked the guests, pointing at the maiden before them. Yes, the whole group chorused in unison. Nwaido got so excited she broke into a song and stood up to dance. Everyone joined in as she danced towards the maiden and embraced her. After a few rowdy minutes, everyone sat down again and the atmosphere became calm. Akpan Udo Yara motioned to Dima to leave. As she turned and walked away, Okonudo gazed at her, admiring once again her shapely figure and the tantalizing movements of her graceful, measured steps. There is no more to be said. A commodity is here, and the market is here. Everyone is a witness, and Jesus is also here as a witness. Akpan Odo Yara enthused, smiling widely. Everyone looked at each other in amazement. They looked around, and no one found anyone among them who had come called Jesus. They only saw visitors and the host family who knew each other. Who is Jesus among us here? Aborikwa was forced to ask, looking around the gathering with a startled countenance. He is not physically present, but he is here in spirit. Akpan Odo Yara volunteered. Then they remembered that he had just taken to the white man's religion, which Etemudoko had brought from Anua in 1914. He had mentioned that name while he was praying and said something like Amen. And in their language, they thought he was describing the act of swallowing. Many in the gathering giggled while others kept a straight face and ignored him. Aborikwa just sighed and turned away his face in consternation. Soon, everyone started to salivate at the aroma of the food and palm wine being brought onto the table. And she is an excellent commodity, Nwaido said enthusiastically. Everyone agreed, some nodding their heads and smiling. She is the one that cooked all the food we will eat here. Nwasa told the group proudly. Everyone nodded, and some giggled in excitement. After all the prayers calling on all the gods of the land to witness what had transpired, everyone sat down to feast on the pounded yam, white soup, goat meat, and fresh, frothy palm wine that was served. And as they ate, they talked about many things. Then an extended date was taken for the main traditional marriage, the last stage in the traditional marriage. Chapter 6. The day of the jubilant procession. The final stage in the traditional marriage was an elaborate ceremony that involved the villagers on both sides. Over the last 3 months, Nwaido, Okonuro, and Aborikwo had taken time to assemble the items required for the ceremony. The whole village was agog the day Okonuro married Dima in the traditional rites. More than 7 young men, mostly his cousins, carried the items required for presentation to the bride's family. Aborikwo, the eldest man in the family, led the procession. 14 tubers of yam were carried in 2 large baskets called nkreng. These were made with peels from the back core of palm fronds. Usokema, my father's cousin, a short, stocky, but hard-working young man, carried 7 fat yam tubers in 1 basket. Uron Nanga, another tall, dark, lanky cousin, who was a leftist, doing everything with his left hand, carried another basket with 7 fat yam tubers. Uroikbu, another stocky and jovial cousin, wrestled with a male and female goat as he dragged them along, tied to ropes on each 4 limbs. Intermittently, they veered off the road in an attempt to enter the bush to eat grass. Udoikbo dragged them back onto the road, sweating and cursing silently. 7 young men carried jars of fresh frothing palm wine placed on circular cushion pads made from folded dried palm leaves on their heads. Udo Usoro carried the jar containing local kai kai. Aborikwo clutched on the machete in a sheet made of goat skin with fluffy white hairs, and a knife sharpener wrapped in a piece of brown paper. Other items included 2 heads of snuff, 1 big green bottle containing ground powdery snuff, 7 pots of kola nuts, and 2 pieces of locally made wrappers called ekpang. Almost every young man in the larger Ntokpanabasi family was there, and each carried one thing or the other. Okonudo was naturally a handsome man, tall, with light brown skin. He dressed in a black traditional flowing tail chieftaincy vest with designs of the head of a lion. He had a beautiful multicolored wrapper with a bright red background tied to his waist. On his head, he wore a round black hat with a red plum fixed in a slanting fashion to a red band tied around its base. A long red necklace made of large rounded beads hung majestically on his neck, reaching just below the chest. He carried only a small local raffia bag containing 15 manillas in his left hand. The bag was made and presented to him as a gift for the ceremony by Udo Usoro, his cousin, who was a raffia bag maker. On his right hand, he clutched the slender wooden handle of a large local fan made with goat skin. The circular edge decorated with multicolored feathers. Even in the cold morning, he was intermittently fanning his face with it. Ukpong, his immediate junior brother, similarly dressed, walked by his right-hand side. He was all smiles. Nwaido, his mother, was in her best of elements. It was the day she had been yearning to live to see, when her son would get married and give her grandchildren. Little tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she remembered the day she was taken by her own husband from her parents at Ibong Iotoro, a village not too far away. That was many years ago. In quick succession, she got pregnant and produced 2 children in the space of 2 years, both males. Her husband named the first one Okon, meaning night, because he was born in the night. The second one was named Ukpong, which means soul. Just after her second son was born, one day, her husband suddenly fell down while he was at his farm. She and 2 other co-wives managed to lift him up. One stranger helped them sit him on the carrier of his bicycle, and with their support, he pushed him on the bicycle back to the house. Back home, they noticed his lips had twisted to the left side of his face. His speech became slurred, and he could not talk clearly. He could not hold an object in his right hand. Urine leaked slowly from his manhood like water from the cut surface of a tender plantain sucker. They said he had been slapped by a ghost. A traditional herbalist, Uko Akere at Ikorobong Ikpe, a subset family in Biabong, was known to successfully treat people with such conditions. He was taken to the man, but his condition became worse instead of improving. 2 days later, he died. She was still feeling the pain, though she was not the Atai or first wife. He had loved her. At times, he used to beat some of her co-wives, especially those who were heady. But he never beat her, which made everyone refer to her as Wanima, meaning the most loved wife. Only once did her husband beat her, and that was when she fought with his Udo. In those days, a man could have a woman he loved, who was not traditionally married to him, coming to sleep with him in his bedroom in his compound. Usually, she went on a day not reserved for any of the wives. All his wives and children knew her and regarded her as an informal family member. Sometimes, the man would take her as an additional wife, often on the recommendation of the Ataya one or the first wife. On that day, his Udo came when it was Nwaido's turn to save food and sleep with her husband. She was a village beauty from far away Ikoreside, one of the 14 villages in Ikbe. The husband was not around. Nwaido was livid, challenged her, and asked her to go back. A quarrel ensued, then an exchange of fisticuffs. Nwaido, being stronger and taller than her, overpowered her and pummeled her seriously, giving her a black left eye and a bruised right arm. Instead of separating the fight, her co-wives just hailed and clapped jubilantly. The widow ran away half naked, leaving her yellow head tie behind, weeping to the farm where she had left Urok Panabasi, and reported the matter. Upon return, he did not ask any questions. In anger, his manly fists just descended on Nwaido. After her husband died, she was left a young widow and struggled on her own, farming and selling the farm products in the market to raise the children. Years later, she produced a daughter by Owa Akpanabasi. Owa Akpanabasi, her husband's cousin, who was the eldest man in the Nto Akpanabasi family tree. We called the daughter Manne. In those days, this was the norm. If the husband of a young woman died, the wife could choose to cohabit with a cousin or brother of the dead man to produce children for him. The woman was usually allowed to name whom among the brothers she wanted. Nwaido usually dressed with no makeup. Naturally too, she was a beautiful woman. Of average height, she was fair in complexion with a beautiful, ever-smiling face. Her hair was long, fluffy and curly, like the hair of a newborn African child. And her face was shiny with bright eyes. She had a gap in the upper front teeth. She was quite trim in figure, with an average waistline which descended into full straight legs. She had a light complexion, just like that of her first son, Uko. That day, she made up, and more than usual. The previous day, she had some village women decorate her with beautiful patterns on her cheeks and arms using akun. She painted the sides of her feet and heels with earwood. Both arms were decorated with adung 3 days before. This was an artwork made on the bodies and arms of women on special occasions. It was made by crushing the seeds from the brownish fruit of a local shrub in between 2 stones. Using a small improvised brush made by chewing one end of a slender local chewing stick, they made whorly patterns on the shoulders of the woman, and sometimes on her back and abdomen, with the liquid from the crushed seeds. The result was not immediately seen, but within a day, beautiful patterns emerged on the skin where the patterns were made. These wonderful patterns seemed to be a part of the woman's skin, which was raised a little above the unpainted area. Scientifically, it seemed to be an urticarial reaction to the fruit's liquid on the woman's skin. It could last for more than 2 or 3 weeks on the skin, fading away with time on its own without leaving any marks or scars. She wore a bright red blouse on top of a yellow and black colored wrapper. To complement, a white bead dangled awesomely on her neck and fell between her breasts on the blouse, reaching just above the abdomen. At the opening of Ntiantia, the procession to Ibam, led by Aborikwo and followed by Etemudoko, left the village. Omo Uko Panabasi and Uwa Panabasi, the direct children of Akpanabasi Udoko, from whom my grandfather Udok Panabasi descended, were in the procession as elders. It was a long one with young men and women carrying this or that item on their heads. All were gorgeously dressed, and the procession snaked its way towards the main road. Chapter 7. As they arrived at Akpan Udo Yara's compound, they were greeted by the sight of large shades made of freshly cut palm frond tied with nyang to bamboo sticks. This was a flat black rope obtained from the trunk of the raffia palm tree. The shades were arranged in the form of a square. There was a superfluity of bamboo benches under the shades for everyone to sit on. In the center of the square were 2 large wooden tables joined to each other on each end. As the visitors arrived, young men directed them to the shade reserved for in-laws, and they emptied themselves onto the bamboo benches. Many elderly men in Udo Yara's family came out and shook hands with them. Some of them who knew themselves exchanging banters and laughing excitedly. When all on both sides were seated, a young spokesman on the groom's side introduced all the elders in Ntok Panabasi to the gathering. For most of them who knew themselves, this was just a formality. When he was done, he greeted the gathering in the usual typical Irongma Iya. Another young man from the Ntauro Yara family did the same. No sooner had he sat down than young maidens emerged with earthenware pots and baskets containing all sorts of local food, which they placed on the large tables in the center of the gathering. Every imaginable food had been cooked and was in the ensemble. Pounded yam, white soup, afang soup, fufu, ekpang kukwo, which the Anangs called utotro. There was also ikpan, a flat saucer-shaped brownish cake produced by pounding, seasoning, molding, and baking melon seeds. To harden it, they usually mixed the melon with a local fungus called iswo. These grew inside the trunks of decayed, fallen palm trees. They looked like stones. Some were big, some small, but all were irregularly shaped. They were often black in color, hard to touch, and whitish in appearance, like hardened flour when cut. Sometimes, the cakes were shaped like giant drug capsules. It was usually well garnished with pepper, salt, and was very tasty. Young men came out with jars of fresh palm wine and gourds. Kola nuts were broken into small pieces, put in a local tray, and passed around. Everyone picked and ate a small piece. Then the maiden served the food to the visitors. Many gormandized the meal hungrily, as they did not have time to eat breakfast at home. Before leaving, after everyone had eaten, palm wine was served in large and small gourds. As the sun was going down, it was time for the ceremony to begin. One of Udoyara's family elders stood up and rendered the usual Anang mass greetings. It is a sacrilege in our culture to harm strangers, grandchildren, in-laws, and kindred. We understand you are from Mbiabong. The people of Mbiabong, Ibam, Ekoi, and Ikontuen are Iman. Therefore, it would be a sacrilege in our culture for us to harm you. This we have to uphold. As our people say, we were born to see goats bending and walking with their 4 legs. Goats did not bend and walk after we were born. We have to treat you well, according to our tradition. This we have done by giving food and drink to the strangers in our midst today. After all this, we have to ask them what it is they are looking for in our compound in such large numbers. Ntauro Yara, I hope I have spoken your mind, he said, gazing inquiringly at the group seated behind him. All answered at once in affirmation. Then he sat down. Iman in Anang language means kindred. Aborikwo stood up. Thank you very much. You have spoken well. The people of Mbiabong and Ibam are not Iman, he said. Everyone murmured, and the crowd became restive. With a confused look, he continued, I am saying the truth. We are not Iman, but we must do what we should do. The murmuring became very loud, and the gathering became more restive. Akpan Uroyara stood up to render the Anang greeting, and peace descended on the gathering as if water was thrown on fire in between a tripod. Aboro just ignored them and cleared his throat. We have come here in such large numbers with our full sanity, not as madmen, fools, or vagabonds. We have a good reason for coming. Our people say that if you find an old woman running on the bush track, it is either because her grandchild in a neighboring village has died or she has lost her smoking pot. Then he reached for the four-sided green bottle of kai kai that stood on the ground beside him. This he placed on the ground before the Ntauro Yara family members. He beckoned on Okon Uro, who came and stood beside him. He placed his large right palm on his left shoulder and continued, "This our son here, Okon Uro Panabasi, came to me and said he saw a maiden from your family, liked her, and wants you to give her out to him in marriage. He told us her name is Dima. As you all know, in our tradition, he cannot come alone. We are all one, and we are all brothers. Therefore, as our people say, rainwater that gyrates into Udo did not miss its road. We are not Iman, as I have said, but we know you cannot harm us. We have come to strengthen our brotherly relationship by becoming your in-laws. That is why you find this big gathering from the Panabasi family here." Then both of them sat down. As he spoke, Nwaido was nodding and smiling gleefully. In admiration and agreement. Everyone agreed that he spoke well. He had always spoken well, even though sometimes he drank too much overnight palm wine, and on a few occasions he had been found dead drunk, snoring overnight in the dirty road gutter. Men and women from the Ntauro Yara family also admired his eloquence. They looked at the handsome, fair, and well-dressed young man standing before them and nodded in approval. Many conferred among themselves, bringing their heads together. It would be good if he also had a good behavior. As their people say, a man's story is better than his appearance. The same elder from Tauro Yara who spoke before stood up, looking into their side of the gathering. He beckoned to two women who came out and stood beside him. "These are the women who know where Dima is, and they are the ones to go and bring her. But before that happens, you will have to do the demands of our tradition. Our people say that you must eat to have the strength to sweep a long house pathway. He who has ears will hear and understand what Unwaikbo sings about," he said. Then he sat down. Unwaikbo were tiny village puppets carved with wood and painted with bright red and yellow colors. During the annual display of a Kong, a local play in the village square, their controllers sang in esoteric shrill voices from behind curtains made from palm fronds. They sang in parables, and one had to listen well to hear and understand what they sang about. Aborikwo placed one manila on the ground before the Ntauro Yara family. "A short man only hangs a bag where his hands can reach. This is what we have for the women," he said. One man from the family stood up and made to argue that the money was too small. Akpanodo Yara cut him short by fiat. He bent down, picked the manila, and handed it to the women, and they left. It did not take long before a group of women and young maidens emerged, singing and dancing with Dima and her mother at the center. Dima was dressed in a beautiful multicolored blouse with a yellow background on an equally colorful wrapper with a blue background. She wore a red head tie with red beads dangling precariously on her neck. Nwasad was also resplendently turned out in the same outfit as her daughter. They danced into the center of the gathering amidst loud cheers from men and women of both families. When the cheers had settled, Akpanodo Ayara stood up. "Is this the maiden you referred to?" he bellowed, pointing at Dima and referring to no one in particular. Oh, the women's voices were louder than those of the men. One by one, an elderly man from the Udo Yara family called out the items to be presented to the father. 7 jars of palm wine, a bottle of kai kai, 1 head of tobacco, 5 tubers of yam, which our people called isoedia, a jar of ground snuff, a pot of kola nuts, a machete, a sheet, and a he-goat. For the bride price, he called out 7 manillas. For the mother, all that was required for a presentation was a hoe, a head tie, a wrapper, a bead, a small basket of crayfish, a bag of salt, which was usually shared among the village women, a small basket of pepper, a bunch of plantains, a basket of sweet yams, and a hen. The salt was very significant. If a woman remained unmarried, another could taunt her by asking if the village had eaten her marriage salt. For the bride price, he called out 3 manillas. For the cousins, a cake of palm wine, a he-goat, a bottle of kai kai, a bottle of snuff, and 1 manila was required. 1 item remained for the list to be complete, observed an elder. At this point, an elder from the Ntokpan Abasi family conferred with the announcer. Then he mentioned to Usokema. Quickly he brought 1 unnamed huge object, which was wrapped in fresh plantain leaves from the back of the gathering, and handed it to him. The announcer took it reverently and gently dropped it on the ground without saying a word. The women looked at each other in amazement, but the men were indifferent because they knew the content. It contained a masquerade mask. By tradition, women were not allowed to see a mask when it was not worn. They could only see it on designated days when the village brought out ekbo to play their drums and dance for entertainment. It was sacrilege for them to see it, and if they did, special sacrifices would be offered to appease the gods. If a woman saw iferekbo, it was an even more serious offense. Iferekbo described a situation where one sees the true face of a mask wearer when unmasked. This could be accidental or deliberate. Only initiated men could see Iferekbo. These men, initiated into the cult, could see the face of the mask wearer freely and even talk to or sing the masquerade songs, which they called Ikwa with them. The masquerade did not sing their usually mellifluous songs, which were usually like an orchestra with a combination of deep and shrill voices with their faces covered. In fact, it was a great sacrilege, punishable by death, for a woman to see Iferekbo. When this happened, the offending woman was taken to a designated place by the village square, where the masquerades usually met and wore their masks. This was called Anwaekbo, a dense, cryptic, small enclave with a shrine. At the shrine, the wearers placed the mask to be worn, and sacrifices with incantations were made before they wore the mask for their outings. This was to tap occult powers from the gods into the mask. The length of time the mask remained in the shrine for empowerment depended on the type of Igbo. A special type of wood called Nkuubia was thought to have these occultic powers on its own, even without sacrifices. When worn, the masquerade was unusually agile, dangerous, and powerful. They shot their arrows indiscriminately, and on a few occasions they macheted and killed people. There was Akpanekbo, that is, the first son of Ekbo, or the principal. For this one, the mask could be placed for just a few days. This masquerade dressed smartly and was very agile and ran very fast. A Kaikbo mask was usually placed in the shrine for a longer period to tap more powers from the gods. This was the mother of them all. The wood used in making her mask was the Nkuubia, which is believed to possess great powers transferred temporarily to the wearer. Her black painted mask was very large, formidable, and ugly. It carried a pot on her head, from which exuded very thick bluish-white smoke. She wore a local wrapper called epang on her waist, and carried a spear in her hand, which she intermittently threw at any passers-by, whether an initiate or non-initiate. On her waist was tied a rope that a strong individual held to restrain it if it became too wild or active. This individual usually carried a cock, which legs were tied together in his hand, and a small raffia bag containing a bottle of kai. Intermittently, he put a little quantity in his mouth and spit it out as an aerosol on the mask. He then broke an egg and nsei and rubbed them on the mask to make it less violent. Ibam Ikbe had the most formidable Ekaikbo in Igbenang and its environs, and people trembled at the mention of Ekaikbo Ibam. Nsei was a reddish substance made from the bark of a local tree. After pounding it into a paste, it was molded into a shape much like a giant capsule when it was still wet. Then it was allowed to dry. When pressed between the forefinger and the thumb, it broke into fine flakes and was then spread on the neck of anything to be sacrificed to the gods. It was an inescapable accompaniment of any local sacrifice. With the offending woman in the shrine, the akuku, the village chief, or an appointed representative made incantations to appease the gods. She was then tied on both hands and feet and laid on plantain leaves. The akuku broke the nsei on her neck by way of approval with his authority. The executioner then slit her throat with a machete. The decision as to what punishment to give a woman who saw Iferekbo was a hard and painful one. My grandmother, Nwasat, told me a folklore about how the decision was reached. She said the chief of Ekbo, Obong Ekbo for the clan, had insisted that when a woman saw Iferekbo, even accidentally, as in most cases, she must be killed. Many of the village chiefs in the clan protested, maintaining that the punishment was too stiff, but he stood his ground. Eventually, he had his way. Incidentally, The first woman in his village that saw Iferekbo was his daughter. He wanted to recant, but the villagers forced him to break Nsei on his daughter's neck, and her throat was slit. Henceforth, the practice stood. When all the required items for the marriage ceremony were placed on the table, an elder from the Udoyara family was appointed to inspect them. Satisfied, he nodded his head in approval. 2 elders from the Udoyara family took Dima, her mother, and Uko Akere to the back of the compound. One young man dragged a reluctant, constantly bleating white goat on a rope and followed them from a short distance. Near their corofens, there was a tall tree called Mpafere, with edible leaves that the villagers used to make delicious soups. At the foot of this tree was Udoyara's Obot. This was a small shrine found in every large family compound. The villagers believed Aborowo was the god responsible for creation and fertility in women. If they were not appeased in the form of sacrifices when a girl was married, she might remain infertile. A young man dug a small shallow pit just in front of the shrine, which was covered with adong. This was a small mat made with yellowish raffia palms. It had dark, dried blood stains all over from previous sacrifices. Then, 2 young boys held the neck of the goat over the shallow pit, its body and head facing the sky. Uko Akere broke Nsei on the neck of the female goat, muttering incantations continuously as he did so. He poured a little palm wine into a gourd, and using this, he made incantations and offered prayers to the gods of fertility. As he called out the name of each god and named an ancestor, he poured a little part of the palm wine on the neck of the struggling goat over the shallow pit. He put out his right hand behind him without looking in that direction. One of the boys pulled a sharp machete from his sheath and handed it to him. With this, he slit the throat of the struggling white goat. Crimson blood gushed out in a torrent and poured into the pit, some staining its snow-white fur. He bent down, took some of the blood from the pit with the leaves of a plant called afor, and sprinkled it on another freshly made yellowish adong placed over the old one. He took some of the blood on the tip of the 5 fingers of his right hand. Then he told Nwasa to expose a portion of Dima's abdomen close to the navel. Rubbing the blood gently on the exposed portion, he pressed the abdomen gently in a rhythmic manner and prayed to the gods to provide her with the fruit of the womb. Done, he washed his hands in water poured over them from a small pot by one of the boys. They placed the pot in front of the adong and poured some of the palm wine into it and on it. Then they returned to the gathering. This sacrifice was called Nwarabot. In the gathering, Dima, her mother, Akpan Udoyara, representing her father, Okon his mother, and Aborikwa, representing his father, were lined up facing the crowd. Aborobekon Onete Mudo to join him. An elder from the Udoyara family stood up. He took Dima's right hand with his own left hand. He motioned to someone in the crowd, and a gourd filled with palm wine was placed in his right hand, which he pointed skywards. Then he looked up reverently. God of the skies, gods of our land, come and drink this, O, he said, as he poured a little quantity of the palm wine on the ground. This is how it was done from the beginning time, O. My father married my mother, and they produced me. That is true for all of us here today. A man must marry and produce. The plantain did not like loneliness, hence it looked for other suckers. We stand on the wisdom of our elders. We do what they did because a tree that wants to live long stands near the kola nut tree. Udo Yarankanta, I'm sure you are listening. Come and bless this marriage. Akpan Abasi Udoko, you are here. Bless this marriage. Abasi Eborowo, come and bless this marriage. All the gods of the land, our ancestors, those I named and those I did not name, bless this marriage. Oh, oh, the crowd echoed. He took Dima's hand and handed her to Aborikwo, who handed her to Itemuroko. Welcome back, he was greeted by many people as he made to sit down. Young men and women emerged from the back of the house with various gifts for Dima to use in starting her family. Pots, wooden spoons, akpan, ediok, yam seeds, cocoyam, plantain suckers, coconut seedling, among other things. With all these on their heads, they escorted the Ntok Banabasi family with their bride back home with songs and dances. Chapter 8. One morning, a week after the marriage ceremony, a small boy called at Okonudo's compound with a message from Etim Udoko. He wanted to see him that same evening. For Okonudo, he had already guessed what to expect. Tall, huge, dark in complexion with a baritone, if croaky voice, and very sarcastic, Etim Udoko had brought the Catholic Church to Ikpenang from Anwa in Uyo in 1914, when he was still a young man. Just like he had done to other young men in the village, Etim had been talking to him in the last 1 year about the need for him to become a full member of the white man's religion, which he had brought to the village. In reverence, Okonudo had started the process long ago when he was of school age. He had even started going to school. When he was in standard 2, his mother could not afford the school fees again when it was increased to 2 manillas, and he dropped out to help her on the farm. Since then, he had lost interest and abandoned the idea of continuing with the white man's religion. His teachers were sorry to lose him because he was the most brilliant in the class. Some of his cousins, like Akpanowa, had continued because Uwa Akpanabasi, his father, was alive and continued to pay his school fees. Uwa himself was not educated. He never joined the white man's religion until he passed on and was buried as an Abiewu and Akuku. But he wanted his children to go to school. Abiewu was a traditional attainment reserved for a select group of people of integrity in the community. Upon growing into full adulthood, Okonudo helped himself by engaging in different types of trade to make ends meet and help his mother, who was a young widow. His break came when another cousin, a brother to Etem, Jacob Udoko, who lived and traded at Raba, introduced him to some Igbo traders, and he started buying and selling. He was beginning to make money. When his mother felt he could take care of a wife and children, she started the marriage arrangement. When he arrived at Etim's compound, he was sitting alone on a bamboo bench in his cafe with a keg of palm wine on the ground. On his right hand, he held a gourd from which he sipped the content intermittently. The compounds of most elderly people in the village had a small shed made of thatched roof. Usually, on the front side of the compound, near the fence, it had 3 seats on 3 sides, made from mounds of molded laterite, the same stuff used to make walls of houses. The roof was supported by 4 stilts made of bamboo sticks at each corner. At the center, holding the roof to give it the required slope to bring down rainwater, were 3 sticks placed at equal distances from each other. While the 2 at the extreme ends were made of bamboo, the one in the middle was made of a larger and stronger tree trunk. This was called itai and was the major support to hold the structure from collapsing. While the whole structure was called afe, the major support was called itai afe. It was here that village elders usually meet for meetings, where the most elderly person in the family, usually the owner of the compound, presided. This was also where minor cases of land or family disputes were adjudicated. It is from here that the name has entered the local lexicon. If someone was called Itai in the Anang language, it meant that person was the community's major support, power, or focal person. To this day, the title and office of the Itaya Fenang is derived from this imagery. It means the number 1 person, a generalissimo of the foremost citizen in Anang land. Etem Udo commotion for Okonudo to sit on the bamboo bench opposite him. He pointed at a basket that contained gourds of many sizes hung on the rafter. Okonudo took one of the gourds and poured himself a drink. We did not have time to talk soon after the ceremony because everywhere was rowdy. Besides, you needed time to rest. "How's your wife?" Etem asked between sips of palm wine. "She had a fever this morning, but she is fine," he answered as he sipped a little, then gulped a large quantity. "It is fresh and sweet," Okonudo observed. "Yes, it was tapped this morning," Etem said. They discussed about the ceremony, how it went, and many other things. Etem was happy that it went well, despite a few minor hitches here and there, mostly caused by a drunken Aborigua. "There is a reason why I called you," Etem said, clearing his throat and coughing slightly. "This white man's religion that we see today has come to stay. This is because it is bringing light to our community and not darkness. I was not foolish when I brought it. What a small boy climbs a tree in order to see, an old man sees while sitting. It may be difficult and painful to embrace now. For us at this moment, it is like a hot piece of yam that is scooped and put straight in the mouth. If you manage to brave the heat, chew and swallow it, it nourishes your body and keeps hunger away. But if you spit it out because it is hot, you stay hungry. It will be good. It will bring development and wealth. But I tell you, water does not enter your pot if you don't go to the stream to fetch it. He took the last sip from the gourd in his hand, spat out the dregs with force like an aerosol, and threw the used gourd into a basket that stood at the corner for that purpose. He cleared his throat, looked intently at Okonudo's face as he waited for his reaction. Okonudo just nodded continuously as he spoke, smiling at and savoring his wisdom. Then Etim continued, "That your wife is a young girl. Very soon she will be pregnant. You dropped off from the church after your baptism and didn't go to school again. That was understandable because your mother didn't have money to pay your fees after your father died. You are a very brilliant person, according to your teachers. The mission wants you to go back to school on scholarship. They will pay the school fees, and I will give you additional land to farm to support your family." Then he paused again and looked at Okonudo's face. Okonudo looked dazed, but Etim pretended not to notice. Then he continued, "But that is not the only reason why I called you. You have to bring your wife for baptism so you can wait in the church. A pregnancy cannot be covered with the hands. Our people say that it is when the rain is just a drizzle that the rainmaker should spit and make incantations to stop it, not when it has become torrential. If she gets pregnant, the church will send you to penance quarters before they allow you to wait. Even then, it will not be a white wedding." He paused and looked intently at Okonudo, as if watching to see if what he was saying had sunk in, or was like water poured on the back of a hen. Then he took a bunch of brooms from the ground to drive away a group of large greenish black flies that hovered over the keg of frothing palm wine. A white wedding was when the bride used a white veil to cover her head and face at the wedding. This was permitted only for women they considered virgins. In those days, it was against the Catholic Church doctrine for couples who were members to live together before the church wedded them in a sacrament they called holy matrimony. It did not matter that the marriage was contracted according to native law and custom. An infringement on this ecclesiastical law attracted a punishment that the church called penance on the couple. In Calabar Ecclesiastical Province, under where our village fell, the church had built special houses called penance quarters in church premises. It was here they sent those couples who contravened the law to stay for a short variable period to purify themselves and pray in penance. They were to carry out menial duties such as farming, fetching water and firewood, cutting grass, and any other menial jobs. and any other menial jobs for the resident priest as a form of restitution. The whole setup was akin to a prison, except that the services rendered by the prisoners were for the priest and not the divisional officer. This abbreviation the villagers pronounce as DIO. Soon, this treatment was reported to the Ibibio Union. This was an umbrella socio-cultural organization that operated in the area covering the present Akwa Ibom state. It operated as a pseudo-government involved in social welfare programs, sending some of its brilliant sons and daughters to study abroad on full scholarship. Some of those sent included Basi Urodi Arata, the father of Obon Victor Ta, former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Iba Udo Akpabio, the grandfather of Goswill Obot Akpabio, former governor of Akwa Ibom State, and Egbet Udo Udoma, who came back and was appointed the Chief Justice of Uganda. It was formed in 1927 at Calabar as Ibibio Mainland Association, brought to Uyo as Ibibio State Union, and given a constitution in 1928, the year my grandfather died. At the time, penance quarters were operational. Egbet Uda Udoma was the president. That was in 1948. The Ibibio Union made representations to the Catholic Bishop at Calabar, Dr. James Moynihan, and the colonial government, pushing for its abolition. Eventually, the practice was abolished. Ete, thank you for your advice. I have heard all you have said. But our people say that if smoke does not consult a duke, it does not break the pot. It is a drastic decision to make, so I have to consult with my mother and Dima before I can give you an answer. Okonudo and Etem stood up simultaneously. They shook hands and he left. Chapter 9. Night of Pains on a Bicycle. What God has joined together, let no man put asunder, the Reverend Father intoned in a sonorous voice. Amen, roared back the congregation. Then Okonudo and Dima were given shiny silver rings, which they timidly exchanged between their ring fingers. At the end, the officiating white priest gave each couple a rosary. At the church wedding at Ifo, the headquarters of the Catholic Church in Ikot Ekbene, that day, 25 couples from different parishes participated. It was a kind of mass wedding. After his encounter with Etemudoko that evening, Okonudo had an extensive discussion with his mother, Nwaedo. Nwaedo did not particularly like the idea of her son joining the white man's religion. And so, at a point, the argument became very heated and emotional. She had remained adamant, but she became sober after her Uko thoroughly explained what Etemudoko had said. She wanted her grandchildren to go to school. The idea of Okonudo himself going back to school at this time was neither here nor there. For one, he had grown, become an adult, started trading, and was married. Before long, he would start breeding children, which he would need to cater for. Besides, going to school in itself was a full-time job. And so, after an extensive discussion with Dima and his mother, the idea was cancelled. For 3 months, he shuttled between Ikbenang and Ifo. On these days, he left home at cockcrow and visited Dima usually once a week, with foodstuff on the carrier of his bicycle. In those days, prospective brides were required to live for 3 months in the Catholic mission house reserved for them at Ifo. It was a period of tutelage for the women to learn the catechism of the church and familiarize themselves with church doctrine. Before they were baptized and wedded. It was also a time to make new or consolidate existing friendships. By the time the process ended, Dima had been given a new baptismal name of Matilda and received the Holy Communion. Long before this, her husband had taken the name Bartholomew at his own baptism and subsequent initiation into the fold of communicants. On this particular day, at the close of the ceremony, Okonudo noticed that Dima was looking quite moody and gaunt. She was not her usual energetic self. She was weak and could barely mount the bicycle carrier. As he rode the bicycle breathlessly into the front path of his compound, she fell as she struggled wearily to dismount. He threw the bicycle on the ground. He did not particularly care about the earthenware pots inside a big sack and a few other household items on the front carrier of the bicycle. On hitting the ground, it had broken into many pieces. He helped her up and made her sit on the molded earth that served as a seat on the veranda of the house. He noticed that her body was unusually hot. As he made to help her on the seat, she started belching, stood up, and staggered to the fringe of the farm in front of her house. Okonudo just looked at her helplessly as she squatted on the ground. As she opened her mouth, a greenish-brown liquid mixed with bullet-shaped pieces of yellowish gari, which she had eaten that morning, spewed out and formed a small messy pool on the ground, some splashing on the pumpkin leaves, which tendrils had crawled out of the bush. She felt bitter in the mouth, and her jaw shook violently, making her teeth chatter. Okonudo helped her to the bamboo bed in the bedroom and went out to call his mother. Nwaedo came in looking very anxious and agitated. She quickly removed the cloth which Dimma had now used to cover her entire body. She touched her body and it was hot. Then she began at her face. The telltale signs were there. Her face looked extraordinarily shiny. She looked at the breasts. The nipple areas had darkened, and they were looking like ripened apples, fuller than usual, more roundish and tender. She bent over her ear. "When was the last time you saw your Itieisong?" she whispered. "About 2 months ago. I did not see it after I returned to the church from the break," she whispered. She whispered back. The vernacular name for menstruation was Itieisong. "Don't worry, you will be fine. Let me go and prepare some food for you." "What will you eat?" she asked. "Something liquid, like yam and pepper soup," she said. All this while, her son stood behind her, looking at his wife, his hands folded on his chest. "Nne, what could be her problem?" he asked his mother. "There is no problem," she said. "Do we take her to the dispensary?" "No." Nwaedo just smiled at him and patted him on the right shoulder. Okonudo mocked at her in confusion as she opened the door and went out. For Dima, the 9 months she was pregnant were very turbulent, particularly the first 3 months. This being her first pregnancy, she had no experience. She ran to report this or that problem to her mother-in-law, who sometimes would laugh them off and take action where necessary. But on every score, she sat her down and explained. She enjoyed a reprieve in the last 6 months, apart from an occasional fever or a headache. In the last 3 weeks, however, she had frequent abdominal pains, mostly at night. On a particular night, the pain was most severe. It came in waves, and the intensity of the pains increased with the shortening of these intervals. It became so intense that at a point, she stood up and sat at the edge of the bed, groaning. She did not want to disturb her husband, who had been snoring on one side of the bed. Then she could not bear it anymore, and proceeded to wake him by shaking him on the shoulder. When he stirred, he immediately groped for the kerosene lantern, which he used to keep on the ground by the head of the bamboo bed. Then he struck a match and lit it. Dima sat there, moaning, her face contorted in pain and agony. Okonudo did not say anything. He rubbed his eyes, still heavy with sleep, holding the lantern by the handle with his right hand. He staggered out the door to call his mother. "Bring out your bicycle," Nwaido said to Okonudo without asking Dima any questions. She held her by the hand, led her outside, and together they lifted her onto the carrier of the bicycle. "We go straight to the Arudo's place," she said. Nwaido led the way, holding the kerosene lantern. She was careful to hold the light close to the ground. This was in order not to march on and be stung by the ubiquitous and dangerous snakes. In the dead of night, they usually crawled out of their holes in the bush to take a little warmth from the sand on the road. Upon his left shoulder, Okonudo swung a machete in a sheath. This was to cut them into pieces in case they were found. It was also in case some other wild animal or even a human assailant came out to attack them. This night, there were none. They trudged along peacefully with their heavy human cargo on the bicycle. As they passed through the shrubs, tall trees and palm trees on their way to Ibam, all they heard were the eerie sounds of night insects and crickets in the undergrowths. Blinking lights from fireflies made the pitch darkness of the still night even more solemn. Once or twice, they heard rustlings on the leaves of the shrubs as squirrels dashed away in fear of the lantern light. They did not say anything to each other as Okonudo pushed the bicycle, with Dima sobbing gently on the carrier. Chapter 10. Fresh like a yam tendril. By the time they made their way to Adiarudo's compound, everywhere was quiet, as the whole village had slept. Adiarudo recognized Nwaido's voice and opened the door. Without asking any questions, she helped Dima off the bicycle and led her gently toward a small structure that stood opposite her main house. This was where she took all the deliveries that came to her, being a local midwife. She opened the wooden door, guided her inside the house, and lay her on a creaky bamboo bed. I hope you have enough oil for your lantern. This night there is no sleep for any of us, she said. Nwaido nodded in the affirmative, her eyelids still heavy with sleep. Adiagodo went back outside and returned with a long bamboo bench. She placed it at the foot of the bed where Dima lay, panting, and motioned to the two of them. Sit down here, she said, and went back outside. She soon returned with a tray. On the tray was a small white jerrycan that had a tap. To this tap was fixed a long red rubber pipe, about half an inch in diameter. Also on it was a medium-sized aluminum cup with a handle. It was filled nearly to the brim with a light green slippery liquid. There was also a small bottle containing Vaseline. She put the tray with its content on a stool that stood at the corner of the room. Then she motioned to Nwaido and Okonudo to leave. She helped Dima to get up from the bed. Then she showed her how to position herself, kneeling with her elbows on the ground, her buttocks facing the sky. She rubbed a generous quantity of Vaseline on the tip of the pipe. Then she emptied the contents of the cup into the jerrycan, using her left fore and index fingers to bend the pipe near the tip to block the escape of the liquid while she did so. I am going to give you ukebe, she told Dima. An enema was called ukebe. She then pushed the tip of the pipe with just enough force to allow it to slip into her anus. As it did so, Dima jerked her buttocks from the discomfort. Steady yourself, she said, as she held up the jerrycan. The liquid slowly gyrated under gravity and emptied into Dima's anus. She felt a cold, almost gnawing sensation as it did so. As she sat down to rest on the edge of the bamboo bed, she felt a sensation as if she wanted to go to the toilet. At the pit toilet at a corner of the compound, where Adiara would not let her with her lantern, she emptied large chunks of hard feces from her bowels into the dark pit. Being nearly full, she could feel the hot, foul-smelling air exuding from its bowl. Even in the dead of night, the thudding of the hard feces on the floor of the toilet woke up a torrent of flies that made their escape from the gap left by the 2 tree trunks on which she squatted, as a number of them hitting on her naked laps and buttocks. She felt a huge relief on her abdomen, as it was now empty of feces, but it was a temporary relief. Okon Udo and his mother sat on the bamboo bench in the room to observe her as she twisted and turned with intermittent pains, now increasing in intensity and frequency. Adiara Udo had instructed them that if she felt like going to the toilet again, she should tell Nwaido to come and call her. Then she went back to her room to sleep. At the first crow of the cock, as the morning was approaching, the pains became almost unbearable. Then, all of a sudden, she felt as if her waist was bursting into flames, and she told her mother-in-law she wanted to go to the toilet. Without listening to her, Nwaido rushed to wake up Adiagodo, who was snoring in her room on a mat placed on the floor. All this while, Okonudo felt the pain, though he did not allow his mother, Dima or Adiagodo, to notice. He went outside and sat on a bamboo bench on the veranda, his head bowed between his knees. He had not had even one wink of sleep since the previous night, and his eyes were heavy. He felt like fainting as he listened to his wife moan in pain. His palms started to sweat. Then from the breast pocket of his shirt, now drenched in sweat, he brought out a rosary and started fiddling. As Adiagodo entered the room, she poked her forefingers into the private part of her patient, using the kerosene lantern to see what she was doing. She felt the telltale sign of the rapidly descending head of the baby, partially encircled by the roundish portion of the mother's genital flesh. The womb had opened fully, and the child was about to be born. Bring your waist down to the foot of this bed and pat your legs very well, Adiagodo ordered. Dima obeyed. She was now feeling very weak from the unending, excruciating pains. Push, she said. Dima didn't understand, and she used her 2 feet to push on the bamboo crossbar at the foot of the bed. That is not what I want you to do. Strain your abdomen as if you are going to pass feces, and I want you to do so each time as soon as you start experiencing the pain. Do you hear? She shouted as if she had lost patience. Dima made a beggarly strain, but the Adiagodo again ordered her to push harder. All this while, Nwaido stood a short distance away, watching what was going on with misty eyes. Once in a while, she patted her daughter-in-law on the left shoulder. As the day was fast breaking, Nwasat learned that her daughter was in labor at Adiagodo's house. She left her house quickly, and between running and walking, she soon arrived at the compound. She knocked on the door of the labor room, but no one answered. She sat pensively beside her son-in-law on the bamboo bench on the veranda, listening to the commotion and Dima's screams from outside. Once in a while, she encouraged him not to worry. As Dima pushed with each wave of the pain, the baby's full head appeared. Adiagodo quickly pulled the baby with both palms on the neck, and it completely slipped out of the mother's womb. Then, immediately, the shrill cry. She gently put the baby on the foot of the bed after she told the mother to shift backwards. Dima was so weak that she barely managed to move. Then she closed her eyes, breathing heavily. Adiagodo removed the long raffia from the tray. Using this, she tied at a portion of the slender cord near the abdomen of the baby. Then she trimmed out the loose portion of the raffia. Again, she tied another portion, a little distance from this, towards the mother. She removed the udion from the tray, and using this, she cut in between the 2 knots. As she did so, a little quantity of black blood squirted into the larger pool of dark blood on the bed that had poured out of Dima's body during the delivery. Adiagodo examined the baby. She was a bouncing baby girl. She wrapped the fleshy portion that had attached the baby to the mother in the womb in pieces of plantain leaves and kept it in a corner of the room. The bright-eyed baby, wrapped in a piece of wrapper, exposing only her head, was sucking her left thumb as she was kept beside the mother, who was now snoring in her sleep. Outside the labor room, Nwa Asat, Nwa Edo, Okonudo, and some other women stood, discussing in low tones. Adiarudo emerged from the room, her smiling face looking more radiant than usual. She patted Okonudo on the right shoulder. "Congratulations, Etediara," she said. She was congratulating the father of a first daughter. Everybody shouted joyfully as she returned inside and brought the baby for all to see. Brought the baby for all to see and admire. Then they burst into a song. Nwaedo took the baby from her, looked admiringly at her face, and smiled. "She looks fresh like a yam tendril," she said. She looked fresh like a yam tendril, she said. I'll take my first break and I'll return in 20 minutes. Daylight search for a black goat. Chapter 11. Okonudo's first child, Eno, was baptized in the church after 8 days as Benedict and grew very rapidly. So did his wealth. He had consolidated his trade with the Igbo people, going to Aba and sometimes Onisha to purchase goods to sell in the local markets. He had at least 5 servants at any particular time, all living in his now expanded household. He had sheds in 5 markets that sold on different weekdays. Some of these markets were very far away, like Obot, a very big market in Okana, a neighboring clan. On a typical market day, he and his servants woke up at the first crow of the cock. They loaded their goods in cartons and tied them to the carriers of their bicycle. They then left the house when it was not yet full daylight. Okonudo, leading the pack with his carton of goods on his bicycle. In the market, they spread the goods on a mat placed on 2 bamboo platforms. The platforms were placed side by side, but space was left in the middle for passage. Some of the articles, as they were called in those days, like silk head ties, were tied to the bamboo roof rafters of the shade. The goods consisted of every imaginable household and daily use items. These included cups, spoons, machetes and sheets, files, basins, wine glasses, mirrors, handkerchiefs, fishing hooks, nets, nails, hammers, wine, and so many other things. The market closed in the evenings. Sometimes almost everything was sold, especially during the Christmas period. Okonudo would then return to the house with a haul of pounds, shillings, and pennies in a small light brown jute bag with a purse string. He traveled to Aba at the end of the week to purchase new goods. For the journey, he changed all the coins into currency notes with petty traders, or in Etem Udo calls Afe Utebe. This was the small shed in his compound where they sat to make contributions. He put the currency notes in a small, flat, ash-colored bag with a zip. At the upper end of the bag were 2 ropes sewn on each side. After putting on his pants, he tied the ropes on his waist with the money in the bag. He then zipped the bag and put on his trouser over it. This was to hide away the money from thieves. At the first crow of the cock, he waited along the major road for a lorry which carried other passengers to Aba and boarded. As he continued to make more money, he started purchasing cash crops, mainly palm trees, either outright or on rent from villagers, even in the neighboring villages. People usually went to his house to call him. To buy, knowing he had the money. This happened usually when a relative died and they needed money to buy a coffin. He also bought lands on which Dima farmed to produce cassava, a staple food for feeding the family. On designated days of the week, he did not go to the market. He went to the numerous palm tree stands in the bushes with all his servants and an atayup, a specialist in climbing and harvesting palm fruits, to harvest them and bring the bunches home. His servant cut these bunches with very sharp knives, spread them on the ground, and covered them with fresh plantain leaves. They were soft enough in 5 days and ready for removal from their bunches. At a point, there was so much of it that Dima was overwhelmed processing them alone into palm oil. Okon Udo called the women from other of his cousins' households to help in removing the palm fruits from the bunches. The reward for the labor was to take the ntarayup. If you removed palm fruit from their bunches, the fruits closer to the bottom were usually yellowish white, as against the reddish black ones near at the tip. These ones do not produce much palm oil and were regarded as dregs, ntarayup. The women took the dregs. Nonetheless, even these dregs produce sufficient quantities of palm oil for home use and palm kernel as recompense. It was sufficient motivation to keep them coming. The following day, he sold the palm fruits to the women, using a cube-shaped wooden box with an open top as measure. He used part of the money to purchase yam seedlings for the next planting season, and the remaining went back into the trading business. He also bought the palm oil from the same women after it had been processed and stored it in large metal drums. These he sold to the palm merchants who came in big lorries to pack them and pay their money. Soon, Dima got pregnant again. Even Okon Udo expected that this time it would be a son. He needed a son, in fact, male children. For one, his wealth was growing more rapidly than he expected. Tradition also demanded that when a man died, all his landed property be shared among his male children. This was because the women would be married out to go and start their new families wherever they were married. Though this he did not show it, he fervently prayed in his heart that the second child should be a son. Dima herself was no less anxious. She knew that in Anan culture, the ultimate crown of a woman was a male child, or better still, male children. They were the ones that stabilized marriages. If a woman had no male children, the husband would most likely marry another woman. The Catholic Church, which she and her husband were members of, was against a man taking many wives. But many men whose wives had only female children left the Catholic Church to marry more wives and got what they wanted. Even Waido had also made that insinuation. One day, during her visit, she touched her pregnant abdomen and said that she wished she was carrying an adiakpa. This was another name for he who would take your property when you died. Put in the traditional language, a male child. Her son must have someone to take over his property, some of which he inherited from his father. One day before she was pregnant with her second child, Nwasat called her to her house. There, she met one elderly man whom she had never seen before. He was tall, lanky, and dark in complexion. He wore long white sleeves and a necklace gown that reached beyond his ankles, almost touching the ground. On his feet, he wore no shoes. He was thickly bearded, and the gray hairs on his head must not have been shaven for upward of 1 year. He wore a red band across his forehead and used the same material to tie the hairs that fell to his back. It needed no telling that he was a herbalist. "Untie that goat, let us go," Nwasat said to Dima, pointing at a he-goat tied to the root of a yam stick a short distance into the farmland in front of the house. Dima hesitated, then untied the goat and dragged it behind Nwasat, who was closely followed by the herbalist. Obot, the spot where they had made the sacrifice behind the compound of Akpanuroyara on the day of her daughter's marriage, was empty. The Mkpafere tree had been uprooted, and no trace of a shrine was found. Nwasat had not entered the compound for more than 1 month. Unknown to her, Akpanuroyara, who was now seriously enamored with the white man's religion, had brought a white man dressed in an immaculate white overall from the church to cut it down. After sprinkling it with water from a white plastic bottle, he had also burnt the adong. The whole shrine was completely obliterated. She stood for a while and mopped at the spot, confused. Then she whispered something into the ear of the herbalist. They turned again and headed towards her house. "What do we do?" Nwasat asked the herbalist after they had sat down. "We can make another Obot in your compound. All that is required are a fresh Mkpafere tree, which I can see at the fence, 1 bottle of Krola, and then some white chalk. But it will cost you 1 extra manila," the herbalist said. Krola was a soft drink that was usually contained in a fat green bottle. It popped with gas when opened and tasted much like the modern-day Coca-Cola. 1 more manila, Nwasat thought. She had sowed 2 stands of palm trees to raise the 3 manilas that the herbalist had demanded to perform the sacrifice. Those were the only palm trees remaining on the farm her husband had left for her before he died. Now he was looking for an additional manila. She had to look for where to borrow the money. She had to find a way to get a male child for her daughter from the gods. As her people say, you look for a black goat when it is yet daylight. She had to find somewhere to borrow the money. "What about the Krola?" she asked the herbalist. "You will have to buy that from the market at Ikorekbene." "How much is 1 Krola?" "1 manila." Nwasat gaped at space as though thunder struck. For a moment, she did not say anything. She had never been to Ikorekbene before, much less had an idea where Krola could be sold there. As she had been told, even to reach there, one had to trek a whole day, going and coming. She mopped at the herbalist. Her eyes glazed. "Don't worry. I have a bottle of Krola here," he said, as he reached for a raffia bag he had unhung from his neck and placed in the corner of the veranda. He pulled out a fat bottle and carefully stood it on the ground. "Here it is. If you give me 1 manila, I will give it to you, and we will use it for a sacrifice. Nwasad looked at the bottle. Then she looked at Dima, who was standing and watching, still holding the rope tied to the forearm of the bleating and restless goat. Well, I will give you the money. I don't have it today, but I will give you. Let us do the most important thing first, she said. The money has to be complete for the sacrifice to work. The gods do not drink a gourd half filled with palm wine, the herbalist said with a stone face. Nwasad thought of where she could borrow the 2 manillas at this time to consummate the sacrifice. Akpan Udo Yara was a rich man. He would lend her the money if she asked for it, but she dared not tell him what the money was to be used for. She was lucky to meet Akpan Udo Yara at home. She told him she needed to buy 4 stands of palm trees from a family in Ikoridara whose head had died. The family needed the money to buy a coffin, and she would refund it in 2 months. When she returned to see the herbalist with the 2 manillas she got, the herbalist took them from her and dropped them inside his raffia bag. At the foot of the Mpafere tree, he slit the neck of the struggling white goat as Dima and Nwasad held the neck and the limbs. Blood gushed out of the body of the unfortunate animal into a hole he had dug. He popped the corolla and dropped a little quantity into the hole to mix with the blood. He dipped the 5 fingers of his left hand inside the pool of crimson blood in the shallow hole into which he had drained the blood from the he-goat. Nwasad helped him to pour a full cup of palm wine into a clean gourd which he had removed from his raffia bag. Then he lifted his stained left fingers and the gourd of palm wine in his right hand. You gave us a female child last time. We were happy, and we thanked you. In our tradition, a male child is the one to inherit his father's property and continue his lineage. We don't want the lineage of the husband of this our daughter to end with him. We are asking you to give her a male child in the next pregnancy. Aborowu, come and drink this wine here. Udo Yara Nkanta, come and drink. Udo Panabasi, come and drink. As he called each name, he poured a little palm wine from the cup on the ground. Then he asked Dima to expose her navel. He rubbed the blood on the 5 fingers of his left hand around it, sipped a little of the palm wine, and handed the gourd to Dima. She hesitated and then sipped a little quantity. She handed the remaining to Nwasad, who emptied it in one gulp. The herbalist hung his raffia bag on his left shoulder. After they exchanged pleasantries, he announced that the gods had accepted the sacrifice. He pointed at a lone vulture that had circled overhead for a while, descended, and squatted a short distance from the Mpafere tree where the sacrifice was done as evidence. Your second child will be a male, he announced to Dima gleefully. Then he left. Nne, please, do not tell my husband what has happened though. Dima warned her mother timidly. Her mother just nodded her head in reply. Dima was thinking of what her husband would do if he knew what they had done. Again, she remembered what they had been taught in the church when she was at Ifor for her preparatory classes for her baptism and wedding. I am the Lord your God. Thou shalt not have any other God but me. They had repeated this after the catechist so many times, and they were told this was the first of the 10 commandments. The sun was going down, and her husband would soon return from the market. she had to hurry to make gari for him. Nwasa decided to escort her daughter home, as she had not seen her son-in-law and grandchild in a while. It did not take long before Okonudo returned from Abonang market with his servants on their bicycles. He smiled at his mother-in-law as he was putting down the loads from the carrier of his bicycle. As they were unpacking the loads, Nwasat saw a bottle of drink that resembled the one she had bought from the herbalist that was used during the sacrifice. She looked closely again to be sure. That was the same drink. "How much is a bottle of that drink?" she asked Okonudo, pointing at a bottle of Krola. "2 pence, he answered. Nwasad looked dazed. "How much of the drink can you buy with 1 manila?" she asked further. "About 5 cartons, Okonudo answered, wondering why his mother-in-law was asking all these questions. "How many bottles are in 1 carton?" 12 bottles. She felt a little heat inside her mouth. Her stomach churned, and she felt giddy in the head. Her legs were beginning to sag. Then, without saying a word, she drew the bamboo bench on the veranda and slumped wearily on it. Chapter 12. Fines for a reluctant politician. Okonudo sat absent-mindedly through the meeting. He had told Chief Raymond Akpanumo, who had convened the meeting in his compound at Ikpe Ikorekpe, that he was not interested in accepting the appointment into the position of councillor to represent Ikpe Nang clan at the Central Anang County Council of Farai Kodebak. Yet, he had insisted that his nomination was a decision of the clan council. Not that there were no other people in consideration, but the clan head in particular had insisted that he was the most qualified, especially in terms of character. He had been the treasurer of the Catholic Church in his station at Mbiabong for so many years, and no case of fraud had been reported against him. In similar positions, in many places, there was always a bedlam. Besides, he was a hard-working, quiet, and calculating young man. The villagers were elated after hearing that he was a nominee for the position. They knew him as a kind-hearted, wealthy young man. They had heard that Nnamdi Ezekiwe, the leader of his group, like Okonudo and Chief Raymond Akpanumo, was an intelligent and hard-working man. Though Chief Raymond Akpanumo had informed him that the position was a part-time one that would not interfere with his trade, he was still skeptical and would rather be left alone to manage his business. His mind at the moment was on a more serious family dilemma. It was 6 years now after he married his wife, a very hard-working and loving woman. It was 6 years now after he married. His wife, a very hard-working and loving woman, had given birth to 3 children in succession. All of them were females. Everyone had hoped that after Eno was born, the next one would be a male. But that was not to be. She was followed by Nwa, whom he named Lucy, and Nsini, whom he named Regina. They were all beautiful and intelligent children, and she loved them. Meanwhile, his wealth had grown in such a way he did not imagine. he had bought 3 shops in Uruambakara in Ikorekbene through an Igbo merchant called Udeagbara, who used to sell machetes to him in Ataba. In those days, if you were not so much connected, you wouldn't own a shop in the market. Everything was decided at Enugu, the headquarters of the eastern region. His palm trees were now so many that he needed more women, even from the neighboring villages, to sift them. At one point, he was making more money selling palm fruit and palm oil than his main articles of trade. He had opened a bank account at Standard Bank in Ikorekbene to lodge excess money, since he could not keep all in his house or buy too many goods, land, or palm trees. He had started to live well. He purchased a gramophone and floored the parlor and veranda of his thatched house with cement. He purchased a set of wooden cushioned seats for his parlor and bought an Aladdin kerosene pressure lamp. The lamp had a silvery roundish base and a small inlet with a cap, into which you could open and put some kerosene on one side. On the other side was a little cap with a silvery metal plunger. When this was pushed up and down, it pumped kerosene through a long, slender copper pipe that terminated on a cup-like head, below which was attached a white ball-shaped net. As the kerosene flowed through the pipe, it made a hissing sound, and when a match was struck and pointed at the net, it lit up with extremely bright illumination. This brightened the house much better than 10 kerosene lamps, producing a white light like the modern electric bulb. And he had purchased a white horse rally bicycle. All these cost a lot of money and placed their owners in the class of the wealthy of the time. Left to him, he would have been content with his children, but tradition, however, demanded otherwise. You had to have male children to take over your property and continue your lineage. Meanwhile, the pressure to have male children had begun to mount from all directions. Even Dima was now crying all night. She said that people openly taunted her on account of her not having a male child. Some women began calling her a Kanwan, that is, mother of women, or mother of a wife. One day, she had returned crying from the weekly village communal labor of sweeping and weeding the village footpaths. The village footpaths were all the time clean and well swept. This was the duty of the women, who had portions that were allocated to them by the village for routine cleaning and weeding. If a woman had no time to go and sweep or weed her portion because she was in the period of rest after delivery, her children or relations carried out the duty. On a particular day during the week, all the women went together and carried out a general cleaning of all the roads. In a little exchange of words during the exercise, one woman told her she was not yet a full woman, since she had not borne a male child. She said Dima would be coming to bow down to her in the nearest future because of her 3 male children. For more than 1 month, Dima was inconsolable. As the meeting closed that evening, Okonudo went back to his house. After much introspection, he decided he would not go to the council, notwithstanding the persuasions from Chief Umo, the clan council, and others. He was simply not in the right mental frame and did not want any distraction from his business. The day for ratification of the appointment by the villagers in a popular vote coincided with Abonang, market day. While the villagers trooped to the native courtyard at Ibamikbe for the exercise, Okonudo got his 5 servants to pack the goods for that day in cartons and tie them on the back of their bicycles. He led the way as usual with his own carton on his bicycle, and they left. The crowd was mammoth. At the premises of the native court at Ibamikbe, people gathered in small groups to discuss the events and the different nominees. Okonudo was to represent the party which was called NCNC, National Convention of Nigerian Citizens. When it was founded by Herbert Macaulay in 1948, it was called the National Council of Nigeria and Cameroon. However, when Cameroon left Nigeria in a referendum to become an independent country, the name was changed to its present name. Initially, it was a pan-Nigeria party, but later it had Eastern Nigeria as its stronghold and Nnamdi Azikiwe as its president. There was also the Action Group, headed by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, a Yoruba and based in Western Region. Chief Obafemi Awolowo later became the premier of Western Nigeria. Another large party was the Northern People's Congress, NPC, based in the Northern Region and headed by Alhaji Ahmadu Bello, the Saldana of Sokoto. Only the NCNC and AG had nominees for this appointment, as the NPC had none. Soon, the government officials who had come from Ikorekpene to watch the process by the villagers called the crowd to order. He announced that only 2 people were to be voted from the NCNC and AG. The nominee for the AG was called, and he stood beside his party symbol. When that of the NCNC, Okonudo, was called, he was nowhere to be found. The mammoth crowd became uneasy. The government officer attempted to declare the AG nominee unopposed, but the crowd protested, and everywhere became unruly. They made it clear they would have none of that. The ratification process must be postponed for their nominee to be present. When the officer insisted, a boy from the midst of the crowd rushed at him and held him by the collar of his shirt. The policeman that stood guard rushed and used his baton on the boy's head. There was commotion, and the crowd threatened to beat up the officer if he went ahead. What was supposed to be a simple exercise almost turned bloody. At this point, Chief Raymond Akpanomo appeared. On seeing him, everyone was quiet. He called the official and the clan representatives who were to handle the exercise aside. After they conferred for more than 30 minutes, he came back. Spontaneously, the crowd converged around him. "Iroma," he shouted. "Yeah," the crowd chorused. "I have had an extensive discussion with all concerned in this matter, and I have also relayed the feelings of our people to the government officials sent to watch this exercise. We have agreed that the ratification vote be postponed to another day so that the 2 nominees will be here, and you can stand behind who you want. You can go home. A new date will be announced for this to be done." "Iroma, iya," the crowd shouted and burst into a tumultuous jubilation. When Okonudo arrived at his compound that evening from the market with his servant, an emissary from the clan head was waiting for him. The emissary handed him an ajay as soon as he alighted his bicycle. "This is from the clan council," he said. "He said I should tell you the clan council wants you to appear before it tomorrow at 10 in the morning," he said. Then he mounted his bicycle and left. Ajay was a single frond from the tender end of palm fronds. It was very significant when given to someone or placed on a property like a disputed land. It was a kind of local injunction, a warning, or an instrument of arrest from further action. It was bound to be obeyed by all parties in a dispute when properly issued by a family, village, or clan authority. All the village heads from the 14 villages were complete at their fair in the expansive palace of the clan head the following morning. The clan head was seated in full traditional regalia on a high chair, flanked by 7 chiefs on each side. Okonudo stood timidly in front of the clan head, his 2 hands crossed behind his back, his head bowed. The clan head cleared his throat. This clan sent you a message that you are the one chosen to go to Fari Korebak as a counselor. Did Chief Raymond Akpanomo tell you that? He queried. Yes, sir, he replied. Then why did you refuse? I'm sorry, sir, he said, bending such that his 2 palms touched the ground. A loud murmur and laughter swept through the council. Well, we cannot say more. Before we arrived at you, it was a unanimous decision. We were not foolish when we did so. We did not want to send a thief or madman to Central Anang to represent us. As our people say, the shame of a madman catches not the madman himself, but his relatives. If we send a thief or a madman there and he misbehaves, the shame will be on us. We will excuse your action because you are still a young man, and you probably don't know the implications of refusing a request from a clan council. Besides, we have seen that you have repented, because as our people say, he who bends down to touch the ground does not fall. But a child who sees his father's nakedness is no longer a child. Therefore, we must do what is necessary. The decision of this council is that you are fined a he-goat, Isuedia, a bottle of kai, and 1 pound for disobeying the clan. Then you will go to the council, because that is what the clan wants you to do, he said. All the village heads just nodded their heads in agreement. Then he turned to the village heads. I hope I am speaking the mind of the clan. They chorused. The crowd at the court premises at Ibam that morning was almost double what it was the previous Abo market day, when the ratification vote was postponed. There was no waste of time, as everyone knew why they were there. Another government official was sent to watch the process, and Chief Raymond Akpanomo spoke briefly, appealing to the people to be orderly and peaceful. As it was done before, the 2 nominees were called out. Then they told the people to fall in line behind their preferred nominee. While the lineup for his opponent had just a handful of people in the queue, Okonudo's line was so long that it bent on itself 3 times like a giant anaconda snake, sunbathing at Ibano Beach in the tropical afternoon sun. Of course, when the votes were counted, he had won his opponent in a landslide. Other people who were in the same party, NCNC, were similarly appointed or elected for the same or different offices. Chief Raymond Akpanomo became a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, representing Ikorekpene Division. Akuku David Odorok of Owa became the chairman of Central Anang County Council. When Okonudo started work at the council, he met others like Chief Joseph Odoite, popularly called Teacher Joe. He was the father of the late Patrick Ete, a prolific journalist, and represented Afara clan as a councillor in the council. Ibango Pabio, one of the people Ibibio Union had sent abroad to study on a scholarship, was appointed Minister of Education. Okon Udo was appointed the Supervisor for Education in the council. Chapter 13. A tale of the lethal pestle. With so much tension among his relatives over his wife's non-delivery of a male child, Okon Udo became very uneasy. It was just as well that his job as a councillor at Central Anang was light, just as Raymond Akpanumo had predicted. Otherwise, he probably would have lost focus. He went to the council only on scheduled meetings, which was only on Fridays, when they spent the whole day attending to administrative matters. Each councillor was required to table any problems that affected the welfare of the people in his clan, and this was discussed as a group, and solutions, if any, were proffered. Then there were tax matters, because each county council was required to collect taxes from the citizens in their jurisdiction and use the money to pay salaries and recurrent and capital expenditures. His trade was by now producing plenty of money, and he had no problem feeding his family and paying their school fees, and paying school fees for his daughter, who had just started school in Standard 1. There were days he could not sleep at night for no apparent reason, and during the daytime he was becoming more irritable. As Dima cried most of the day, most of the time, and all attempts to calm her had proved abortive. She too had lost sleep. As their people say, a child who did not allow her mother to sleep at night would not sleep herself. One evening, Nwaido, his mother, sent for him. He had just returned from the market, and he was feeling very tired. At the veranda of her hut, she pushed towards him a bamboo bench, and he sat down. A young woman, not more than 17 years of age, fair in complexion and very beautiful, came out of her kitchen with an earthenware plate of utotoro, which was his favorite meal, and set it in front of him on a wooden table. "Good evening, sir," she greeted. Then she handed him a metal spoon, genuflecting lightly as she did so, and left. He had just eaten, but to please his mother, he decided to taste a few spoons. After tasting the first 2 spoons, he found the food extremely tasty. Even though he was not hungry, he found himself finishing the whole portion greedily. "The food is very delicious," he said, smiling. "Yes, it was cooked by Arit," she said, also smiling. "Who is Arit?" "The girl that served you the food. She is the new wife I am marrying for you." Okonudo felt as if he was struck by a stone. The smile suddenly disappeared from his face, and he felt dizzy. He just sat there, staring into empty space, looking at nothing in particular. So many things flashed into his mind. What would Dima say? What of Etemudoko and the church? Impulsively, he stood up and made to go without saying anything to his mother. Nwaido stopped him short. "Sit down here, Uko," she said. Her countenance changed from the soft smile that exposed the gap between her front teeth to the stern, angry look she used to wear when she flogged him at times during his childhood. I am marrying that girl for you. It is the 7th year after you married, and up till now you do not have a male child that you will use to change your head. Even some of those cousins of yours who accompanied you to the traditional marriage now have their heirs. But you stay here. Look at Oron Nanga. When you went to join Etemuroko in that white man's religion, I warned him. I warned you that it was going to destroy you. But you didn't listen. Your father married 7 wives, if you don't know. I am one of them. You have grown up to see a Kauraipu and a Kaurausoro. Those are some of your father's wives. Again, I am one of them, if you don't know. What exactly is your problem? Even that Etemudoko that is confusing all of you, his father had male children who took over from him. But you all have become white men in black skin, causing yourselves problems that should not be. How can the son of a lion suddenly become a goat? My mother used to say that feces does not resemble the person that expelled them. I have seen that. Something is seriously wrong with all of you. They tell you to marry one wife. If she had male children for you, I wouldn't bother. You must marry that girl, even if they consider marrying 2 wives to be bad. It is not your fault that she has not given you a male child. Our people say, no one falls into a pit latrine deliberately. It is usually the wooden support on the mouth of the pit that breaks. I'm marrying that girl for you to give you male children. Do you hear me? After she finished rattling like a frightened hen, she sat down on the floor with outstretched legs and started weeping. Okon just sat there with misty eyes. Then the tears dropped freely on their own without him saying anything. That night, he did not sleep even for 1 second. He was extremely confused. How would he handle the situation? How would he tell Dima? Where would the girl stay if his mother had her way and imposed her on him? Early in the morning, his servants tied their cartons at the back of their bicycles. When he managed to leave his bed, he told them they wouldn't go to market that day, as he was feeling unwell. His servant felt this was unusual. They had not missed any major market in a long time, and today was Abonang market day. They discussed among themselves in hushed tones, but they did as they were told, untied the cartons from their bicycles and loaded them back into the warehouse. As he sat down on the bamboo bench at Etemudoko's cafe that morning, his eyes felt as if they had been rubbed with large grains of sand. He felt giddy and his head was turning. You don't look like your normal self. I hope there is no problem, Etim asked him, offering him an empty gourd and pointing to the keg of palm wine at the corner of the cafe. Thank you, Ete. I am not refusing, but I don't feel like drinking, he replied. Etim threw the gourd into the basket and sat down. What is the problem? He asked. It is my mother. Is she sick? No. Then what happened? Yesterday, she called me to her hut. Then she showed me a girl and said I must marry her to give me a male child, since Dima has not done so, he said, his eyes becoming misty. Then he used the back of his right hand to clean the tears that started to drop. Etemuroko stopped sipping his drink for a while, his mien expressing shock. Then he emptied the remaining drink rapidly into his throat in several loud gulps, threw the gourd back into the basket, and sat down. That woman, I remember she was vehemently against your joining the church. How can she think of marrying for you when your wife is there? How does she know that your wife will not deliver a male child? And how is she so sure the one she wants you to marry now will do so? All I can tell you is that these things are in the hands of God. Very soon, now, they will tell you to go and make sacrifices. But do not listen to them. Go back home and eat. You look hungry. Or just wait. Let me tell Ekaita to make gari for us to eat. She had prepared mkpafere soup. I'm hungry as well. He said. Etimudoko was very fond of his beautiful, jovial, and fair-complexioned wife, whom he fondly called after his first son, Ita. After eating, they stood up. Okonudo now felt more relaxed. Don't worry, just go home. In the evening, I'll send someone to call her for me. Etim said. They shook hands and he left. He had just crossed the main road and was walking along the path to his compound when he heard a commotion. It was as if people were exchanging words at the top of their voices. He stopped to listen. He thought the noise came from the usual exchange of words by his father's remaining wives. But when he moved closer, the noise was coming from inside his house. He could recognize Dimma's and his mother's voices, but the third voice he could not recognize. What could be happening? As he moved closer to Dimma's kitchen, someone sprinted out of the door, which had been left ajar. He could recognize the girl who served him food the previous day in his mother's hut. That was the girl she said she would marry for him. She ran very fast and looked very frightened. He made to stop her and ask what went on, but she just ignored him and continued running. The red scarf she wore flew off her head, turning and twisting in the wind and finally settling at the edge of the farm. Soon, Dimma emerged from the door, carrying a pestle over her head with both hands in hot and angry pursuit. He made to stop her, but she turned and pursued him with the pestle, and he ran away too. Dimma left him and continued pursuing the girl. By now, she had crossed the main road and disappeared into the bush. Dimma came back between running, walking, and panting. Nwaido came out of the kitchen. When she saw her son, she stopped, and they stood there watching Dimma, who was muttering curses as she walked very fast past the two of them, blinking her eyes rapidly and breathing heavily like a marathon runner. When she saw the red scarf on the edge of the farm, she bent down and picked it up. Bring her into this house again and you will take her corpse. Who gave you the audacity to bring a small rat into my house? Did I tell you I would not deliver a male child? Have I finished delivering all the children in my womb? Bring her to this house again, and I will machete her to pieces. And she walked past them and disappeared into the kitchen. I hope she did not harm anyone, Okonudo asked his mother when he could find his voice. No, she just struggled with her and she ran, she replied. Go back to the house. I will join you there. Dimma came out of the house again, dressed to go out. She simply walked past them, keeping a straight face, and disappeared into the main road. The red scarf was dangling in her right palm. Just imagine, I was trying to cook for my husband and she came inside the kitchen with one prostitute and told me she wanted to marry her for my husband. If that prostitute didn't run away, I would have killed her, she told her mother angrily. I have told you to be controlling your anger. I don't know why you decide to be behaving like your father. I hope you didn't fight with your mother-in-law, her mother asked anxiously. No. What did your husband say? I have no problem with my husband, but I chased him with the pestle when he tried to stop me and he ran. You chased your husband with a pestle? Yes. I was very angry, and he ran away, and I would have broken his head if he didn't. Nwasad burst out laughing. This girl behaves exactly like her late father. He was tempestuous. She remembered that he chased people with a machete on many occasions. Chapter 14. The search party crosses a river. Last week, someone took me to an abiyairion in a village called Odorikot across the river. We went in a canoe. The man has a reputation for sacrificing for people to have male children. He told me what to do. I will come and discuss it with your husband so we can meet him. You look hungry. Enter the kitchen and warm darafang soup. Make gari so we can eat, Nwasat said. Dima rolled the second morsel of gari between her right fingers, but began to feel nauseated. She barely forced herself to swallow it. She had been vomiting for the last 1 month and did not see her usual iti song. She had been secretly attending the prayer house of Mamma Ukwe Nangetu. She was a powerful prophetess at Ibam who lived along the road near of Yongetuk Market. The woman had prayed for her, and they did some fasting together. She had assured her that her next child would be a male. Dima told her immediately she had missed her period, and she warned her not to tell anyone, not even her husband and mother. She had since kept it to herself. Are you not eating? Nwasad asked her. No, I ate in the house, and I am not hungry. Dima and Okonudo were very scared inside the canoe as it swung to one side, then another. They had never entered a canoe before. Nwasat, who had entered the canoe the first time she was there, was getting used to it. They passed through a dense, meandering pathway in the bush before they got to what looked like a large clearing. A small hut with a thatched roof and mud walls stood at the center. It was a well-cleaned and swept compound. A small shed, an affair, stood at one corner. An old bearded man wearing a red sleeveless shirt over an equally red wrapper appeared from the hut's doorway. He ushered the 3 visitors into the small shed and made them sit on 2 bamboo benches. Did you bring the items I asked you to bring? He asked Nwasad. Yes, Nwasad answered. She opened the small jute bag she was carrying with her hand throughout the journey. First, she brought out a fresh coconut fruit and handed it to the man. Here is the ufumisap, Eyop, she said. The man took it and placed it gently on top of a small wooden table beside him. This was coconut fruit plucked in such a way it did not drop on the ground. So plucked, it was believed to be sacred and possessed special powers. Then he used his ekbut to wedge it so it would not roll and fall on the ground. Ekbut was a small piece of soft wood carved into a shape like a dumbbell. The 2 ends were carved into a deep hollow. and a piece of short rod-like wood was attached inside the center of the hollow. It was attached in such a way that it dangled inside. When the contraption was shaken, the wood hit the sides of the hollow to produce a characteristic croak, croak, croak sound. When the Abiaidion was doing his divination, he held the ekbud in his hand and shook it as he spoke or sang. Ekbud was also used by Akwa Ekbo, a man dressed like Ekbo, but without a mask. Akwa Ekbo usually led a long line or a lone Ekbo, always leading from behind. He would talk or sing in poetic rhymes, extolling their virtues or causing some named non-initiates in the village. Sometimes they sang about a man who had stolen or slept with someone's wife, or a girl who had gotten pregnant without a husband. After this, Nwasat emptied the bag of all its contents on the ground. There were 7 pieces of nsei, 7 palm fruits, 7 kernels, 7 pieces of irregularly shaped local white chalk, 7 bound pieces of small, flat, dried fish called okpamfobo. These small fishes were tied together in 12s on a kind of oblong contraption made from pieces of wood peeled from the back of bamboo sticks. 7 4 leaves, 1 bottle of akaikai, and a 1 pound note were also required. The Abiaidion examined the items carefully, and they were complete. Then he nodded with satisfaction. It remains the money for the masked boy who had placed the curse. We have to speak over it before you give him, to revoke the curse when you get home, he observed. It was 5 shillings. Nwasat had forgotten, and she did not have any other money on her. She whispered to Okonudo, who removed a clean 5-shilling note from his shirt pocket and handed it to her. She handed the money to the man. He took the money, packed the items into another bag, and slung it over his shoulder. He stood up. "Follow me," he said. They walked a little distance from the house in the bush towards a tall mpafere tree. At the foot of the tree was the adong. The dried blood staining everywhere indicated the telltale evidence of previous sacrifices. It was obviously his own Obot Owo shrine. He removed the items from the bag and placed them on the ground, except the coconut. He split the coconut, holding it in his hands with his sharp machete, and emptied the water on the shrine, muttering incantations and shaking his ekbud vigorously. Then he asked Dima to squat on the ground. He used each object one by one and circled it 7 times around her head, intoning the names of the gods and muttering incantations. He then removed the 5-shilling note, mentioned the name of the boy who wore the mask, and said some incantations. Then he handed the money to Nwasat. "Do not mix it with other money. This is the one you will give him," he said. Nwasat took the money and tied it in the fold of the left side of her wrapper. Together, they left the bush and went back to their fair. She will get pregnant in 3 months after this sacrifice, and she will deliver a male child. But go and look for that boy and give him that money I gave you. Tell him to remove the curse he had placed on her husband against getting a male child, he said. Okonudo and Dima looked at each other. They did not understand what the man was talking about. As they boarded the boat on their way back, what repeatedly played on Okonudo's mind was the warning by Etemudoko. Very soon now, they would tell you to go and make sacrifices, but do not listen to them, he had said. Well, he thought, there is nothing he could do. As Nne, my mother, said, no one falls into a pit latrine deliberately. It is usually the supporting wood that breaks. The following day, on reaching home, Nwas had sent for Okonudo and Dima to come to her hut at Ibam. I know you did not understand what the Abiyairion meant when he mentioned we should go and look for that boy to give him the money to remove the curse. When I went the first time, he made a serious divination. It was revealed to him that there was a time you fought with an unmasked and Ekbon Togoyen. Can you recall something like that? She said, looking inquiringly at Okonudo. Ekbon Togoyen was the child version of Ekbo. Its season usually began immediately after the Ekbo season, but the period was shorter. Ekbon Togoyen wore masks all the same, but their masks were beautiful and not ugly, unlike those of the adult Ekbo. They did not weave mpatat on their masks, but a fine white silky material called asere, obtained from peeling, scraping, and drying plantain stems. They did not carry bows and arrows, but canes, which they could use freely on non-initiate children and young girls. Okonudo looked intently into space as he searched his brain. Then he remembered faintly what had happened. When he could not go to school again because of school fees, he was not happy and was moody most of the time. One day, he went to Edom Eside to fetch water for his mother. On the way back, one Ekbon Togoyen was coming out of a compound on the road to the stream. The masquerade accosted him and asked him for money, but he had none. Then the masquerade flogged him with his cane. The water pot fell from his head and broke into pieces. Okonudo became angry. He threw heavy and rapid punches on the masquerade, grabbed his mask, pulled it off his face, and broke it into pieces, marching it with his heels on the ground. Yes, Okonudo said. Then he told the story. What did the masquerade say when you broke his mask? Nwas had asked. He cried and then said, until you die, you will not have a male child to wear a mask. Okonudo said, his eyes becoming misty. Then he broke down in tears. Dima and Nwas had just exchanged glances. Do you know the boy? Nwas had asked, almost in tears herself. Yes, he is a grown man now. His name is I. This man has since died, but if we mention his name, his relations who are still alive might raise an objection. Is he still alive? Yes. Can you trace him? He lives in Usongidem with his family. I was in high spirits to see Okonudo, his wife and mother-in-law that evening. He offered a bamboo bench on his veranda, went inside the house, and came out with a jar of palm wine. Then he unhung the basket containing the gourds from the bamboo roof rafter. He removed a gourd from the basket, poured the fresh palm wine into it, sipped a little quantity, and handed the filled gourd to Okonudo. I have removed ephod, he said. Okonuro took the gourd from him, and they both laughed. Then he poured some for himself. If you poured palm wine for someone in Anang tradition, you were required to taste it to remove ephod. Ephod in Anang language could mean witch or wizard. It could also mean wickedness or a wicked person, or for short, someone with a bad character who could kill or poison someone's drink or food. If you poured a drink for someone, you were required to taste it as a form of assurance that it was safe for a person to drink. That is, you had removed ephod from the drink. If the person took the gourd himself and poured the drink, this was not necessary. Today is Uruabum weekday, and women were not permitted to drink palm wine by our tradition. So this is only for the men, he said, laughing. Nwasa just smiled and nodded. As they drank, they talked about the church activities and who was taking the next weekly church contribution, of which Okonudo was the treasurer. Can you remember when we fought many years ago? I was returning from the stream. You wore a Bontogoyen mask. You broke my water pot, and I broke your mask, Okonudo said, laughing. Yes, I answered. I broke your pot, and you broke my mask. I can remember, he said, also roaring in laughter. And you said I will not have a male child to wear a mask. Yes. In those days, we would have made sacrifices to remove the curse. Things have changed, and we are both Christians. So you have to pray for me to remove that curse. I did not hesitate or ask any questions. He just told Okonuro to kneel down. Then he placed his two hands on his head and started praying passionately. At the end of the prayer, Okonudo and Dima chorused a loud amen. Nwasat, who had not yet joined the white man's religion, just nodded. Before they left, Okonudo removed the 5-shilling note from his pocket and handed it to UI. He took it, thanked him, and they left. This time, labor was not difficult for Dima, as she had delivered 3 children before. By now, Adiauro had passed on, and she was taken to the house of Uko Okere at Ikorobong Ikpe, a family subset of Mbiabong. Uko Okere was a herbalist who sometimes took deliveries. As she loitered around the labor room, Nwaedo thought of many things. She hoped the labor would not be delayed. In her community, delayed labor meant that the pregnant woman had committed adultery. Among the women folk, fidelity was enforced by an esoteric unseen spirit called Ekbonkawu. If a woman was suspected of infidelity, the spirit was taught to wait for her during labor and cause difficulty in delivery. She was then asked to confess and name the person or persons she had sexual relations with outside her husband. This done, she delivered easily. But Dima, her daughter-in-law, was not one of those adulterous women, so she had nothing to worry about. The lanky black boy slipped out of her womb quite smoothly and cried immediately. In no time, Uko Okere came out of the room with him wrapped in a wrapper, just exposing the face. Okonudo smiled widely when Uko Okere announced it was a boy and took him in his hands. There and then, he immediately named him Friday, because that day was a Friday. Nwaido and Nwasat, loitering anxiously around the labor room, broke spontaneously into a song and dance. Nwaido took him from his father and named him Pong Pong. This interprets as soulmate. Nwasat named him Uyem, meaning the one we were looking for. At home, almost the whole village came to visit Dima and the child. Mama Okoye Nangeto called and named him Akaninyene. This means he who is greater than earthly wealth. Etimudo Oko came with Isoeria. After praying for the mother and child, he named the child Okoro. It is an Igbo word which meaning I do not know. Akpan Udoyara also came with another Isoeria and a stick of fish. He named the child Enyong because he was tall and lanky. Udon Nangan came with his wife, and the wife named him Ukwebe, my gallant husband. Okonudo took the child with the mother to the church at Ikoreside for baptism on the 8th day. And after the sacrament, the White Reverend Father, Patrick Kiflihan, whom the parishioners nicknamed Father Onaeka, meaning the father without a mother, named him Nestor. Part 2. A virgin world upturned by war. Part 2. A virgin world upturned by war. Chapter 14. Thumb down for a disobedient boy. My mother told me I was not only tiny, tall, and fragile looking child at birth, but very sickly. I developed a fever here, a cough and diarrhea there, and very frequently too, some nights they never slept as I cried all through. Apart from all this, I was a very exploratory and active child when I began to crawl. Twice, I nearly died of poisoning. On the first occasion, someone had left a bottle of kerosene uncovered in a corner of the house. Before my mother realized it, I had crawled to it and emptied a good quantity of the hydrocarbon into my throat. I went comatose and was revived at far away at the General Hospital. On the second occasion, my sister Eno had finished washing my clothes nappy and left a piece of soap on the bamboo bench where she sat. She went inside the kitchen to monitor what she was cooking on the fire. Before she came out, I had eaten a quarter of the soup. I became restless. My father was livid when he came back from the market. This time, he sharpened his machete. Luckily, he never needed to use it because I was revived again at Ikorekpene General Hospital. There, the doctor put a tube in my nose and sucked out the soap that was liquefying in my stomach. In times of these sicknesses, my mother was usually extremely distressed. I can still faintly recall her telling me, "Akpaneka, don't die, oh. Please don't die and leave me." Whether she said it for me to hear and understand is what I do not know, because at that age, I am sure I did not know what it meant to die. Looking back, It was nothing more than the lamentations of an anxious, distressed, loving mother. As I grew bigger, I began to be aware of what they did in the form of treatment when I was sick. They squeezed the leaves of a local plant called Afuro Icot into a cup and forced the unpalatable extract down my throat whenever I had a fever. If I had a stomach ache, the leaves of another local plant called Ismailiyet was squeezed out and given to me to drink. Bitter leaves were also used for the same purpose. My father kept a cane beside him menacingly in case I dared refuse to drink. The same thing was done to my sisters. To clean your stomach, he gave me a purple rectangular tablet, which he called Regulate, to chew. He sold these as part of his wares. They were usually packed neatly with a piece of translucent paper over them in a flat orange-colored rectangular container with a cover. The smell was very repugnant, and if you were not careful, you would puke while chewing it, and the cane would fall. After chewing it, you purged all day. Sometimes, my mother cut the leaves of lemongrass in tiny bits into a cooking pot, to which she added tiny limes, also cut into small pieces. She then added a copious amount of water and boiled the concoction on fire. The steaming pot was then balanced on the ground with dried plantain leaves rolled into a circular pad. I was then given a wooden stool to sit on, my face directly over the steam from the pot. She covered my head with a loin cloth over the steam. It was a very uncomfortable experience as I struggled to breathe. The hot steam poured into my nostrils. Sweat came in torrents out of my bare body. Sometimes, the heat from the steam was so much it threatened to suffocate me. I then forcefully pulled back the loincloth and began to cry. My mother would allow a little period of rest and then put it back. I do not know why this was done, but my mother said it was a remedy against utonyen, a name for malaria fever among the locals. But it was also done if I had a serious cough and stuffy nose. Sometimes the same combo was boiled with a little quantity of sweet palm wine and given to me to drink. It had a heavenly flavor, especially when lime was not added. In some cases, the fever refused to settle despite all these remedies. I would then be taken to the dispensary near the native court at Ibam, where the dispenser, one man named Sam from Ibam, gave me painful injections on the buttocks for some days. The dispenser treated many kinds of problems. He incised and drained a boil if you had any. He provided tablets for worms, common colds, cough, stomach ache, headache, and bleeding gums. Our people found it hard to completely jettison their traditional ways of life, notwithstanding that they were members of the Catholic Church brought by Etemudoko, which at that time was almost the only church. Many, therefore, still offered sacrifices to their native gods and ancestors when they were sick or had other nagging problems. No one could fault them because they were born to see that our ancient community did not have one unseen God, but many gods. Each family had a shrine representing a god controlling an aspect of life. There was a god and a shrine for fertility called Abolowo, for trade called Abasurwa, for yams or good crop harvest called Aboredia, and so on. Obot means creator. Some of our other villages had their common deities to which they offered sacrifices and worshipped them. Ibam Ikbe had a deity called Nsarakop, which was reputed to control longevity. Nsarakop means something like dry navel. It was said to be a woman with particularly long and fallen breasts, and it had a curator who was believed to be seeing her whenever he went to offer sacrifices. If the curator of this god offered sacrifices and put your soul on Sarakop, you lived for longer than other human beings, and no one could kill you, even with a local charm or poison. You just continued to live and live, and even when you were extremely old and sick, you wouldn't die unless the curator removed your soul from Sarakop. It is said that once he went to remove your soul from there, he may not even reach his house from the shrine before you died. Nsarakop inhabited the forest a short distance behind my grandmother, and Akpanodo Yara, my uncle's houses. It was a very thick and fearful forest. In the night, when as children, we used to go looking for snails with torches made from dried bamboo barks. My grandmother used to warn us that we stay clear of Nsarakop forest so that we don't encounter her in the dead of night, because if that happened, we could be harmed by the deity. To this day, Nsarakop still has a curator who attends to her, though the forest, her habitat, is fast depleting. Many villagers still put their souls on Nsarakop to this day. Ikpe Ikorekpan people and their Iman villages of Ikorekpe, Ikoreside, and Ekpene Oton, which they called Itono, had their own god. They worshipped Ikorok, which was also worshipped by these kindred villages. It was associated with a big wooden local musical instrument called Abodom. This was placed on top of a tree. Its sound could be heard miles away, because in those days the villages were noiseless, as there was no noise from vehicles, which were almost non-existent. Whenever it was beaten, which was rare, it was time for a meeting of the kindred villages. Members of these villages were very friendly with each other, visiting each other and exchanging gifts during special occasions like New Yam festivals, periods of elaborate merriment to usher in the new yams from a previous planting season. They also worshipped another god called Afiamma, or fair woman, who lived in a small village square called Anwaikong. At the center of our village square stood the village Ekaenang. This interprets something like mother of cows or big cow. This was our village's object of worship. It was made with a mound of mud and laterite, shaped like a miniature Egyptian pyramid. It was about 5 feet from the base to the apex, on which was pinned the skull of a cow, covering it with a small shade made of a raffia mat thatching on the roof, supported by 4 wooden pillars at the 4 corners. Two additional similar but taller pillars supported the king post, giving it the required slope. On the body was a mess of broken eggs, thrown on it by villagers who went there to offer sacrifices. This was usually done in the dead of night, as no one ever saw the worshippers or knew their true identity. In our generation, no one seemed to know the origin of this structure or its main function, or for that matter, its significance. When I asked my father, he just mocked at me, smiled, and said he did not know. I believed him because every other person I asked seemed not to have an answer. It just stood there, and people woke up daily to see the telltale signs of fresh sacrifices attributable to no one in particular. Apart from the broken eggs, there were flakes of reddish woodbark called nsei, or semi-mashed pieces of boiled yam mixed with red palm oil, which the villagers called iboro. These were poured at its feet. Sometimes there were hush-hush rumors of human sacrifices at the feet of this object to appease this or that deity. Curiously, no one was prepared to dismantle it, even with the advent and penetration of the white man's religion. And it has stood there, constant in the village square, like the North Star to this day. Sometimes, when I had a fever, my father brought one man called Udowa, who lived behind my grandmother's house at Ibam, to our compound. My father's servant would chase and catch one of our cocks. They cut a small piece from the branch of a walnut tree. My father brought some nsei, which he bought from the market. Then I was taken to the root of a raffia palm tree in the nearby bush, where they nailed the portion from the branch of the walnut tree with the back of a hoe to the ground. They then rolled mpatat and hung it on the walnut stick nailed at the root of the raffia palm tree. There, the Abiyaibok circled the cock 3 times over my head, the wings flapping over my face, and the cock yelling with a conquered crow. He touched it about 3 other times on my forehead, chanting incantations. He slaughtered the cock after breaking the nsei on its head. Then he dipped his right finger into the blood he had mixed into a paste with sand from the foot of the raffia palm tree, and touched it on my forehead and the back of my neck. Sometimes the fever subsided, while at other times it did not, but the sacrifice had been offered all the same. My father gave Udowa some parts from the plucked and roasted chicken, and my mother cooked the remaining as pepper soup with yams. I used to enjoy this particular sacrifice because I was usually given a large portion of the chicken pepper soup, and the pepper soup had a special flavor. The sacrifice was offered for first-born sons who were ill in our village. It was called Owakiko Upan. It was conducted by only a few aged men who knew what it entailed. These were Abiyaibok. All told, my father was a very committed Catholic. Our church bell tolled every morning to wake us from sleep as a call for morning prayers, which he never missed. When I was very small, he carried me astride his shoulders, holding a kerosene lamp in his right hand to brighten the path for us, to avoid stepping on snakes that sometimes crawled out of the bush onto the road. As I grew up, he held my hand as we went for the prayers. Most of the time, only the two of us went. I do not know whether that was because I always slept with him on the same bed, a situation that made me handy. The church was not far away from our house. It was situated along the main road to Ikorekbene by the junction. It was built on a wide expanse of land and had a lush green field, which the parishioners cut and raked routinely on Saturdays. Clean, swept footpaths surrounded the main building. Seen standing majestically on the far end, beside the building, was a huge ancient African pear tree. It was evergreen and never lacked fruit at any time during the year. Picking the early morning fruits that dropped was another way to attract some parishioners to go early for morning prayers. At the opposite side of the building stood the church bell, which chimed for morning prayers and to announce a church faithful's death and subsequent burial. It hung on a crossbar atop a tall, four-legged steel prop with a small roof made of zinc. I was not born to see when the church building was a thatched hut. This had been demolished to give way to a magnificent rectangular structure made of blocks and roofed with aluminum material. It had a balcony around three sides, with a half wall on which we used to climb and play when I was grown. It was painted an ash gray color with a large door at the front and many large arched windows on all sides to provide cross ventilation. The front door was accessed with 4 steep stairs from the ground. Inside, the church was beautiful to behold. An aisle divided it neatly from the back to the altar. On each side was arranged a row of church benches, which the White Reverend Father called pews. On the walls hung beautiful paintings of the 14 stations of the cross, each depicting a particular activity that took place as Jesus was being led on the road to Golgotha. During Easter period, Etemudoko led us in prayers through the 14 stations. Sometimes this was done by the church catechist. The altar was made of pure marble. Behind it on the wall was a little box, inside which the priest used to open and put remnants of the Holy Communion. Above it, the wall had 3 arched windows, a large central one flanked by 2 smaller ones. These were not for ventilation, but purely decorative. They were made of frosted glass with a combination of blue and red colors. The central window was designed with red glasses to look like a cross in the middle, flanked by blue glasses. As dawn broke, these colors shone through, making them look very beautiful indeed. At the back of the church, a flight of steep stairs led to a raised decked concrete platform with rails. This was supported on concrete pillars, and it was where the church choir sat to sing during church services. The morning prayers were usually led by Etem Udoko, whose unmistakable baritone but croaky voice had become synonymous with the rosary recitals, which he religiously led every morning. Mokomfi O Mary, Omoyo ye grace, Obongo modu ye afo, Emediang fi kotu miban, Enyungediang free dip for Jesus. These were the familiar salutation to Mary in the Christian Bible, which Catholics converted to a routine prayer, to which the congregation replied in unison, Edisanam Mary, Ikabasi. Bongakam nonyin menam idiongpo. Kemi yekini mpanyen. Amen. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for all sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. After my father left for the market with his servants every morning, we spent most of the time on the farm with my mother. Some of these farms were quite far from our house. We left early in the morning, and when I was still very small, she carried me on her back. When I was grown, I played on the sand with Ime, my immediate junior brother, on the road, while my mother and sister planted cassava or weeded on the farm. Even when I had grown, my mother did not allow me to weed. Our people believed it was the duty of the women to weed, while the men planted the yams and tied them to the stakes. My elder sister sometimes used the sharp knife we took to the farm to cut open pods of palm kernel, remove the nuts, and eat them. She gave us some to eat, and it was sweet. One day, while in the farm, I took the sharp knife and attempted to use it for the same purpose. Put that knife down. You are going to cut off your finger. My mother, who saw me from the bush, shouted. She came out and took the knife away from me, put it in the basket, and continued weeding. I returned to playing on the sand. After she no longer paid attention to what I was doing on the road, I sneaked into the farm, took the knife out of the basket, and returned to the road. I cut out and savored a palm kernel. As I cut a second one, the blade of the knife fell smack on my left thumb, cutting midway into my fingernail. Blood gushed out, and the pain seared, making me yell. My mother lifted her head from the weeding. I was flapping my wounded hand, and blood spilled everywhere. I thought my mother would come out and cuddle me with pity, but she grabbed a stick and ran towards me. I ran and yelled along the road. She pursued, soon outran me, and caught me by my little arm. The cane descended on me. After the beating, she tried to tie the wounded thumb with some palm fronds, but the bleeding would not stop. My sister packed the hose and the offending knife into the basket, ending the farm work for that day. When we got home, my mother put a shirt on me and took me to the dispensary at Ibam. Even as I write, I am looking at the scar, which has remained on my left thumb, with a deformed fingernail to this day. It was indeed a thumbs down for a disobedient little boy. Chapter 16. More money for less money. At intervals, my father traveled to Aba to purchase his wares. He usually woke up at the first crow of the cock, standing on the side of the road in front of the path leading to our house. Since I slept with him, I always got up to accompany him to the road and stood with him until a lorry with other passengers came and picked him up. Then I waved at him and ran back to the house. He always came back at sundown. My sisters and I waited expectantly on the path in front of our house, leading to the tarred road. On sighting the lorry that brought him back, we ran excitedly towards the road stopping short of where the green grass abutted on the tar. My father had warned us not to go beyond that boundary. We ran to give him a warm embrace when he emerged from the lorry. At that time, my face was just somewhere above the level of his knees, almost reaching his waist. I would be the first person to grab the 2 loaves of bread he never failed to return with each time he traveled. The lorry driver who brought my father never turned off the lorry's engine while all the cartons of goods belonging to him were being removed from its bowl. Its sound was a kind of regular staccato hum, and my senior sister and her friends who went to school joked about it, that the vehicle was taunting their handwork teacher who used to beat them in school. Titia, 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 they sang along with the vehicle. Titia was how the locals corrupted the word teacher. My sisters and my father's servants carried the goods on their heads and stacked them neatly in one room they called store or warehouse in the house. All the load I would carry was the loaves of bread, always tucked inside a big black polythene bag. Sometimes the engine of the lorry caught either on its own or by the driver when he came out of the lorry. If there was an argument with my father or some other passenger over something, usually the correct fare, to start the engine again, the conductor brought out a large Z-shaped metal rod with a tiny pin attached to one end of the leg. He inserted this end into a hole just below the bonnet in front of the vehicle. He turned this slowly, then very rapidly, in a clockwise direction until the engine coughed back to life. The vehicle exuded thick black smoke from a small pipe behind it as it did so. Sometimes it refused to start, and my father's servants and other bigger boys pushed it along the road after the conductor had removed the wooden wedge from the back tire. If the vehicle started on its own, the conductor removed the wedge on the fat double back tires. The wedge was a large rectangular piece of wood with a wooden rod that served as a handle. He threw it under the back of the lorry, running behind it, holding a crossbar pinned to the roof as it moved. He then jumped on a small wooden board attached to the back of the lorry, just above the ground. From here, he swung himself like a giant cat and sat on the board that covered half of the back of the lorry, his legs hanging down outside. Finally, he swung himself inside the lorry. We would laugh excitedly at these dexterous maneuvers and wave at him. We then watched as the lorry slowly diminished in size and finally disappeared into oblivion, where the diminishing palm trees on both sides of the road became gradually swallowed by the expansive blue and white sky. Our house was a beehive of activities. People always came to buy this or that item. Even when he left for the market with his servants and we did not go to the farm, my father left a small can with a lid where my mother and sisters dropped money for him when they sold an item. When he came back, they told him whatever they sold, and he cross-checked with the money. On certain days in the evening, he gathered all the money with the ones he brought back from the market into a brown jute bag with a purse string. He gave it to me to hold on my right hand, while he held my left hand as we trekked leisurely across the tarred road to Etem Udoko's affair, where he, his friends, and some cousins were engaged in weekly utebe or contribution. I watched as he arranged the coins in tens or twelves, piled atop each other in their kinds: pennies, shillings, 3 pence. The penny, called Ben, had a hole in the middle and was brownish in color. It was stamped with the image of a crown near the edge. On the other side, surrounding the hole, was stamped a star, similar to that which as an adult I saw on the Israeli flag, and which they call the Star of David. When I grew up, I could read the inscription written around it near the edge: Queen Elizabeth II. Some of my schoolmates would say it was the second Queen Elizabeth. An argument ensued one day when I said no. Until we took it to the teacher. The shillings had no hole and were silver colored but had an imprint of the palm tree, while the 3 pence, called toro, were a dull yellow color. They had an edge cut into straight lines that linked each other around the coin, making it look very unique. They also had an image of a woman wearing something on her head imprinted on one side. People brought small pieces of paper that they gave my father and took all the coins. I used to wonder why they took plenty of money but gave my father just one piece of paper. One day, as we were about going to the affair, I asked him. He laughed and told me those pieces of paper were money. But they are giving us less money and taking more money from us, I said. He laughed again. Then he explained to me that the paper money was actually more valuable than the coins. He then sat me on the floor in the house, emptied the bag on the floor, and showed me one by one how 12 shillings made 1 pound, 5 shillings had a note, and so on. At the affair, they drank palm wine and ate okporoko, stockfish cooked to make it very soft and immersed inside otong komeyop, to which fresh pepper, utasi, or ntongoko leaves were added. Etemudoko would give me a little of the palm wine in a gourd, and my father watched to ensure I sipped just a little. He also gave me a little piece of the stockfish to eat, and using a spoon, he scooped some of the atong into my mouth. It was very tasty. Some days, a messenger brought a piece of paper from Central Anang County Council for my father while he was away at the market. My mother would hand it to me. "Go to your bedroom and put it under the pillow," she said. I always slept with my father. I looked at it, trying to understand what was written, but could not read. Sometimes my sister read what was there, but I still could not understand. Then she said they called my father for a meeting at the council. In the evening of some days, when he did not go to the market, people came to the compound, and my father brought many bamboo benches from my grandmother's and Udon Nanga's house, which were nearby, onto our veranda. My father had no affair. When I asked him why, He said he would build one when he was old enough. By this time, he was probably in his 30s. They sat down and tabled complaints against neighbors, wives, husbands, or relatives. This one killed the other person's goat. This one fought with the other one. This one beat my child. This one impregnated the other one's daughter. And on and on and on. Sometimes they brought torn cloths, pieces of broken pots, pestles, a mangled bicycle, and other things as evidence. I usually sat beside my father, listening intently as he asked naughty questions to unearth the truth from the different quarreling or lying parties. Most of the time, the different parties smiled at each other and shook hands before leaving, as against the long, unsmiling faces they brought on arrival. When the case involved causing an injury or death, my father wrote something on a piece of paper and sent them with it to the court clerk at Ibam. In those days, vehicles were very few and far between on the road. Did you mix it? You should not now. I did it raw. You didn't mix it. Did you mix it? On days that my father did not travel, we ran out of the house bare-bodied and barefooted on hearing the sound of an approaching vehicle, mostly lorries that conveyed goods and traders from Aba and Onisha. We waved at the vehicle, laughed, and jumped excitedly as if the driver, conductor, or passenger waved back. My father used to tell us the district officer, a white man, lived in the big town of Ikorekbene and administered the district from there. He said I should go to school so that I would one day be educated like the D.O., which the villagers pronounced to sound like D.O. I considered myself lucky to have met my grandmothers alive. Both of them used to tell tales of how the road was constructed under the supervision of the D.O. They said the white men mobilized able-bodied young men in the village to first fell all adjoining trees along the beaten path. They then excavated the land down to the red earth. They also excavated the sides of the road, again down to the red earth, and then filled up the road with this laterite. The large crater left by these excavated portions along both sides of the road was called gutter. Heavy-duty machines which made the earth vibrate when they drove over the filled portions marched on the soil. These vibrations drove snakes and rodents scampering out of their holes for safety. But these attempts at escape to safety sometimes turned out not to be too safe after all. Sometimes, portions of these roads were damaged by flowing water and had to be reconstructed. And that was when we witnessed how the construction was done firsthand. When these animals escaped from their holes, the stronger and more daring boys among us waited apprehensively with sticks for them and sometimes triumphantly returned home with edible rodents called akono, or which they had killed. In the evening, these were roasted with salt, pepper, and palm oil. I was not strong or daring enough to kill any, but I enjoyed the delicacy from the largesse of my friends who did. chapter 17. Cane for the junction boy. In the rainy season, rainwater percolated into these gutters. As little children, we sometimes ran into and swam in the percolated dirty waters, quite oblivious of the dangers posed by such perilous adventures to our health. A lorry overladen with goods sometimes slipped off the road and fell into these gutters occasionally, especially in the rainy season, killing some passengers, the driver and the conductor in few cases. This was despite the fact that the road was so wide that it could pass two passenger or goods vehicle at the same time. Since it was better than the local roads in the village and was constructed by white men who ruled then, the villagers called it Usong Mbakara, meaning the road of the rulers or white man. That name had endured to this day. I recall very vividly one such incident. We were playing in the sand in front of our house one evening when we heard what sounded like a huge bang or an explosion along the main road. We ran into the house in fear. After some time, we heard a big commotion. My father, mother, and the other adults ran out of their houses to join a large crowd of people running towards Ikpe Anang Junction. I made to join them, but my mother shouted at me to get back. Unknown to my parents and out of curiosity, I sneaked into the crowd, and between running and walking among both the young and the old, we soon reached the spot where a lorry, fully loaded with crates of soft drinks, had capsized. All its load had scattered, spilling the liquid cargo from broken bottles in the gutter to form a stream of brownish liquid, snaking its way towards us. It was just after Ikbenang Junction. At that time, there was a little hill on the portion of the road passing through Ibam Ikbe, which the villagers called Mbut Ibam, that is Ibam Hill. It was a long trailer. As the story went, one of the front tires had punctured, and the driver had lost control, rammed into a pole bearing some tiny brown wires, which my father said were used for telephone by Dio, and fell headlong into the gutter. The crates had scattered, leaving a pathetic heap of dangerous rubble. The bottles, broken with their liquid contents, spewed everywhere. The driver lay surrounded by a large crowd. On the tarred road, bleeding from the ear, nose, and a badly battered head. Some able-bodied men were dragging on the lifeless body of a young man, probably the conductor, to pull him out from under the heap of crates, bottles, and the frame of the wrecked vehicle. It was a gory sight to behold. Even in the melee, some little boys and young men helped themselves to large gobs of soft drinks from the scattered bottles. The older adults just looked at them with faces of disapproval and rebuke. A huge boy in our neighborhood, whom I knew and who is still alive as I write, was one of them. It is imprudent to mention his name at this moment, because if I did, the villagers would know him. So I shall call him Akpan. Akpan had pulled out one of the green bottles, opened it in between his teeth, and was gormandizing its contents with relish. He offered me some, and I hesitated, then took the bottle from him and gulped down the brownish sweet liquid. I had never drunk such a sweet liquid before, and even now, that ethereal taste defines the feel of all soft drinks in my throat. I do not know what soft drink it was, but he called it something like Krola. It was one stuck in my father's trade, but we just looked at it enviously all the time, drooling copiously, wishing my father would one day open it for us to have a taste, but he never did. He used to buy it from Abba, packed by the manufacturers in large wooden crates in between fine wood scrapings to avoid breakages. Then suddenly, I remembered that my mother had told me not to come. I turned and made to run back to the house to avoid being noticed or caught. My left hand was suddenly grabbed by a large right hand. I dragged forcefully, struggling, writhing, and kicking to extricate myself from the grab. But the iron grip of an adult would not let go. I started throwing punches with my right hand as I looked up. My mother. Instinctively, I started to cry, but I stopped struggling. She was pulling at my hand, and I was running while she walked towards our house with large, hurried steps without uttering a word, her large hand still gripping me like a vice. At the house, she dragged me straight to where the bunch of brooms were usually kept at the corner of the veranda. I yelled louder and jumped up and down as the bunch of brooms did part of its work on my little legs. As I was receiving the beatings, my father approached from the main road towards the clean swept path leading to the frontage of our house. For a moment, the beating paused. My father inquired from her what had happened. I saw him at the scene of that accident, drinking Krola with Ntoi Junction, she said, breathing heavily. Ikbenang Junction, like most local road intersections where trade thrived, harbored many juvenile delinquents. It was a den where Indian hemp, cigarette smoking, and unruly behavior thrived freely. Alongside trade among the young and old. It was therefore objectionable to parents for their children to be seen with Ntoi Junction, as those delinquents were called in local parlance. Loosely interpreted, the term means junction children. After her angry narrative, my little wrist was grabbed by the stronger hand of my father. I started another round of crying and shouting as he pulled me towards the goat shed. All the goats, in fear, stopped bleating at the same time like a suddenly truncated orchestra and made to run. But they were held down by their taters. Then, without saying a word, he bent down, and from the heap of rubbish in the goat shed, he pulled out a cane. Chapter 18. Fun with our handsome teacher. Every morning, my eldest sister Eno left the house with a raffia bag hung on her shoulder and did not return until late afternoon. Sometimes she went alone. Sometimes she went in the company of other girls who came to the house to call her. She was no longer going to the farm in the morning with us. Soon, my two other sisters joined her, and I was always left alone in the house or on the farm with my mother. When they returned, they talked excitedly about this or that teacher, that is, teacher. They also talked about who was beaten that day, or how they cut grass, or knelt down as punishment for noise making or lateness. Soon, I started to cry each morning when they left. I wanted to join them. My mother consoled me and told me I could not go with them because I was too small. But I soon became inconsolable and refused to eat when they left. Then one day, my father said I should join them. I was still too small. While my sisters carried their raffia bags, I carried nothing. I wondered if I could even lift the raffia bags with their contents, which they slung effortlessly on their shoulders. The compound where we went was on a large expanse of land with well-swept paths and green fields. A large structure of block walls and a zinc roof stood at the center. Inside, there were benches for each group of children to sit. A large black wooden board balanced with two short sticks on a wooden structure with 3 legs stood in front of each group of children. The teacher stood at the side of the board, talking to the children, and he sometimes used a piece of white material to roll on the board, forming patterns. My eldest sister, Eno, took me to one tall, black, handsome teacher with sharp black eyes and a smiling face. She told him my father wanted me to join his children for Umebiong. This meant I was there just to learn how to stay hungry, as I was not old enough to join the children fully. The wooden structure stood with the board in front of us. We were not inside the big block, but under a big mango tree. Each child carried a wooden board, also black in color, with the same piece of white material carried by the teacher. Each time, he made a pattern on the board and asked the children to copy it. Then he made a sound that represented the pattern and asked the children to repeat. A, E, I, O, U. The teacher went around with a cane in his hand and inspected each child's pattern and made a mark with one small arm linked to a long arm with his own white piece of material on their boards. The mark he made looked like the hoe my mother used to weed in the farm. Sometimes he nodded with satisfaction, but at other times he asked the child to clean what pattern he made on his board and make another one. That was after he made 2 long marks crossing each other on their boards with the white material. If someone made a noise, the cane fell on his hands or buttocks. I had no board or piece of white material. The teacher asked me to make each mark on the ground with a piece of stick he gave me. Each time he came to inspect, he smiled with satisfaction and sometimes patted me on the back. As hunger made me uncomfortable, a bell rang and all the children gathered outside from their groups under the large mango tree with us. What is today? One big and tall teacher who had come from a room in the big block said. C, C, D. The children chorused. I say, what is today? Oh, he said again for emphasis. C, C, D. They chorused again. Being a Catholic school, all children were brought up by church station teachers in the church doctrine. These were attended at the local churches on certain days after school in the evening. You could be punished if you failed to attend CCD, Catechism of Christian Doctrine. After a short prayer and the singing of what the teacher called anthem, he dismissed the children, and they went in different directions, some running and some walking leisurely. My sister held me by the hand. The teacher whom I was with called her aside and said something. Both of them were looking at me admiringly. Before he left, he held my hand lovingly. Then he waved at me, and I waved back. The following day in the evening, one man came to our compound. I was in the kitchen with my mother when my father called out to me. When I looked closely, it was the teacher. They sat on bamboo benches facing each other on the veranda of our house, holding gourds of palm wine and talking excitedly. When he saw me, he smiled. "You see your first son?" he asked my father. "Yes," my father answered, smiling broadly. "He is a very smart pupil. Go and look for money, because this one will surpass Ezekiel in learning," he told my father. And they both laughed. He gave me a little of the palm wine to sip. Then I went back to join my mother in the kitchen. With Udo Uko as my class teacher in elementary 1, my school life was very interesting. An amiable and affable personality, he was the immediate junior brother of Senator Raymond Akpanomo, who represented Ikorebone Division in the Nigerian Senate. He lived in his brother's expansive compound, a story building near our school, St. Thomas Catholic School, Ikpenang at Ikpe Ikorekpe. The building was unique, and one of the features was a life-sized crucifix perched on the roof of the house. The senator, a very handsome man, dark in complexion like his brother, was a very influential man. He had many cars and used to give some pupils a ride some days if he drove on the road. When that happened, those lucky to be involved talked about it excitedly for days on end. Our school day started in the morning with a physical exercise we called PE. At that time, I did not know what PE stood for. Standing in the middle, the teacher made us form a circle around him, holding our hands. He intoned a song. "Form a circle, a circle." We sang along with him, danced and jumped according to whatever dance steps he enacted. Then he changed the tune. He selected a pupil to represent a goat and another to represent a lion. The lion pursued the goat as we sang. "Ekpe no eborowo ma si mai mak mfin ken debebot ma si mai mak mfin ke kpeta ma si mai mak ayeta itaga ayeta itaga." As we sang, the lion pursued the goat, which ran and dodged in different directions until it was finally caught. The song interprets something like, "Lion, the thief of someone's goat. Ma si mai mak. I bought a goat today, and today you ate it. Ma si mai mak. It will eat it. Will it eat it? It will not eat. Will it eat it? It will not eat." When finally the lion caught the goat, everyone shouted, jumped, and laughed excitedly. Still, he intoned another song. Swangkang swangkang, swangkang swangkang, itugune na yangkong o ayangkong, sa ayangkong. This interprets something like swangkang swangkang. A little hen is going to peck me. It's going to peck me. Sa, it's going to peck me. We all jumped forward, then backwards, hands akimbo, just as he did. This continued for well over 30 minutes, after which we returned to the assembly hall for morning prayers and singing of the anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Mr. O.E. Essien, the headmaster, a tall, tough disciplinarian from Uyo, gave an address, after which we returned to classes. Chapter 19. Now the storm gathers. Growing up in the village and going to school was fun all the way. Then we started hearing rumors that there was a coup, and the Prime Minister, whom our teacher called Balewa, the head of the country, and some other government officials were killed. Our teacher showed us their pictures on a calendar. Since his brother was a senator, he seemed to be at the cutting edge of news because his brother brought him news from Lagos. Other teachers, including the headmaster, came to our class to see him for information each day during break time. He told us the new head of government was a soldier called Ironsi, an Unege man. We called Igbo people Unege in our local dialect. At that time, we were still using slates, but he showed us a drawing on the back of a blue exercise book used by the senior classes. It depicted a man doing a high jump. He told us the man's name was Ife Ajanu, and that he had won a gold medal in the high jump at the Olympic Games. Then he said the man was a soldier, and he was one of the people who plotted the coup that killed the Prime Minister. He said their leader was another soldier named Nzogu. He said the regional premiers were removed and replaced by soldiers. He told us the name of the soldier that governed our eastern region was Ojuku. We all listened to his stories in wonderment. Then one morning, he told us in class that his brother was no longer attending the Senate in Lagos. For the first time, we saw him looking morose. A few months later, he brought another piece of news. Another group of soldiers had killed Ironsi, and a new head of state, Gowon, another soldier, had taken his place as the country's leader. He said Gowon was Asanu. This was the name the locals called Northerners, especially Hausa people. It is thought to derive from the Hausa greeting, Sanu. There seemed to be a lot of confusion. Soon, we heard that Igbo people were being killed in the north, and many of them who escaped through bush tracks returned with gory and pathetic stories of murder and arson to tell their angry people. In our school, our teachers gathered in groups to discuss these events. In their youthful innocence, the pupils continued their everyday lives, especially as their teachers, except our own, did not carry any briefs. We were proud that everyone looked up to our teacher for these stories. By the time my eldest sister did not come to our school again, she had transferred to another all-girls Catholic school called Convents, that is, convents, at Mbiabet Ikpe. At that time, training of female children in school was not popular. After she had finished her final primary 6 examinations, she went into training in the fattening room like my mother had done, and was married out to one Igbo man who used to bring goods for my father. His name was Simeon Okeke, and they lived in Aba. Sometimes, Senator Raymond Akpanomo, who came to our school, gathered the teachers, and they had a meeting. At the end of such meeting, our teacher usually announced a new thing that had happened in the country. One day, the senator came and had a very long meeting with the teachers. After he left, the school bell was rung by the timekeeper. We were asked to gather at the usual assembly ground under the huge mango tree to be addressed by the headmaster. All the teachers were there, wearing long faces. Mr. O.E. Essien was looking very sober. He told us that Ojukwu and the elders of the Eastern region had met and decided that Eastern region did not feel safe remaining in Nigeria again since they were killing our people. He said they had decided that from that day, the Eastern region of Nigeria was henceforth another country, which they called Biafra. Ojukwu, he said, was the new head of state. It was just past midday and not yet closing time. But after his address, he dismissed us and asked us to go home. It was then we realized that something very serious had happened. It was the first time the headmaster closed our school before time. I took my school bag containing my slate, hung it across my shoulder, and along with my sisters, we trekked home barefooted on the hot afternoon sand. I did not understand fully what all this really meant. When my father returned from the council, he also told tales of how a message was sent to the chairman of Central Anang County Council at Afai-Korebak from Enugu, informing him about these developments and how they debated the development in the council. The Nigerian flag in the council was also removed. He also told of how Igbo people in Aba were jubilating over the development when he traveled to purchase goods. He said they poured into the streets with songs, Nzobu Nzobu Enyimba, Nzobu Nzobu Enyimba Enyi. Some of them asked him if he belonged to Nigeria or Biafra, but they never molested anybody. The radio station at Enugu, where my father used to listen to the news with his big transistor radio, was now saying Radio Biafra Enugu instead of Radio Nigeria Enugu that we were used to. Again, one day, after such a meeting of our teachers with the senator, our teacher told us that in response, Gowon had decided to abolish the regions and had proposed to divide the country into 12 states. He said Ojukwu and the elders of the region did not agree to this, and they were conducting a series of long meetings to take a decision. We noticed we no longer sang the national anthem of Nigeria We Hail Thee during our morning assemblies. The green, white, green flag that had hung on a pole, greeting us every morning with its familiar waves when rustled by the gentle winds, was removed. Our school atmosphere became tense and lifeless. In the mornings, we had no more songs, dances, or PE. No more swankang aswankang by our teacher, who had now lost his usual vivacious self and was always moody. Soon, the senator came back to the school, and had an even longer meeting with our teachers. After he left, our teacher told us that Gowon had sent soldiers to quell the rebellion in eastern Nigeria. Ojukwu had resisted and mobilized enthusiastic Igbo youths, giving them guns to fight back, and there was an exchange of gunfire. There was war. Chapter 20. In the land of the rising sun. Two years before the war broke out, my father had completed the construction of our permanent building. Located smack on the untarred main road by the junction, it was a magnificent bungalow made of blocks with a long kitchen line. It was one of the few zinc houses in the clan. The main building and kitchen were joined together by block fencing with glass spikes on top to ward off thieves. It was one of the few houses that had frosted glass windows and was painted a brilliant leaf green color. We had moved into the house just before I started primary 1. The house's location placed us in a vantage position to witness the happenings among soldiers and civilians during the war. At the same time, it posed a potential danger. After the war broke out, my father was no longer going to the council. He concentrated on his trading business, still going to Aba and sometimes Onisha to purchase goods. By now, his trade had bloomed tremendously, and he was buying palm oil in drums and storing them to sell when the prices had appreciated. His farm products and every other things were now in abundance. Even his servants had increased in number to 7. He had more palm trees too, so had the number of his children. We were now 6 in number. Another female named Atam, having been born just before we packed into the new house. We still went to school, but school life had changed from what it used to be. Fighting was going on every day between Nigerian and Biafran soldiers, though in a far-away war front. Even then, people lived in fear, not knowing what to expect. We watched as army trucks and Land Rovers conveyed young men from Ikotekbene and drove past the major road to Uyo. This happened as a routine, although we did not know what they went there for. They were dressed in dark green military combat clothes, some of which made them look like approaching leopards. These were called camouflage. On the left shoulder of their shirts, they wore a designed piece of cloth which people said bore their ranks. And on the right, they wore a badge depicting a rising sun. They wore round hats and heavy jackboots. Some carried rifles, which the adults called Mark IV. Others just carried whips made of 2 slender, cut and dried cow skin twisted together. News on Radio Biafra was read in Efik by one Okon Atakbo. Others also read news in English, but I did not understand English at that time. Sometimes one man we called Friday Udong Cricket, who lived in a room in our house, interpreted the news for us. Most of the time, they extolled the bravery of the brave Biafran soldiers in battle, or talked about what Ojukwu had done or would be doing. or they gave reasons for those he did not do. It was not long before the war began to take a toll. Many of the things people were taking for granted became short in supply. There was acute scarcity of some essential household daily use commodities. The first casualty was salt. Suddenly, my mother began to ration salt because it was becoming hard to find in the market. It reached a point where people who could not afford it again had to cook and eat their food saltless and tasteless. My father could still afford to buy, but since so little was used in order to manage what was available, we learned to eat food that the taste of salt was almost imperceptible. Soap became another casualty. At a point, it disappeared completely from the market. People devised a means of getting around the problem. They burnt the shaft of palm fruit bunches, added copious amounts of water, filtered out the ash, and stood the black water overnight in a basin. In the morning, they decanted the brownish supernatant and used it to wash clothes. But then, it was a little too harsh on the body. An alternative was the long leaves of a koro tree. These green fleshy leaves were pounded in a mortar and soaked in water. The green slippery supernatant was also decanted and used as bathing soap. But these emergency soaps were not very effective, either in bathing or washing clothes. The result was that people's hygiene became very poor. Clothes were dirty and bodies produced offensive odors. Head lice became like an epidemic, especially among women and girls with long hairs on their heads. And in any case, there were no razor blades or scissors to cut them. And razor blades had long replaced urion, which our parents used in their childhood. We started seeing strange faces. These people were said to be unege, who entered even very remote villages to scout for and buy these simple things because they had become non-existent in their big towns. At one point, my mother did not use fish and crayfish to cook. It was said that the fishermen at a place called Oron could not enter the big sea to fish because there were soldiers there who could kill them. Red meat was nowhere to be found. The Asanu, as we call the Fulani people, used to bring many cows and passed on foot through our junction, heading to Uyo. We did not see them anymore. And so there was no more beef in the market. Gradually, the delicious afang soup that my mother had become an expert in cooking lost its exquisite taste because not even enough salt could be added, much less other ingredients that made afang soup tasty. We also started seeing strange sicknesses. Small children started to develop puffy faces, protruded abdomens, and swollen legs. They looked dull in appearance, and some had diarrhea constantly. Some passed stools that were greenish in color. Many children and adults lost weight and walked the streets like skeletons because food became very short in supply. Begging, which was unknown in our villages, became rampant, and people began to steal indiscriminately. And even those that were caught were no longer punished because law and order had broken down. some soldiers came from the town to commandeer some women who still managed to dress well and look beautiful. They took them away and did not return them for days, sometimes weeks. Upon their returns, they brought paltry portions of salt and some other scarce essential commodities as gifts from the soldiers. This made some wayward women to make themselves deliberately available to be commandeered. Once in a while, soldiers came in a lorry, swarmed like bees into people's farms, and harvested plantains, cassava, cocoyam, vegetables, and whatever was available. Some said these items were taken and cooked for soldiers in the front. A few villagers who dared to protest were beaten silly and threatened with cocked guns by the soldiers, thrown like bags of cement into their lorry and taken away. Sometimes they were shot dead. They also raided markets frequently and carted away what remained of people's goods. People hid away their wares, only bringing out scanty parts for display in case the soldiers raided. If you were on the road when they were going back, they could take your bicycle. The raised bamboo platforms in my father's shed in Ofionetuk Market became very scanty of goods. Death became an epidemic. There were no more drugs in the dispensary at Ibam, and the few patent medicine shops available at the junction became empty. The church bell chimed every day to announce this or that burial. People offered prayers in church for the war to stop, but it did not. They offered sacrifices to their gods for the people to stop being sick and against rampant death. The more sacrifice they offered, the more the number of deaths increased. People walked the street with torn and dirty clothes because nothing was coming in. I was getting scared because many of our playmates began to disappear one after the other. We played football in the open field in front of our church when we returned from school. Gradually, some of the boys we used to play with developed swollen legs, became weak, and eventually could not play again. Eventually, they died. Many of my playmates who were very good in their field positions could not sustain their energy for more than 10 minutes because they went for days without food. Sometimes you heard that this goalkeeper or that center forward had died. I will never forget my friend whom we went to school with. His name was Okun. He was a very brilliant pupil. We started school the same day in elementary 1 and soon became inseparable. After school, we went together to the church for CCD. On days there was no CCD, we went to play football, or we went together to the stream with our clay pots to fetch water for our mothers. Sometimes he brought me oranges, mangoes, and pears from their compound. When my father returned from Aba and gave me slices of bread, I would put mine in a polythene bag, and in the evening after school, share it with him. He used to enjoy it because they had no bread in their house, and since his own father was not a trader and did not have money, he could not buy bread for him. One day, when my father opened a can of sardines for us to eat, I tried to swap mine in a polythene bag. It slipped out of my little hands and fell in the sand. I picked it up, but it fell again and became even messier. My father saw me struggling with the little piece of fish and asked me why I did not eat it at once like others. I told him I wanted to go and share it with Okon. When it fell upon the sand the third time, I got angry, threw it on my own into the bush, and started crying. It had become so messy you couldn't eat it with all the sand. My father was watching me all this while. For a while he stood there watching me cry. Then he entered the house and came out with a full can of sardines. Go and give this to Okon. Tell him I said he should give it to his father to open for him, he said. That was before the war broke out. As the war commenced, Okon became moody and absent-minded. Then his face became puffy, and in a short time his legs and abdomen became swollen. Soon he was lying down all day in the house and could no longer come out to play with us. Sometimes, when I brought him bread, he only ate a little and handed me back the rest. I wondered what was happening to him, and I told my father. Chapter 21. A Requiem for a Childhood Friend. I wondered why one of us in our house was affected, why none of us in our house was affected by the illness. As an adult, I asked my father when he was still alive, and he said it was because of the little fish he used to give us. At that time, I had noticed that he had a large catch of fish on sticks that he kept with him. Instead of giving my mother to use in cooking, he gave us little pieces to eat most mornings, and sometimes when he came back from the market in the evenings, my mother made a big issue out of it, but he would not listen. And later in my adulthood, he told me the story. One day, he went to Aba to purchase goods. He saw a group of people gathering around a white woman. She was talking to people through an interpreter, and he decided to listen. It was then the woman talked about the causes of the swollen legs and abdomen, the new disease. She mentioned that if you eat even small pieces of fish, crayfish, or snails daily, you will not get the disease, even if everyone is getting it. He decided to buy the fish and give us little pieces every day. I asked my father to give me a little piece to give Okon each morning when he shared the fish to us, and he obliged. But instead of improving, Okon continued deteriorating even though I gave him the fish. Soon, he could not only come out to play with us again, but his skin was also peeling like paint from the walls of an aging house. Still, I continued to visit him every day and give him part of my share of the fish our father gave us. One morning, I took the fish to their house to give him. When his mother saw me, she started crying. His father came out and joined her, crying. Okon had died, they told me. I cried and became inconsolable. I could not eat, and I felt like vomiting whenever I saw food. This continued for almost 1 week, and I was losing weight. My father took me to Udo Ukomo, my teacher, who started talking to me and consoling me. With time, I began eating again. Our school had become a shadow of its former self. The teachers came irregularly. Some of them did not come to school for weeks on end. It was said that they were not paid their money. And some of them who lived on the school premises returned to their villages. The school compound became overgrown with weeds, and the benches and the floor became dusty because most teachers and pupils did not come to school anymore. My friends became reluctant. If I went to call them in the morning to go to school together, they refused. I still went, and Urauko, our teacher, continued to come and to teach the few of us who went. Soon, it was planting season, and no one planted on the school farm. Chief Raymond Akpanomo, who was no longer going to the Senate, came to school more frequently and tried to talk the teachers into being more responsive. He even helped by teaching the few pupils in senior classes who managed to attend. But things remained as they were. Then, as things continued to deteriorate, the school was closed and we stayed away from school completely. The situation in Biafra continued to deteriorate to the extent that my father saw very little to buy when he went to Aba, and now he went to local markets less frequently. His servants began to diminish, and the palm oil business was no longer lucrative because those who bought it from him stopped coming. He had stayed away from the council completely, and so did the other councillors. He told us that the whole council was locked. It was soon announced on Radio Biafra Enugu that there was a new Biafran currency. When my father returned from one of the now infrequent trips to Aba, he came back with the Biafran pounds. But he said you needed plenty of it to buy one item, unlike the Nigerian pounds. Almost immediately, it became mandatory to use it in the markets. Soon enough, the catching of fish my father used to give us began to dwindle, and he interspersed it with frogs, which people raided Idmeside to catch and sell to him. He also bought pineapples, washed and chopped them into small pieces. He then boiled the pieces with water in a kettle, squeezed the juice and added lime. He gave us the juice to drink. In retrospect, I do not know if this provided any solution to the problem at hand, but maybe it was just an enthusiastic attempt of a father to do something to preserve the health of his children during wartime. The war made people think of solutions to problems. When school was still operating, we did not have chalk to write on our slates. The handwork teacher developed a way of making chalk from cassava starch. He taught us how to do it, and although it did not write as clearly as the chalk from the market, it served the purpose. The slates some of us used before were smooth and made of a breakable imported tablet. My own was bought for me from Aba, and it was very beautiful. Our handwork teacher again got a local carpenter to plane a wooden board to a very smooth finish. He put a frame around it and painted it with charcoal. It served as well as the imported breakable slate. There was one man from Ikorobong Ikbe, a family subset of our village named Igbonwa. He was physically challenged and could not use his legs very well. but he was very good at fabricating all sorts of metallic things. He made hoes, machetes, spears, and poisoned arrows for some people. It was even rumored that at a time he minted coins. But as an adult, I discovered that what he fabricated was the manila, which by then was used only for fetish purposes, as part of sacrifices, and not as currency. Very frequently, soldiers passed by the frontage of our house to his compound, which was on the same road. These trips were particularly frequent as the war progressed. It was rumored that when a weapon was captured at the war front from a Nigerian soldier, they took it to him and he dismantled it and produced its replica. It was also rumored that during the war, he made a lot of money. There could be some truth in this, because even with the handicap, he lived well, built a permanent building, and sent all his children to school. One of his children, Ime Egbonwa, was my childhood friend. Kerosene became scarce, and people could no longer light their lanterns at night. They devised a crude lantern that used palm oil to produce light in the house before they slept at night. It produced copious amounts of smoke, but all the same, it served the purpose. My mother hurried my sisters to finish all the cooking and house chores before darkness fell, and we slept earlier than usual. Soon after, the chickens came to roost. Sometimes soldiers came to our village to write the names of some older boys and took them to the town in army lorries. It was said they were taken to be trained to become soldiers to fight on the war front. After some time, some of them returned to the village for short breaks and told stories of the exploits at the war front. They looked resplendent in their camouflage uniforms, which they wore and pranced the village. Some of them never returned, and it was said they were killed by bullets in battle. We began to hear stories of how bombs were dropped from inside the bodies of airplanes in the sky, killing people on the ground. As children before the war, we used to stand outside the house, looking up to catch a glimpse of aeroplanes in the sky, waving at them whenever we heard their roaring sounds. But now, we ran into the bush to hide in case they dropped a bomb. There were also news stories from Radio Biafra Enugu of how the gallant Biafran forces were moving towards Benin to capture Lagos, Nigeria's capital. We used to listen, mouth agape, as my father and other adults discussed and analyzed these stories excitedly over kegs of palm wine. Some expressed doubts over some of the stories, while others applauded the indomitable nature of Ojukwu and his troops. Many high-sounding stories were weaved around Ojukwu. Some said he could not die, as the local portions prepared for him by some Igbo traditional medicine men made him impervious to bullets. They also said he lived in a bunker that was completely inaccessible to other people, while others said he sometimes appeared and disappeared miraculously to fight with and encourage his soldiers in many tough battles. At the point, it was said he had been killed and another person had taken his place pretending to be Ojukwu. Everyone that carried these stories told them with an air of absolute certainty. One particular man from Ikben Nongiyang, whose name was Ikbong, a tall, huge, and fair-complexioned man, came very regularly to the junction to help the Biafran soldiers to mount roadblocks. Each time he arrived, he brought a new brief. At a time, villagers waited anxiously in small groups to listen to any news brief Ikbong brought for the day. He often broke the news with vivid descriptions of how these things happened, gesticulating and demonstrating as if he was actually there when they occurred. People began to listen more to the sweet Congo music exuding from their transistor radios instead of listening to Radio Biafra, preferring to wait and listen to Ikbong whenever he brought hot news in the evening. No one knew where Ikbong was getting his news briefs from, but day after day, his news proved not to be mere rumors because he usually got it right. One day, my father came back to the house looking apprehensive. He said Ikbong brought information that Nigerian soldiers had crossed the big river into a place called Oron and were gradually inching their way to Uyo, a pivotal town in Biafra. He said that the soldiers in the troops that did this were very powerful, well-trained, disciplined, armed, and very ruthless. This battalion, he said, was the 3 Marine Commandos, and he said their commander was Adekunle. He said the Biafran soldiers on their front were defeated daily and were running away from the war front. On the other hand, news coming in from Radio Biafra Enugu maintained that nothing of such had happened. However, we started seeing evidence to the contrary. One morning, we saw a group of about 10 men that looked like combat soldiers walking through the little footpath beside our house towards the direction of Ikodekmene. Some wore torn and dirty clothes that looked like army uniforms, and some were limping with pain and walking with difficulty. They looked apprehensive, like people who could be running away from danger. My father, who spoke a smattering of Igbo because of his long interaction with his Igbo business associates, said he heard them speak in the Igbo language while asking an old woman weeding on a farm for directions. The following day, the Biafran soldiers that used to mount the roadblock at the junction were nowhere to be seen, and very few vehicles passed through the junction towards Uyo, quite unlike before. Even the ones that passed were civilian vehicles. There were no green lorries conveying soldiers to Uyo. By the evening of that day, I saw my father digging a wide area of the ground with a spade, with the help of his servants and some able-bodied young men he mobilized. The pit was dug at the back of our house near the fence where he used to load drums of palm oil. It was a little away from the large yam barn he had developed over the years. By sunset, they had rolled about 10 drums of palm oil into the large pit and covered it to the top with the dug-out sand. He then put empty cartons and all sorts of dirt over the area. Even with this, there were still at least 10 more drums he could not bury. By mid-morning of the following day, there was total confusion. No one knew or was told exactly what was happening. Some people were moving in the direction of Uyo with loads on their heads, suggesting they had moved house and run away from home. On the other hand, some were moving towards Ikoregbene, similarly with loads on their heads. In the evening, Ikbong visited just very briefly. He said that Biafran soldiers were running away from Uyo. He added that those fleeing from Ikoregbene were burning people's houses and killing people. This sounded very strange and unusual. How could soldiers in the same country burn people's houses, kill their fellow countrymen, and run away? The adults among us just wondered. Chapter 22. A child refugee in blue shorts. I was fast asleep that night on a mat on the floor in my mother's room when I was woken by a tap on my left shoulder. With sleepy and droopy eyes, I jerked my head up. It was my mother. She was holding a smoking palm oil contraption that served as a lantern in her left hand. "Get up quickly, let's go," she said, sounding very urgent. Then she went out of the room. Sleep was still weighing heavily on me, and I slumped back on the mat and continued sleeping. When she came back, it was a combination of shaking and slapping. She pulled me by the right hand and led me outside the door as I staggered up like a drunkard. I found my father standing with another crude palm oil lamp beside his bicycle, loaded with household items on a rectangular deep local basket called ikat on its carrier. My two sisters stood beside him with loads on their heads. One carried a basket with some foodstuff, and the other carried another with some household utensils. My junior brother Ime, who obviously had been woken up before me, was crying and squatting on the ground, clutching onto his own load, which was my father's pillow. My mother lifted my load, a pair of my father's rain boots, 2 cutlasses, and some grains of corn, loaded into an enamel bucket onto my head. Apparently, they had packed these items while we were still sleeping. I recall clearly that I was putting on a pair of blue khaki shorts without a shirt. Then we only wore shoes during Christmas. Outside our house was bedlam. Large crowds of people massed on the veranda of the house. Most of the people were on the road, carrying one load or the other, either on their heads or on bicycles. Children were crying everywhere. Adults were shouting at and beating some of them to stop. We could not see much in the pitch darkness, but later on, we were told that most of the weeping children were those whose parents had abandoned them and run away. Many of them cried, lingered for many days without food or water, and finally died of starvation. As the story went, we left our compound, my father leading the way, rolling the load on his bicycle. Closely following us was one tall, dark man from Uruguso in Ikodekwene, whom my father called Udom. He had come in the night with his wife, a fair-complexioned, beautiful woman named Nko, and a dark-complexioned daughter about my age named Eme. I do not know how he and my father knew each other. but he was the one who broke the news that there was a lot of shooting in Ikoregbene town, and a lot of people were killed. He also said that Nigerian soldiers had entered Uyo and would soon take over Ikoregbene town. He told my father that if we didn't run, we could be killed, as our house was on the road and hence on the war front. It must have been a little past midnight. We trudged along in the pitch darkness, our way only lit by a small dim torchlight that Udom brought out from his pocket. The night was silent, only broken by the eerie, shrill sounds of insects in the thick bushes and the occasional rustle of leaves caused by an escaping, frightened squirrel or some animal. I could guess, even though it was dark, that we were moving toward the direction of our school. We had not trekked for more than 15 minutes when suddenly we heard a burst of gunfire. I had heard the sounds of gun from Biafran soldiers before, and this was when they came to bury one of them from our place who had fallen in battle. But I had never heard anything like this. The shot tore through the stillness of the night like thunder that heralds the onset of the wet season in extremely rapid succession. And it was not a shot from one, but very many guns, raining like an insipid orchestra. There were also extremely loud booms interspacing these shots. Occasionally, something rustled through tree brambles as if a stone had been thrown. We were very frightened as we groped along in the dark. My junior brother Ime and I struggling to keep pace with the adults. Udom had an explanation. He told my father it was the gunshots from invading Nigerian soldiers. He said that shots from Mark 4 used by Biafran soldiers were not like these ones. He said the shots were from the junction and we should hurry to escape. He insisted he was sure that Nigerian soldiers had entered the junction and that some people would have been killed by now. Frightened by his postulates, we trudged on in the pitch darkness for what seemed more than 2 hours. It was an extremely long and difficult journey on the rough, bumpy road and in the fearful dead of night. My legs were becoming painful and sore because I had never trekked such a long distance, and the farthest I had gone was the journey to and from school. Ime could no longer walk, as he had long shown signs of tiredness by squatting intermittently behind us to cry. When it became apparent that everyone was tired, my father broke the journey, and the loads were taken off our heads. We all sat back on the dark roadside to rest. Finally, when it was time for us to resume the journey and our load was to be carried again, Ime could no longer walk at all. He sat on the roadside, weeping. My father took the pillow from him, placed it on the top tube of his bicycle, made him sit on it, and we continued the journey. Daylight was approaching, and we began to see the forms of trees and people's houses. I was by now exhausted, worn out, and sleepy. The gun orchestra was receding into the distance as we trekked, and finally we did not hear it anymore. It was now morning. We came to one small market with scant market shades. My father called it Uruate. The name was familiar. It was one of the markets he went to with his servants to sell goods. He took us to one large shade and told us that was his market stall. We sat on benches there, improvised by tying 2 straight Indian bamboo sticks together and placing them over 2 Y-shaped tree branches nailed to the ground on both ends. My legs were aching seriously as I slumped on the seat. Ime had become so tired he was crying all the time, and twice he nearly fell off the top tube of the bicycle. My mother spread her cloth on the ground, put the pillow on it, and laid him down. Soon he was snoring. My mother set up an emergency kitchen. Using the knife she had packed, she cut 3 small pieces of wood, and using another bigger stick, she nailed them in a triangular form with a little slant and to the same length into the ground. She put small pieces of sticks in between them, poured a little palm oil over them, and struck a match. In no time, we were eating our breakfast, remnant of the previous day's bitter leaf soup with gari that she had made, using the little water in a small jerrycan removed from my father's load. After eating, I slumped on the bare ground and was soon snoring like a village drunk on a roadside. Chapter 23. The girl with a soothing balm. It was well past midday, since our shadows had fallen between our legs by the time we were refreshed enough to resume our journey. We walked wearily for at least another 2 hours and came to a little clearing that looked like a village square. A middle-aged woman lifted her head from the weeding she was doing on her farm and pointed to a compound upon inquiry by my father. It seemed my father was not very sure of his friend's compound again, since he had not been to the market for some time. We trooped into the compound with our loads. The village we ran to was called Ikorubum, somewhere in Afarabong, in the present-day Abak local government area. It was a little sleepy, but peaceful community, with all the houses being thatched huts, with no grain of modern development, save for old, creaky bicycles and clothes which people wore on their backs. The compound belonged to one man my father called Nna Akpanekun. He was a short, stocky, and muscular man, just about my father's age. He wore the traditional wrapper without a shirt. He probably wanted to go to the farm or to enter the bush to obtain foliage for his numerous bleating goats, because he held a machete. When he saw and recognized my father, he returned with us into the compound. After they exchanged pleasantries, he helped to put down the loads from the bicycle and from my mother's and sister's heads. The compound was neat and well swept, like the typical Anang man's abode. There were 2 houses, a larger one with 3 rooms, and a smaller but longer one with 4. As I look back, I agree with those who say you can still find true friendship. Nna Akpanekun and my father were true friends. He did not wait for my father to tell our story before emptying his little bedroom of his earthly possessions, except the bed, and packed in our load. He also gave a room to our guest, Udom, with his wife and daughter. He packed his family, a son and a daughter with his wife, into the remaining 3 rooms in the smaller block. while his aged mother occupied one room in the main building. Life in Ikorubom was refreshingly different from that in our village and our house at the junction. The village was calm and serene, with neatly swept pathways and green farmlands, growing mostly cassava, plantains, and yams. We no longer heard the honks from the horns of boisterous army and commercial vehicles, or the staccato of deadly sounding gunfires. The children were friendly, and as soon as Nna told the villagers that we were his friends, they started visiting us and brought us food, which our host, anyway, had in overabundance. The village square became our playground. We played from morning till evening, exploring the serene environment. But we were warned not to move near the village shrine, which was ensconced in a little thatched structure in a dense area at the fringe of the village square. I became friendly with Eme. She was dark in complexion and very pretty. We soon found ourselves together all the time. She spoke some English and took delight in teaching me some English words, interpreting them into Anang language. Come means di, go means ka. She appeared sophisticated and exhibited the characteristics of a girl brought up in the township, putting on shoes when we had none, and wearing shorts exposing her fine straight legs. She used to tell me sweet tales of her escapades with her school friends in the town, and she scented very nicely. One day, I asked her what made her scent so nice. She said her mother poured perfumes on her. I did not know what perfumes were, and I told her. The following day, she called me into their room when her parents were out and showed me a small dark bottle. Then she pressed the top of the bottle, and a stream of liquid poured on my bare shoulder. I jerked because of the suddenness of the spray, which felt cold, and she laughed and poured some on her dress. As we were coming out, her mother appeared at the doorway. I expected her to be annoyed, but she just laughed and pushed us inside the room. Soon, we became inseparable, and my mother started calling her Nwaneyen, meaning my son's wife. We went to fetch water together at a nearby Udo, and went inside the bush to fetch firewood. When we came back, we went together to the village square. Sometimes she held my hand. I smiled shyly and extricated my hand from hers to avoid being noticed by other boys who had already started taunting me by calling me Ebeme, that is, the husband of Eme. We sat for hours on a piece of rock at the periphery of the village square as she rattled through stories. We laughed as I admired her beautiful face and her nice set of teeth. I was thoroughly enjoying the time with her. It was indeed a soothing balm, far from the cry from all the stress of our sudden relocation. "Why are you always without a shirt?" she asked me one day. "We left the basket containing all my clothes in our house when we ran away that night," I replied. Her facial expression